rooftop talk, every stolen kiss, every late night walk, every secret wish, every second chance, every time we dance underneath the light of the street lamp.
Jojo vsi, en lep pozdrav, long time no see, kako ste kaj danes chat, kako ste kaj, živo TaySon, živo Nixik, bom pogledal Nixik pol, živo Sodija, živo Slo Legenda, živo Štručka, živo Dolenski, živo Nakradamle is the best, Videx, tebe imam kot tega zajčka testnega, testerič vse dela, na TikToku, živo Jasminček, živo Maj, živo Infinity, živo X, živo Nejcuc, živo Notajt, živo Alex, živo Urbi, živo Goldcore, živo Pograjc, živo Komod, živo Vičumi, živo Anej, živo Lejkon, živo Robi, živo Vidcar, še koga nisem pozdravil, živo Trog, živo Dexlo, živo Eriko Navar, živo Mrgo. Pozdravljeni vsi chat, kako ste kaj, a ste me kaj pogrešali chat, a ste me kaj pogrešali? Živo Zigi FN, živo, živo Duka, dela, super Videx. Rip YouTube notifikacije. Itak bi mogli vedeti, kdaj sem live. Živo Tija, kako si? Živo Lea. Delajo zlož format FNCS. Ja, sam res, to je ena stvar, ki nisem sploh, mislim, Abi mi je nekaj povedala, ampak jaz nisem sploh pogledal. Chat, a 25 duotov gre iz upper bracketa po finale, pa po lower bracket 25, ali kako? Wow, pinči, wow. Živo Janček, živo Tjaž. Kak ne vem, kdaj boš live, tako redno streamaš. Kodik, to je sam zdaj, to je sam zdaj. Ne imamo žul. Živo Ventador. Skor TaySon, ne bo zmagal, tako da se lahko grem staviti za 4 membere minusa? Ne, Videx. Danes duo ranked, ne vem še kako bo danes razen tega. Ker ne vem, kako bo to trajalo. Čakaj. Chat, a ima kdo upper bracket, pa to kdo vse igra? To, da malo, da vam za folko, to sem pozabil. Živo David. Kam bomo danes točen gledali? Ok, se pravi, najprej da razložim. Živo YouTube Kilksi. Danes, se pravi, to je zdaj FNCS Global Championship. To je LAN turnir. Se pravi, vsi najboljši proji na svetu igrajo tam na LANu. Ko tukaj imajo vsi basically 0 pinga. Mislim, imajo 0 pinga, ker to je LAN. In pa... Chat, če zmaga še koliko? 1 milijon? Earningov? Med duo razdeljeno, čakaj. Če se ne motam. Hodit bojo začela. Aja? Sam, če mi sploh ne kaže, da je Fortnite live, čakaj. Probam jih najdat. Zakaj pa... Kva? A so že live? Aja, vsi so... Aha, sam to mi pa ne kaže. Se followam. Ok. Se bomo. Aj, v glavnem, 500 jurjev na osebo. 500 jurjev na osebo, ampak milijon je na duo, če se ne motam. Ok? Čakaj, dej, gremo najprej tole dati, ko bomo gledali. Ko bo zdajle. Ko bo playere kazali. Ja, TaySon, verjetno si mi poslal, ne? V glavnem, preden tukaj še naprej, se pravi, to je FNCS LAN, najboljši igralcev na svetu igrajo. Prize pool insane. In v bistvu danes je upper bracket. Upper bracket se igra 5 iger. In top 25 duotov gre v finale, ki je v nedeljo 6 iger. Ta finale bo ful boljši, ker je en dan in je 6 iger, ni 2 dni pa 12 iger, ampak je en dan pa 6 iger. Ja. In pa, tiho pinči, in pa jutr je pa pol še lower bracket, se pravi tisti, ki danes ne kvalifajo, pa oni, ki niso danes med top 50 igrajo jutr, se pravi, fora je, da oni, ki so bili zadnji kvalifajeni, ono, ki je bilo last chance, a ne, igrajo lahko samo lower bracket, ima eno šanso, da kvalajo naprej. In oni, ki so pa danes v upper bracketu, pa ne kvalajo direkt v finale, igrajo jutr še lower bracket. Ja, tako. Drugače, danes jih je 5. Kaj jih je 5? 5 gameov je. Vse sem rekel, da je danes 5. Danes pa jutr je 5, v nedeljo 6. Tako da, to, da boste vedeli. In da se TaySon dokaže, da je najboljši na svetu, bi mogel zdaj biti top 3 po mojem. Zato, ker TaySon je vse dosegel, najboljša stvar, samo še LAN-a nima. Samo še na LAN-u se mora pokazati. RojXs živijo lolo. Tako da to, zdaj, kad čakamo tukaj, da ga bojo pokazali, bi jaz par stvari povedal. Ja, živijo Branko. Če bom jutr tudi streamal, načeloma ja, nisem pa 100% odvisen. Če TaySon danes kvalifija, jutr mogoče celo ne bom streamal, odvisen kako bo, zaradi tega, ker jutr se daje laminat v studio. To vem, da bom zraven pomagal, bomo videli, kako bo šlo, okej? Krisi volume? Bom, zdaj se sam z vami pogovarjam, nočem, da preveč. Dokler pač, sej pa bom zvišil, ki jih bojo pokazali, okej? V glavnem, kdaj je predstavitev vseh igralcev? Ja, ni še bila predstavitev, a ne čet, po moje bo zdaj enkrat. Ja, lej, čez 26 minut se komi začne prva igra. Evo, vidite, prvo mesto je 1 milijon, se pravi 500 eurov na playerja, tako da tisti, ki danes zmaga, bo basically prvi po earningih, tako da... By the way, chat, ki je zmagal FNCS v Avstraliji, so ga dan poslali, ker je hackel. Tako da, FNCS winner iz Avstralije je bil hacker. Da vam malo bolj razložim zgodbo. Nek avstralski pro player je, ne vem v kateri sezoni, prodal svoj account enemu hackerju. In ta hacker je zdaj pač na kontrolerju igral in je zmagal FNCS in je pol v bistvu ta star pro player prišel sem, zaradi tega, ker pa če bi prišel, bi vedel, da ni to isti player. In so bili diskvalificirani. Pač super, res, bravo. In pa Bakija so diskvalificirali, baje, zdaj to baje ni troll, kakor jaz vem. Ampak ne ve se, zakaj točen. Eni pravijo, da zato, ker je na streamu, zato, ker je pil alkohol. Vse to pinči. Zato, ker je pil alkohol, ker fora je, da na LAN-u ne smeš piti alkohola, to so pravila. Lahko je to. Lahko je, pa eni pravijo, da je spremenil settingse, ki jih ne bi smel. Pa ena stvar je, da je basically seksualno govoril o eni delavki tam na streamu. To je pa tretja stvar. Nekaj od teh treh stvari je kao, ba je. Tako da ja. Tako da to, kdo lahko to špila? Vsi, ki so se kvalifajali, to je, se pravi, imamo upper bracket pa lower bracket, to je top 200, top 100 duotov, ne, top 75 duotov v bistvu, na svetu bojo tukaj igrali. In polka bo finale v nedeljo, top 50. Tako da to. Jaz vičem hvati legenda, drugač za gifte. Zakaj ne bi smel nastavitev spremenjati? Pa je kao digital vibrance ne bi smel, ker mi je zelo čuden, ampak ja, pa je tega ne smeš spremenjati. Kdo so že na LAN-u? Ne vem, kdaj so prišli tja. Že rezo. Teni pa Miša tudi špilata danes, če se ne motam, ja? Tudi danes igrata že. Čakajte, da jaz vidim, kaj mi je poslal TaySon. Ne, ta Fortnite Interactive map imam. A ja, kaj imaš še lower. Aha, za lower bomo pol pogledali. To pa manj, ker sem si prej prepisal link, čakaj. Da vam pokažem, se pravi drop map. Ok, se pravi, teli vsi danes igra upper bracket, se pravi, za vse, ki vas zanima, TaySon, Merstaš, TaySon je Slovenc. Njega imajo za GOAT-a v Fortniteu in če se tukaj dokaže, je to, je vse naredil, kar lahko. V glavnem, TaySon, Merstaš, landata tukaj, dejansko sta še vedno nekontestana, Trulex, Čiko, landata tukaj. Tako da TaySon ima zaenkrat zelo dober, ker tukaj ta sredina je res stekta, ne. Pol Miša Tini, landata tukaj, sicer na zadnji sta kvalifikala tako, da sta landala vsakeč na kar eno hiško. Tako da boste vedeli, to sta tudi Slovenca. Zdaj tukaj je odvisen, Fose govoril, mislim, Tini je 100%, ki je nastavil včasih čitu, zdaj ne vemo ali še ali ne, ampak nima veze. Bomo videli, kako bo zdaj na LAN-u performu, če se bo ful poznal. Pol Buga pa Threads landata tukajle, Nutiga Bzera, so Brazilci, Baka Pars, Pingu, pa ta, kako se to izgovori, Geraš Cherry, pol imamo koga še, FHD Hero, to so midaliske, jih ne poznamo, Mas pa Paper landata tukaj, koga imamo še tako, Duke pa Edgy, Bobby, Larkpass, Asia ne poznamo, evo Reed pa Ritual tukaj landata, ful ne vem zdaj na pamet imena mest, to boste vedeli. Kje imamo Savage-a? Kje imamo Savage-a, me še zanima. Kvizi Veno imata insane tukaj vse zase. Tako čet, glede na tole mapo, Kvizi Veno, Trulek Ščiko, TaySon Merstaš so na zelo dobrem. Buga, če tukaj zmaga, Ospawn je tudi na zelo dobrem. Ok, pinči. Daj prvi game, ob pol je prvi game. Čakaj, kje imamo pa Savage-a? Aj Savage slučajno kvalu, evo Malibuka Thomas, aj Savage slučajno kvalu, evo Kami Seti, one da so tudi zelo pomembna, aj Savage kvalu v lower bracket sam. Aha, ja, Savage bo igral lower bracket, ja. Savage ne igra upper bracket, zato ker je last chance kvalu. V last chance je kvalu, tako da ga bomo jutri lahko gledali. To je, da boste vedeli. Tako da to je drop map, še enkrat Slovenc TaySon, landa severno stran Slepija, Miša Tini imata tukaj, tako da to, da boste vedeli. Official govorijo o landingih. Ne, sej verjamem, sam pač lažje je tle, da pokažem. Kotnik z vode, ne. Sedel Kotnik v TikTok, čeprav je kar shit zogledi v primeru s prejšnjimi. Ne, nisem videl Kotnik iskreno, nisem videl. Pati rgad za 1 evro. Prvi game je tukaj desno spod imate, čez 21 minut. By the way, kaj je fora tega, če si lower ali pa higher bracket? Diko, hvati legenda, da si rad obiz, da ti membri lower ZS. Diko ta, se pravi, da povem razlika, se pravi, v lower bracketu, se pravi, 75 duotov je qualifial na, če se ne motam, 75 duotov je qualifial na ta FNCS LAN. Se pravi, 75 duotov iz celega sveta. In v bistvu, skozi te 3 sezone, ki so bile, zdaj je 4. letos, skozi 3 sezone, tistih so skozi 3 sezone qualifial, so na top 50 in igrajo upper bracket. Bom bo na glas pol, čaki. Ja, so top 50, pa bil pa še last chance qualifier prejšnjo sezono, to je pa za zadnjih 25 spotov, da so prišli tja. Ja, in te igrajo lower bracket. In se pravi, tisti, ki igrajo upper bracket, je 5 iger in top 25 duotov, qualify v finale, ki je v nedeljo, pa se igra 6 iger. Oni, ki niso qualifyali, grejo v lower bracket, zato da je pol v lower bracketu 50 duotov spet. In imamo lower bracket 50 duotov in 25 duotov iz tam qualify v ta finale, ki je v nedeljo. Tako da to je fora. In tisti, ki so v upper bracketu, imajo 2 šansi, da qualifyajo v finale, medtem ko oni, ki so v lower bracketu, imajo samo 1 šanso. Tako da TaySon, Miša pa Tini, ti 3 so Slovenci, vsi igrajo že v upper bracketu. Tako da danes je cilj samo to, da je TaySon top 25, da pride naprej v finale. Ne vem, kdo je Larson. Seba je porabil member message, kvati legenda za 29 mesecev, pozdravljam tudi ti. Zdaj pa, kdaj pa bojo gor hodili, ne vem, še 19 minut je, tako da. Koliko dobi zmagovalc? 1 milijon dobi duo. Se pravi 500 jurjev vsak player, tako da je insane. Si videl, koliko ima not Alex Amazon na šnufe? Nope. Ena stvar, ki sem še hotel povedati, čat. Prž bo hmal, zdaj se zadnje cene pa to še dajo. Sicer ena stvar, ki bom povedal, je, da majica bo mačkan dražji kot prej, zato ker je tudi drug material. Hotel sem bolj tako baggy majico, ne da so une v prijetek, se mi zdaj je to bolj moderno. Pa hoodie bo dražji. Ampak to zaradi tega, ker bo tudi toliko boljši hoodie. 2 barvi, pa to ful bolj sik bo zgledal. Oziroma, bel bo sik. Črn bo imel vse črno, medtem ko bel bo imel še črno zraven, pa je boljši material pa to. Pač sem šel malo bolj na kvaliteto tokrat, kot kar na ceno. Se mi zdaj pač tudi to kdaj dober. Tako da to. Ampak ena stvar, danes sem šel po svoj gaming stol, od Ergovižna, ki je moj kasen, ki bo imel moj logo gor pa to, kar sem videl je sick in pa bi rad povedal, da smo razmišljali, da bi naredili z Ergovižnom kakor nek meet and greet, pa predtem bi bil pre-order, tiho pinči, bi bil pre-order za moj custom stol, kar pomeni pač, da če pre-order je najbolj zihar, da bo folk kupil, pa so se pogovarjali, da bi dal 50%, da plačaš takoj, pa 50% polka dobiš. To je zato, da si oni garantirajo, ne da boš kao naročil, pa ga pol noš vzel. V glavnem bi bil pre-order, to sem razmišljal, da bi imeli in pol pač, ko pridejo stoli, bi imeli tudi kakor nek meet and greet, pa valjda pač oni, ki so ga naročili, lahko pridejo ga tja iskat, pa se tam podpišem, če želijo in take stvari. Ampak ja, tako res komi čakam, da ga sestavim ta stol, ki bo notor v studiu, tako da ja. Kje si? V te dva pisarni sem, ker se studio gradi, ker je bil poplavljen. To misliš, da bo zmagal? Ej, težko je povedati, lej. Težko je povedati, to je LAN, to so iz vseh regij skupaj. Žijo Ajnor, žijo Zajro. Ko misliš, da bo Tin igral? Ne vem. Iskreno upam, da dober, sam zato, da pol lahko rečemo, ok, ne čita. A veš, kaj mislim? Kodnik je kar rekel, ja, sej ti pa 20 € profita dobiš. Kodnik, veš, koliko je 20 € profita, če bi jaz dobil? Če bi jaz dobil 20 € profita na merch, bi bil bogat. Prej sem dobil 1 €, 2. Zdaj sem rekel, da hočem mačkan več, da sem bil vsaj splačam malo bolj. Ampak ni to ogromno, meni verjam. Ampak sem pa hotel, da je mačkan več, pa boljša kvaliteta stvari. Ok, pinči. Notajt prav, da kvizi veno TaySon, Mersta, Škami, Seti imajo velike šanse za zmagati. Daj tako, če gremo na tale map, kako landajo, ne? Kvizi veno ima ta god landing spot. Edin, kar je problem, hoče search. Search tagi, a ne, ker sta res čist sama. Ko če onedva zrihtata si search, dvomam, da ne morata biti top 5. Tako, pač to, ne danes, ampak tako mislim, pol tudi finale, kaj bo. Pol, TaySon, Merstaš, pa RojXs imajo tudi tole, pa oni se lahko nad sabo za search tagajo, pa TaySon še poč tle zraven pa to. Tako da, mislim, da ne bi smel v to problema searcha. Pol Buga pa Threads, tudi zelo dober spot, zdaj sta tle kontestna, ampak če zmajata off-spawn, sta na zelo dobrom. Pol imamo Kami Seti, imata sicer tukaj ta split, če tukaj zmagujeta off-spawn, imajo tudi zelo velik šans. Tako da, sam to izdele itak ta upper bracket, bomo itak videli, kdo vse qualifya, ne, direkt v finale. Diko je rekel, jaz se ne boš zahvalil, rado sem member. Diko, saj sem rekel, hvala ti, da si rado member. Rekel sem, dajte LoveLZ v chat. To sem rekel takoj, ko je v chatu pokazal, da si rado member, ne takrat, ko je na ekranu pokazal, zato, ker sem pol razlagal. Zahvalil sem se prej, je na ekranu pokazal. Sorry, da nisi slišal. Ampak hvala ti še enkrat. Bro, če Moneymaker zmaga, se ubijem. Zakaj? Tako da ja. Veš, sem si kupil MyProtein, Clearway, Cranberry in Raspberry. Čak, Clearway je to, kar sem ti jaz priporočil, a ne kotnik. Kaj, kada bi sok pil. Dobar dan, Najca, kako si? Kliks igra jutar, a ne, chat? Kliks jutar igra, a ne? Čaki. Samo. To so pa duoti jutar, pa poleg tistih, ki bojo pač donsko. Čet, koliko duo to je? Evo, Kliks pa Epic Whale, ja, lower bracket igrajo. Sam en dan ima, zato kaj je poznan kvalo, isto kot Sevič povedil. Čak, koliko imate duo to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Aha, prav sem imel pol. 25 danes kvala, pa 25 jutar kvala v finale. Zakaj bo Epic dal nazaj chat terena, se drugače nimam nič proti, najjače. Zdaj tako, ni čist nujno, da bo prav chap terena cela mapa prišla. Je pa zelo velika šansa, da bo iz chap terena veliko stvari nazaj za en mesec. Ali bo to mešan chap terena s to mapo, ali bo dejansko cel chap terena en mesec. Glavnem, razlog je zato, ker bo sam sezona trajala 1 mesec. Če me vprašate, bi to mogli vsak let delati, da tako malo zahajpa to. Tako da ja, to kdo boste vedeli. Ja, pa Janis pa Rizon tučele jutri igrata, holy shit, pa Peter Bot. Čet, ne vem, Moneymaker igral, ne, kaj veste? Kogar TaySonu, prvo igro imajo čez 13 minut čele. A so dodali one stvari, ki ne bi bili launchpadi pa hammeri, ali bodo šele v finalih? Tistega ne bojo dodali, TaySon, tisto je bil bug, tistega ne bojo dodali.
About what really matters in life, and I'll give you a hint, it's Fortnite. And I'm
Peter
going to
Bot je
come back
navaden
to
za Kliksa,
Thomas,
ker je
because I want to
boljši.
know
Jaz
why
dvomim, da
you're
bo
so
Kliks
devoted
sploh top 10,
dropping
če si
it
iskren.
right
Kliks še nikoli ni dober, mislim, ne dober. Zelo slabo je FNCS igral, tako ne vem, kako bo na LANu, no, ampak jaz mislim, da ne bo top 10 Kliks. Pač tako v nedelo,
and what's
če
happened
kvala.
when other people have tried to drop you there.
Kvalo bo zihar, no, ni šans, ne.
It's been ups and downs, but we're trying to like learn how to play it the best. But yeah.
You don't want to just learn how to play it the best, though. You want to play it the best, especially if this guy is coming at you all aggressive and American-like. What do you think you'll have to do, though, if the battles don't go your way? Are you going to agree to just split the POI?
Kje pa je LAN?
Or is it just
LAN je
gonna
na
always be all
Danskem,
out aggression?
na Danskem je ta turnir.
It's going to be 50-50 on the slope track.
Buga pa TaySon bo ta top 1 in 2. Hej, če, drugače, če TaySon, jaz mislim, da tudi če TaySon ne zmaga, če TaySon pride na konc, da je top 3, ne danes, ampak v nedeljo, ki je finale, da je top 3, mislim, da ga bojo imeli že za GOATA. Razen, če bo zmagal Buga, bojo pol vsi govorili, da je Buga top. Zato, ker pač je zmagal World Cup, FNCS je zmagal, pa to zdaj, tako da edino, kar TaySon še rab, je LAN.
Obviously, Kanada coming off a recent win does hold the axe of champions.
Če mislim, da bo, ja, jaz mislim, ni šans, da TaySon ne kvala. Ni šans, da TaySon ne kvala. Ni šans, da ni top 25. Če ne danes, pa vsaj jutra, ne. A ni tako, da je bil ta ameriški LAN letos? Ne, FNCS LAN je bil lansko leto v Ameriki, abi. Lansko leto je bil, ne letos. A Ford se konča po koncu chapter 1. Kva? Ne, nič se ne bo končal. Kva? Pa gremo v chapter 5 decembra. Mali Buga pa Toma se bosta mogla potruditi, ker sta Konana od Kanade FNCS vinarja. Ok, videk. Zdaj to sem tako poznal, saj je dražja, ne, pa verjameš ti v BCAA. Kakor jaz vem, Kotlik je BCAA dost bullshit. Oziroma je bolj, kaj ne bullshit. Zakaj je bila reklama? Zato, ker YouTube zdaj daje reklame tudi vmes. Tako je. Ampak vi vas s tem pomagate, če gledate, valjda. Kva žigavi? Jow, spet in 40. Ja, abi. Jokes je 45 mesecev member, kje si ti imel piškodek, pa kje si ti izgubljeni sin Jokes? Hvala ti legenda za Insane Support. Če bo kviz igral hajdu vsako igro, je konc za vse ostale. Ja, saj je težko igrati hajdu vsako igro. Že v kopsi. Koliko dolgo so že na LANu? Ne vem, koliko dolgo so že na LANu. Kje točno lože to gledaš? Na Twitchu gledam jaz, na Twitchu. Imaš pa tudi na YouTubeu. Mislim, da bo prišla chapter 1 mapa nazaj. Prepričan sem, da bo mapa chapter 1 nazaj, oziroma vsaj delno nazaj. Za en mesec, tisti en mesec, ko bo. Marko, zakaj sprašuješ, če se Fortnite konča po koncu chapter 1? Kva? Ne, mi gremo nazaj v cajt in pol je nov chapter, chapter 5. Ker samo en mesec je ta sezona. Zakaj bi se Fortnite končal? Malo razmišljite, zakaj bi se Fortnite končal? Ne verjeti tiktokerjem, ki bejtejo folk. A, ko bomo gledali FNCS, boš postavil kamero. Ja, tudi na TikToku bo sem večkrat drugačen naredil. Zdaj pa gremo polo chapter 0, nikoli. Ne vem, lej. Prej chapter je dono, da bomo kdaj še. Skelly, hvati legenda za donacijo za 1 euro, Tini pa Miša easy qual. Lej, bomo videli. Če brez ena lahko. Hvati dergati za 1 euro. Tako, no, taj. Pa, Kilksi, ti me skos sprašuješ, pa nikoli ne poslušaš. A ni Kliks prej zmagal veno, to 10 evrov zoloris. Pojma nimam. Až bad chop. Čas, zakaj nisem videl, da je rato member. Hvati legenda, dost beden 4 sezone na chapter. Pa me, a veš kaj, jaz pa Meni se pa zdi, da je to dobro, zaradi tega, ker se vsaj več spremeni vsak let, a veš. 2 leti je res dolga, pol, da se sam mapa spremeni. A veš, kaj mislim? Razen, če bi na 2 leti spremenili, ampak da bi dejansko več spremenili mape med sezono, ne samo konc sezone. Miša pa ti nista tudi tam, ja? Tudi. Ok, Dex. Če ne bo cela OG mapa IBS. Daj, bomo videli, kaj bo. Bomo videli. V vsakem primeru je dobro, da kaj vrne, tako malo za nostalgijo. Skoro, lahko še enkrat vse razložiš, prosim, glede tega FNCS, pa vsega, kar je pomembno. Oj, še zadnjič, zdaj razložim, okej? Se pravi, tale FNCS je Global Championship. Top 75 najboljših duotov na svetu tukaj igra. Danes imamo upper bracket, to je top 50 duotov. In top 25 od danes iz 5 iger kvalifajajo v finale, ki je v nedeljo ob 4. Oni, ki niso top 25, grejo jutri igrati lower bracket, z unimi, ki so že v lower bracketu, isto med 25 in bo spet 50 duotov jutri ob 4. In zadnjih top 25 od jutri kvalifaja na finale v nedeljo. Tako.
Why would you say you're a better player than King?
I mean, it's just the facts. You know, he's not that good.
Are you going to put your money where your mouth is later, though? Because you are dropping at the same spot as him on Relentless Retreat.
Kaj je ta cringe, kar nek beef.
I don't really want to talk too much. I mean, after a few hours, we're going to play and see what
A je
happens.
bil že Tini Face reveal chat? Če je Kinzel na LAN, Kinzel ne igra že 2 leti. Že Love Apples. King je Američana, ne? A ne, Brazilc, ok, never mind.
Tell me why Relentless Retreat, though, is a spot that you're going to win when you drop on it against CalGamer later.
¿Cómo vas a hacer el drop spot ahí cuando vas a bajar del bus? ¿Cómo lo vas a... ¿Cuál es tu método?
La verdad es que no tenemos ningún método, solo que nosotros tenemos nuestra parte que es la derecha del spot, así que nada, si ellos van a querer
King y Argentins.
lo van a tener que disputar con nosotros y nada, ojalá que...
Če igra brazilsko regijo.
We don't have like a match.
A ja, se čakaj. A ne, se Argentinci tudi. Če, da oni vsi igrajo isto regijo.
From the right side and
Verjetno,
we
ali?
hope we're
Ne.
gonna win and we will do because we are the best.
CalGamer has given his opinion on you, but what's your opinion on CalGamer? Have you seen him
Ja,
play?
ok, pinči.
La verdad que sí, hemos visto varios games, pero la verdad que no me asusta, ya que bueno, yo
Argentinc
estoy
je,
confiado
ki govori
con
špansko,
mi
sam
duo
živi v Braziliji.
Y nada, si van a querer disputar la OEA, pueden,
Ah,
porque
ok.
ya podrían pelear tranquilos que...
Ko napreduje studio, jutri začnemo laminat polagati,
We
Danica.
are waiting for them, we see them playing and they're not so good.
Pa sam
like
kot
they
regijo
thought.
sem sprašal za
And we,
Aero, pa?
I'm sorry, it's Argentinian, so he talks too fast. So he will fight until the end.
I'm really looking forward to the fights. Hopefully the end will be in the aim game for both of these players rather than
No
the
desire tam.
relentless
Okay.
retreat. Thank you so much, Gracias, mucho gracias. And Shukran, thank you so much for talking to me, CalGamer. We will see what happens between these two.
Zgledaj
and
angliščina govori, ja,
Nigerian
ker ne
runners
zna,
when they
ne?
drop on Relentless Retreat in just a few short moments.
So they can't both be bad.
They just have no respect for each other, do they? Like, no, mate, you're not having it.
He's bad,
It's not happening.
he's bad, we're both bad.
Sodja, kva te nisem
Of course,
prebral?
just, some friendly trash talk, right, as we prepare for
Kva Wolf bi
Global
mogel špilat
Championship.
ta
That's
LAN?
kinda, I
Ja,
guess
si
that's what
normalen,
the vibe here
Filip.
is. That's kinda where you wanna be.
Razlož mi en razlog mi dej, zakaj bi Wolf mogel tukaj igrati. Kva?
I was like, I don't even want to, you know what, that's fine. Just leave it
Razlož mi.
That'll do. Guys, we actually have something
Pa ni
very
nič hejt proti
special
Wolfu
lined
chat,
up. We
ampak
have a remote interview
zakaj bi
with
Wolf
the
mogel
man,
tle
the myth,
igrati?
the legend himself, my oldest friend in the world, Cypher BK. Cypher, I don't know if you can hear it, but the crowd
Ja,
is going
korzis.
absolutely ham right now. How you doing, man?
Kar Cypher,
I'm
no.
doing great. I'm glad to be here for the FNCS Global Championship, even though it's remote. I'm excited to watch a ton of Fortnite this weekend, and I am personally rooting for Clix and Epic Whale. I want to see Clix get his first FNCS championship.
That is amazing. Dude, how has it been? Like, obviously, you've been watching, right? We've seen all of these duos just kind of grow and evolve over the year. What are your expectations for the competition?
I mean, I want to see a repeat of what happened at the Invitational, just like a super intense, like first and second going head to head in the last match. I think we're going to see something, and we're going to see some early drop fights and whatnot, but Yeah, I was there at the Invitational. It was just electric, and I'm hoping we see that again here in Copenhagen.
Pa Sodja, kva težiš? Če sem te že prej prebral, Nuben.
Kind of the first time we'd had a LAN like that, and now we're back, but the stakes feel so much higher. You talked to a bunch of players. What were they kind of feeling at that time?
Ja, Finči sam poreda pol name to leti, a veš, bom, evo. Evo Party Animals, ja, čak, ne vem, bo. Kje je Kliks jutri igra, on ni prišel v upper bracket. Kliks jutri igra. A nima Cypher buzz kata, ja, zdaj sem mu že zrastel, da se. Ne, Kliksi.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cypher, for those of you or them out there that don't know who you are, can you tell us a little bit about who you are? Because I want
ja, Tenza vsem to tako deluje, veš. To je tako, ker Tenza, tako, ker greš za reprezentanco, za športnikam, pa če nekaj slabega narediš, slabo leti na celotno reprezentanco. A veš, to je fora. Kje je TaySon? Ja, tukaj.
That's awesome. Cypher, where can all these new fans find you?
Začne se čez 2 minuti pa pol chat.
On pretty much any platform.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for stopping by. We really appreciate it, and we hope you enjoy the competition.
Thanks, y'all.
Iskreno, če igraš Fortnite, a pa gledaš Fortnite, da ne veš, da je Cypher Wars, ne. Kaj primeravaš ti? Tenza, pa to je isto, kva? Pač ti si tukaj moderator in spadaš pod okrilje SLZ brandinga. Če bo tudi TaySon govoril, pojma nimam. Velika možnost je, da bo šel TaySon v lower, da bo imel več priložnosti. Zakaj ima TaySon več priložnosti? Razloži mi, zakaj imaš več priložnosti, če greš v lower bracket. Kako imaš več priložnosti? Zakaj bi hotel riskirati, pa da greš v lower bracket? Kva?
Listen, I know that
Ne,
the
Pinči.
fans and the
Tebe
audience
nikoli.
are ready, but I want to know if the players are ready.
That's right. Well, we are not that far away, so you've got
Ne, trenera, lahko grejo pa klub napada Tenza. Če recimo, da gre Helios klub ven po tekmi, pa se ga napije, pa pizdarijo naredijo, ali pa to bo šlo na Helios, ne na igralce. Igralci bo imeli sankcije, ampak folk bo govoril kot ekipi. Pa žučen, zakaj je bil žučen? Kaj Staš? Wow, Staš, wow. V Fortniteu je tam, kakor je bil velik safe, en izmed 3 ni več safe, no in v enem ni več lutanja odprti, ko greš naprej je še en safe, med tistim je bolj, ko ima sablo, kaj je tista letnica. A ja, una letnica, ki je tudi na uni napravi, tista letnica je datum, ki je prišel chapter 1 sezona 5 ven. Daj začne zdajle. Videk stika. Kjer je? Ja, niso še igrali, kjer je TaySon, niso še igrali. Zdajle bo prva igra. Zdaj bo prva igra. Ej, zakaj so Američani najbolj koki, presežem?
Thomas HD, Malibuka, right? He was really
to avtor gre trash toga, da drugi stream pol boš ti pol po neki logiki igral. Se je že to zgodil, Pinči? So mi že pisali eni streameri parkrat, da moji moderatorji težijo.
He is one of the few players that we have here that's actually got some of the most FNCS appearances.
Kaj imate, kaj je smešen?
Well, you know what? We've had a long road to get here. And all of a sudden, we are closing in on it. So let's go ahead and dim the lights.
Pinči? Ne, Kilksi, ne. Zdaj se začne prva igra, chat. Že Davidus. Chat, ta pokal je vreden po moje več, kakor pa nagrada za igralce, presežem.
3 FNCS majors and a last chance major. All to battle it out here on this stage. These players have put everything into this competition. 6 regions all going head to head to prove who's the best. But it's about so much more than just that. It's about holding the axe of champions high. It's about hoisting a championship trophy. Banking their share of $4 million.
Če to je Svarovski, ali kaj že res? A so Svarovski, čakaj. Čakaj.
FNCS Global Champions. after this weekend, one duo will break through and stand undeniably above the rest. So get ready.
Koliko to tweetajo? Evo. Čaj, sam, kje piše, iz česa je? A je Svarovski ali neki... A je Svarovski, je, ja. Je Svarovski, on so skupaj naredili, tako da... Kakšna plastika. Jaz sem tebo igral, jaz nikoli nam igral. Ajde, Bog, stisnite like, ajde, gremo do 300 lajkov, prav danica, da morate lajkati. A si videl, da je Prime v šparu po vsej Sloveniji? Prime je v šparu? No way. Čaki, Videx. Ok, Pinči. Ti si glasen, Dolenski. Ampak veš, kaj mi je bedno? Zato se toliko potrudijo, ampak da pa bi bila competitive integriteta, pa ne, to pa ne. A res, 6 evrov. Dobro, Pinči, to... Pinči, 6 evrov je še vedno še enkrat snake kot druge. Prime je shit, se čist strinjam drugač. Se čist strinjam. Res ni dober, meni ni dober Prime. Živo cancel. Ne, TaySona niso pokazala, ne, chat, pa Mišel pa Tini je tudi ne.
The stage is ready. The trophy is here. But you can't crown a champion if there are no contenders. Copenhagen, Royal Arena.
A ja, sam res, zdaj bojo še igralci gor hodili. Oh, fuck.
Let's bring them on.
Videl si spet na nekih conspiracy theories, ali pa? A ja, se jih ne bojo pokazali tako, ali? Evo ga TaySon, tata desen. Nikoli ne vem, kdo je Miša, pa gled Tini.
And with 196 total finals appearances spread amongst all of them, they are here to show exactly why they're the forerunners of their respective regions.
And you think about it, they had the first chances, the first opportunities put in front of them, and they did just that. They secured it, and here they are.
Ja, sej ne vem ti, Dolenski.
Let's go, Copenhagen. Y'all went absolutely crazy
Yo,
for
Johnny,
the players.
yo.
That is what we are here for. We don't have this competition without them, so y'all definitely feel free to lose it.
A sploh komu Prime všeč, chat, dejansko.
My gosh, that is just the qualifiers from major
Ne vem,
number
koliko je užival
one. There's
tam,
so many
patic.
big names. Thomas
Ja, se imajo
H.
facecam, imajo, ja. Zdaj se bo začelo. Zdaj bi se mogel
Well, I
začeti.
mean, I heard a massive cheer.
Yeah.
And we're hearing it right now.
I wonder why.
I wonder who they're cheering for. Is it Thomas HD?
Yeah, I think
it might well be because he is the Danish man.
Tebe v redu, abi, od kje si Muffin, yo?
Player when you think about all of his attributes. So smart. His aim is next level. And of course, paired up with Malavuka. This is a dangerous duo. Only bad thing, contested today.
Ares
But
Max.
they have so much skill in this duo that they should be able to overcome the problem.
We've seen sometimes being contested can be a little bit beneficial.
Sure,
And we
sure.
saw them
Tenza,
have
jaz sem pil
incredible
čist mrzo Prime, pa še
performance in
let pa
Major
vse
one,
sem
getting
imel.
second place and only losing by just a single
Yes.
point. They are the best team to have never won an FNCS, but I think that they may be changing that this weekend.
That would be so crazy, right? No FNCS title, but a global championship title? That would be next level. We talked about EU. How about we gone over to NA, Acorn, and Cold? I feel like so many players and fans alike talked about this duel when they won, saying this is probably one of the best duels in NA, period.
Yeah, there was a lot of hype around this duo when they
Vreo sam Kranjče, kako si ti?
number one, of course, coming out with a great performance. I like this duo. You sort of combine a really big brain IGL in Acorn and arguably one of the best fraggers in NA in Cold. This kid is crazy, and I'm expecting to bring that dynamic. You can see that
zdaj se bo začela s prvo igra.
And they should be, because they're a top team.
And we saw what Cold can do on a LAN setting at the Invitational, getting a 3rd place finish with his recent or his old duo mate Sinti.
Kaj vem, se dolgo Abi drugače pisala, ampak je ja se, Fortnite Championship Series Abi, ja.
Even when they're doing their worst, it is still so vastly
Aba
better
Champion Series,
than most of the
isti,
competition.
Now, of course, that was a look at just the qualified players from Major number 1. We have 2 more to go. So please give a warm welcome for your qualified players from Major number 2.
The kinetic blade was the season. It was also the problem that they had to learn how to overcome, learn how to make theirs, and perform to the best of their capabilities.
Danes je 5 iger, jutri 5, pa finale je 6 iger.
They really had to slice their way through the competition to qualify for globals.
A boš spet sam teko, Kranjči? Na Danskem je to, na Danskem. Ja ga pišeš tiho.
This particular group of contenders carries with them. Considering 18 out of 24 of them have played on a LAN stage here before.
Can you imagine having that experience, bundling it all up and then putting it out right here in front of you, where there is your chance to make the bulk of $4 million? We know who you're looking at. I know who I'm looking at. But most importantly, can they step up? Can they perform here now? As the times and options are limited. There's only 5
Zato spredi ni prazna, tam gor je mačkam prazna, ja.
I mean, if that was it, right? If that was just the let's go, everyone's here, let's hit play, I believe that's a grand finals lobby. There's still more seats to be filled, but as we focus in on the qualifiers for Major number 2, Queasy,
Ja, o tem ne bomo urša. Ni razprodan event. Ja, bež, da ni razprodan event, če je Games najslabši glede competitiva. Chat, ne vem zakaj, World Cup je bil tako insane polhan in insane sem imel. Potem pa kar začeli delati sam FNCS, pa da je sam competitive. Če bi naredili World Cup, bi bilo veš koliko zafilan. Ampak gled, buga je tudi, ja, buga je tudi.
These guys are absolutely incredible. We saw in Major number 2, 12 game grand finals, 6 victory royales.
Ja, sam to sem Major čist drugo pinče. Yeah, TaySon, yeah.
When of course they didn't qualify to Major 3 grand finals. How does that affect their mentality going to this? Is this now a bit of a redemption for them? Not winning an invitational, not making Major 3 grand finals. What a better time to do it?
Listen, the whole
Zakaj mora Venom imeti vedno isti haircut? Ja, kogar se pa ti postrigo na tajt?
Maybe something like that.
Če me všeč ta haircut, ga ima pač, ne?
At the Invitational, and it potentially cost them that first place
spot.
And
Moneymaker, pojma nimam.
They changed their drop spot again and didn't even qual. So I think
that
they're
going
to be sticking to their guns and going Kenjutsu crossing and potentially going to be coming out on top in day 1.
There are so many big names. We have to continue the conversation. Miro and Cooper now kind of focusing in on NA. Miro.
Model, rekli so, da bo drop čez ob pol petih.
Really decorated player in the NA region. Won so many FNCS titles, paired up with a less experienced player. And this is a really nice storyline because you have the experience of Miro. He's actually not IGL in this duo. It's usually Cooper that takes that role.
Jaka, hvala ti za gifte, sorry. Na giftu res ne opazil, zato ker so čist tam gor, pa sploh ni nobene animacije, da bi videl, da mi kdo gifta iskreno. Kje sem, ne dobiš kar tako moderatorja. Že videl, zakaj ne smem imeti. Zakaj nisi šel gledati v živo? Če bi bil World Cup na Danskem, bi šel. Oziroma, zaradi poplav ne bi šel, ampak na World Cup bi šel takoj, če je v Evropi. Ampak je pa sam to, kaj pa imaš tam gledaš v živo to in je to to. A veš, kaj mislim? CS bi šel gledat v živo. Sam CS. Potem mora biti pa World Cup, da bi šel. A res mrgo. Doman, noč te ignorirajo na YouTubeu, kva? Imeti je Dom Scorp. Da še enkrat nekaj napiš, lahko da si banan, že odprej, pa da ne piše. Ko noč nisem videl Dom Scorp. Živa presta. TaySon igra z Merstašom.
And what they might have lacked in mobility, they certainly made up for as far as adaptability is concerned. Because having gone through every single iteration of competitive seasons, competitive metas, to find themselves here at the global stage, that is the embodiment of mental fortitude.
And really and truly,
Ja,
it's one of
ti si
the hardest
glasen.
things to do is when it's
Kaj je
your
Floxy?
last chances, when it's your last
Ne vem,
opportunity
kjer je
to
ti ni.
punch your way
Glavna
straight
nagrada je
through
1 milijon.
the biggest opportunity of your career, and it's time to put up those numbers. Can you do it?
Doman, ja nekaj napiš. Ne vem, zakaj bi bil banan, pojma nimam, ampak če hočeš biti unbanan, moraš na Discord, abi, X-Unlucky ima na Discordu, poslati link tvojega YouTube kanala, če ne te ne moram unbanati. Kliks jutar igra, tej skudarja. Nič se te ne vidi, Doman, pol si banan. Pol si banan na YouTube.
This is their moment to siege it all.
That's right, there are no more chances up for grabs here.
Verjetno crunch, ja. Ej, hvala drugače sem za followve na TikToku, pa hvala vam za sabe na YouTubeu. Pa lajkite na obeh kanalih, hvala. Pač na moj Discord page pa Abi je čist na vrh Discorda, X-Unlucky. Pa je pošel link tvojega YouTubea, da te lahko bana. Daj, me ne zanima videk.
Today, you can feel it.
The atmosphere
is electric. It's not just this amazing crowd. It is every single one of these players. They all know what they have to do. Top 25 by the end of the day.
Yeah, this is it. This is our lobby. I mean, we haven't spoken about, in depth. How can we not? Booga, the man himself. What a player, of course. The World Cup winner. How many times have we said World Cup winner? Does anyone need to be reminded at this stage? World Cup winner? No. No, not really.
Never. I mean, Booga and
Ni
I
online.
love this duo here.
Doman, Abi ti je v chat napisala njen ime na Discordu. UNLUCKI pika, pa ji pošal link do tvojega YouTubea, da te lahko banam.
Together definitely excites me. And what excites me even more is that they're landing
Si že naložil nazaj Fortnite, ja, isti dan.
where they're going to have those 2 mythic podiums, and it has absolutely insane amount of chests, ammo, and loot. So even though they're going to be contested by Nutty, I don't think that's going to be too much of a concern for them.
Yeah, and I was speaking to Threats yesterday. I was saying, how are you going to approach that off spawn? He said, mate, there's so much loot at this drop spot. We're not too concerned about fighting each other off spawn, but we want that vault. They're going to be going for that vault every single game, so we'll see how it goes for them.
So insane. More duos to talk about. Iamzo and Rise, front runners from NA, a duo that all of us just feel and expect such greatness from them. Now the question becomes, how do they perform on LAN?
Yeah, the Canadian duo here. A lot of people had a lot of expectations for them going into Major 3. Donda's the best team in NA at that time. Didn't quite live up to that first place, but still managed to get a 3rd place overall. Lots and lots of hype around this team. We haven't seen them perform on LAN yet, so this is going to be a very, very big test for them. Will they live up to that hype? Will the weight lay on their shoulders a little bit and maybe put a little bit too much pressure on them? I'm not sure, but either way, they have the talent.
I mean, you're talking about 3rd place in Major 3, but I don't think that paints the full picture, because in Major 1, they also got a 3rd place. In Major 2, their worst performance was 4th. Yeah. They have the best placement between all 3 majors than anyone else here. And they're going to be landing in the gas station, which is a great split POI. So I think they might be the kings of NA for today.
What about the kings of OCE? Could that be Worthy and Alex? I had an opportunity to meet Worthy, just a sweet guy. Yeah. But Alex is pretty widely regarded as the best player in OCE.
Yeah, 100%. Such a recognizable character in the OCE scene as well. And these guys definitely pack a punch as a duo. In Major 3 Grand Finals, Alex on his own had more eliminations than 33 teams had eliminations. So him as a solo is outperforming some duos, which is absolutely insane. A big thanks to Coach Timmy for that stat, because that is just showing how good these guys can be when they're on this big stage. When they're in those Grand Finals, they do not
napisala moje sožalje, Merko, kaj pa je bilo? Merčo, moje sožalje, Merčo, ne vem, kaj je bilo. A ja, Maček ti je umrl. Moje sožalje. TaySon, evo?
Tini
pa Mišo mi je poslal.
That we're going to be seeing compete here today. And they're going to be landing near that creaky compound where there are so many teams landing there. It's going to be interesting, to say the least.
To say the least, indeed. Now, of course, we only have 5 games here today. Pressure is on. With less games, you cannot make a mistake.
A to sta one dva
How
chat.
much does even just this going down to 5 games change everything?
I mean, it changes everything, particularly if you are contested. If you lose off spawn, that's a fifth of your games gone, where previously it was a little bit less than that. So you have to make the games count that you are contested off spawn. We talked about Malibuka and Thomas HD versus Aegis and Canada.
TaySon prav se mi
If
zdi.
those guys don't have a good game when they make it off spawn, there's no guarantees that you'll make the next one off spawn, so you have to make it count.
And we always talk about,
Nije online.
maybe their day 1 team,
Ne,
or
ne,
day
ne,
2
sem mi
team,
poslal na
although
DM.
they're
Aha,
gonna
si
have an
doma, no,
opportunity
okej,
after
okej.
day 1 to VOD review, and look, they're not gonna
E
have
to res, da se bo vrnila malo več prvega chapterja in da ne bo več
Essentially, these are
updateov.
like 3 separate tournaments each
Ne,
day.
no,
So
ne vem
these
zakaj
teams are
govorite,
gonna
da ne
have
bo
to
več
do
updateov.
everything
Ne,
they
to ni
can that
res.
day to get in that top
Pač,
25 spot.
Yeah, I think when I think about more
Domzi,
of these duos that we're
halo?
going to see, right? TaySon and Mustache, another duo that kind of just jumps to the
Res
front
od tebe to
of my
pričakoval.
mind. TaySon,
Če,
I mean, if you asked any EU player, you just
pač
said the
zakaj bi
name
kdorkoli
TaySon, they'd be
nehal
like,
updateat
"Yep, I'm
Fortnite,
scared,
če
I'm
jim je
good,
to
leave
glavni
me alone."
zaslužek?
But also now paired up
To je
with
najboljši
Mustache.
zaslužek.
Where are these guys landing? What can we expect from them?
I mean, TaySon widely regarded as the GOAT of Fortnite. However, there's a big however.
Okay.
He's yet to do it on LAN. He's yet to do it on this massive stage. So a lot of people would say he's the online GOAT, which I agree with, 100%. He's won so many FNCS across different gamers, different chapters, whatever the meta, he is on top. But what a perfect time, what a perfect storyline for TaySon and Mustache to finally do it, to finally crown TaySon as an in-person winner, not just online.
Sam to je bilo itak za Epic Games na splošno, abi.
Mustache is also an incredible player.
Ampak ne, Chapter 1, velika šansa, da se vrne vsaj delček Chapter 1 mape, sam za en mesec. Pogledamo po Chapter 5.
With that being in front of all of these people, thousands of people on stage is a little bit different than playing at home in front of your own setup and everything.
To imajo, da publika ne sliši odvojne slušalke. Na vsakem, na kjermukoli LAN turnirju in v vseh igrah je pravilo, da imaš vedno dvoje slušalke. Imaš one, ki grejo v tvoj uho, ki imaš dejanski zvok, pa te, ki zadušijo zvok izven, ja, da ne moreš slišati okolice. En ta je sedini, ki je zmagal vse 3 game mode FNCS-a, solo, duo in trio. To nisem zihar, Kranči, a edini ali ne. Sam, TaySon edino, kar še rab dokazati, je, da lahko na LAN-u zmaga. Ker je pa zelo težko, sploh zdaj, ne. Pač realno, ja, to si sem pa odgovoril. Tiho mate. Kaj vidiš zdaj na YouTubeu, me? Ne. Ne vidim te, ne vem, kaj piše. Lahko da ti YouTube briše pol poročila. Če te Abi unbanala, ne vem. Abi, a se ga unbanala ali ne?
It's so different. It's so different being in this environment. You're at a different desk. Everything's a little bit different. A chair potentially is a little bit different as well. So everything is almost alien to you from what you're used to. You can't just get up after a bad game, go have a cup of tea and relax in the living room. You have to stay in this area.
A ja, ni te še unbanala doma, počakat moraš, ker Abi sploh še ni doma na računalniku.
It's now or never. Can they do it?
I wanted to ask a question here. So obviously the bottom 25
Mislim, da lahko TaySon zmaga.
on to tomorrow. Okay?
Jaz mislim, da tale LAN je težji zmagati kot takrat World Cup, zato ker takrat je bil Buga res next level vseh, ampak potem pa folk ujel, ker skill ceilinga, veš, ne more se skozi to kvišati, kar se je takrat. Tako da zdaj ima full folka šans, da zmaga. Ampak verjamem, da je TaySon še vedno top 5. Ja, sicer. Ok, Abi.
I think tonight's going to be a very important night for these teams that are going to find themselves in that lower bracket, because there will be 25, and I think that's going to play a big part.
Skriks poslal sem je slikal, da sem tako sem videl. Trisko, hvatili ga za na YouTube. Zakaj, sorry, Domzi?
I'm getting word. It's time. Now, as we prepare for this first game, you guys find your seats on the battle bus. I want to hear from our casters.
Celo začel bomo.
Before game number 1.
Thank you so very much, Zeke. And yeah, find your seat on the battle bus. Find your seat in the arena here, because we are looking at a very contentious drop map. I know we focused in on a couple of those, you know, head-to-head face-offs, but there are so many more battles happening today.
I think one perfect example we were just discussing was the whole Vico pink, but hold that thought, because the battle bus has gone off and we're ready to roll into game 1.
Ma, Domzi težko je povedati. Kill je 4 pike. A ja? Kill je 4 pike. A tudi v finalu ali sam danes? Upper bracket pa lower. A ja, member only chat mora biti, ja, res je. Member only chat. Zato, da ni spoilanje chat. Ova damo stran member only chat, evo.
Let's watch it. We get to start things off here, of course, with King and Gamer.
And keep in mind, we heard a little bit in the pre-game interviews, King, CalGamer, neither side particularly scared of the other. Both playing his best, but Thomas, he's taking the 50-50. It's Kanata, though, who's going to find the first down.
Tu member sem ide.
It's a trade on both sides. Aegis is down as well. Kanata will
Wow,
have to do
se nisem.
Convert here or go head-to-head, toe-to-toe with Malibu.
Thomas je že dead.
Singular build. He goes for the open exchange.
Čas, ko se to fajta?
Kanata's going for the push. Things are going to slow down.
To je Kanada.
He gets the first tags. Can he get the follow-up here? Pressure's on. One more tag, and no! Kanata falls!
Ene je shit, EU on top. Thomas pa Malibuka zmagala v spawn. Ko je Kanada to choku? Ker choke? Zdaj to, 50 HP-ja je imel. Ker choke? O moj bog. Kaj je Kanada tle delo? Kaj je Kanada tle delo? Evo, buga.
Tactics coming into play, a little bit of high ground, all of a sudden the leverage was thrown.
Klix pa King sta premagala 10-1, Thomasa pa Venota. A ja?
Who are contesting Buga and threats here at the Sanguine Suite. This is a very tough battle to have to go against as well because they too are going for a landing of 50-50.
By the way, vsi se na TikToku, na YouTube imate boljšo kvaliteto in vse, to kdo to je vedel. Verjetno bo v nedeljo nov announcement za nov chapter ali karkoli bo. Ja, na zadnjem LANu, ki je bil prejšnji let, so announcali event pa nov chapter, ja, tako da čist možno, da bo. Čist možno. Buga je solo! On je dosta ubila, kaj sta ga v zraku ubila?
Into weaponry here, understanding he can't take that extra second of reload. He doesn't have a teammate to fall back on just in case. And as for Nutty and Abzer, they seem to be just
Kajtini je dead, a res, nisem videl. A res že dead.
Well, as one duo falls, another one rises up to the
Hej, videk sa še dela na TikToku.
Looking pretty solid, getting their drops and their routes.
Ja, sam sem povedal prej, da bo announcement, zdaj pa niso. Se nima veze, Kranči.
Speaking about other things happening though, I did see
Če nisem
Baka
povedal,
was
da bo.
also contested up towards the northern portion of the map, getting exchange off there too.
Ne vem.
And here we get to take a
Aj senzativ. Wow.
Easy and Vino down at the Kenjutsu crossing.
Čed, jaz se ne vem, če je povedal, ja, glede na to, da je napisal chat, bejani bote, če pišete, če spoilate. Razen, pač vse, kar lahko napiše, je tisto, kar se vidi na ekranu pri meni, na streamu. A jo žeč moja slikca, ja, vada, če je not Alex na njej. Ok, videks. Aj, folk, na YouTubeu chat, na YouTubeu, če dobimo 1000 lajkov, želim enega iz chata, da mu giftam, evo ga, TaySon. Želim enega iz chata, da mu giftam. Čakaj je, search tagi. To ni TaySon, kaj na slikci, what the fuck oni delajo? To ni TaySon, napačno slikco imajo. Kaj oni delajo? To tudi ni TaySon. Kje si Berlinjo? Halo? TaySon je ginger rato čez noč.
Acorn and Cold were equally contested somewhere near their drop. And look, they've wiped the team and they're up towards the top right now.
You also have to keep in mind, though, TaySon staying, guess who they're near at Frenzy? I mean, that's bound to be Seti and Cammy's turf. That's where Seti and Cammy have been establishing themselves the entire year, just about. So, curious to see whether or not those two will clash. It seems as though Seti has...
Zdaj kar spet tisti, zdaj pa ne vem, je to res on ali ne?
We're able to take care of them this early on is huge.
Yup, big trades happening here. Now we see Yuma
Dobar dan, Urbanoc, kako si?
Of course, is going to be one of the equally most important things to worry about. Meanwhile, in the feed, Acorn has found himself an elimination too.
Chat, kjero regijo je on zmagal, da ima ta pickaxe? Kjero regijo sta te dva zmagala?
Drop map standing true exactly as we expected. Teams that were aware of teams that were going to land on them are definitely fighting for it.
And you can imagine the confidence boost, the momentum that some of these teams engaging in those 50-50s are bound to be looking for. And the best part about it is getting those eliminations so early on leaves you plenty of room to actually continue working on
Ja, ker Bosna je pa res regija, no.
not having to really worry about interference.
Včasih igramo s frendi v gostilno, jutro imamo malo fešte, v nedeljo grem pa ven z eno. Kar grem, moram reči. No, sam da ti uživaš. Jaz v tem ne bi. No, Akon pa Cold. Le, Akona kaže pa Bugo tam na levo, no pa...
Banking that elimination. Remember, there's just 5 games,
Ja, pa to ni regija.
You pop off in game number
No,
1,
tight.
and all of a sudden you're really set up for a potential just seal top 25 for today, right? The goal is get to grand finals.
I mean, just think about the amount of sheer splashes that Acorn just had available for himself. 12 splashes to work with is a huge amount. They could definitely take their time in terms of finding those ideal movements in case they need a little bit of that slap effect to work with. Thoric, meanwhile, continuing to seek out.
Kva, a te imajo sam 3 kamerce, ki jim delajo, ali kva?
Seems to have an idea of maybe looking over towards one of these forecast towers, maybe also keeping an eye out for that reboot van.
Malt on top, what do you mean?
For anybody that gets some ideas
To nam alkohol, če ima Malt.
Forecast tower is definitely extremely powerful.
Vem, če zakaj ne?
Pickups you can play for in the distance, though. Sun's also not making it easy for anyone rotating through the valleys here. Now we have Fastroki and Kylie down at the western, southernmost area of the map here, split up from his teammate, looking to hold out a potential King, maybe rotating down at the bottom. It could be Cal Gamer there, but no, it is King and duo. And they have danger nearby. They've already exchanged between the two. You can see the passive standoff here, but these are fights that are so important. These are fights that you need to, at the very least, entertain for now.
And as far as Kylie is concerned as well, a little bit of leverage there over King with some of that height, but seems as though King has spotted out that Kylie is just a little bit across the way from him.
Zdaj pa TaySona kaže.
Transitioning back over to Pink and Vico. A lot of these players just seeming to take their time. As long as you have
Kako lahko naštimaš, da ima vsak igralec svoje mesto za sedenje, pa še vedno zajebeš kamere?
Some surge strategies early on, but Pink here really sitting on some.
Ja, svet sam ni nujno, govori se za 3 stvari, da so lahko zakaj so ga vandali.
To actually prioritize.
Rolled up. Looks like we got a little bit of a standoff here on the rotation on in
Hero
in triple FHD. Pretty tough situation to be in.
Zelo, da se ti to zgodi, pa da je tako, da niso assigned city, ampak dejansko imajo posod ime in vse zraven. Ni mi jasen. Dobar. Kaj se dogaja? Zakaj slišimo zvok Volta? Pa gledamo nekoga, ki sploh ni pri Voltu. O moj... Kaj delajo? Kaj te delajo? Oni sam denar dajo v competitive za nagrade. Ostalo pa nič. To je neverjetno. Vse to Berlinjo.
They're looking here, the community rallying for Podesai here, but a very tough spot to be in halfway through the get back to the fight here. Pars already had 2 eliminations, and another team is looking to influence them a little bit more as they were trying to get to the new safety. This next zone here, just a minute left before it starts to move again. We're in a pretty difficult spot here, digging deep into the trenches right now. This NK Papa is holding it down here.
But again, this is a fight that you're expending time, you're expending some resources and build.
Kaj je to ime MK Papa? TaySon igra, ja?
These players, all these teams, well, I say teams, but MK Papa left as a solo defend for himself. Trapped at brutal fashion, essentially. Does not seem as though Pars and Baka want to let MK Papa go anytime soon. MK Papa already under too much pressure to deal with. Sharptooth just enough to take him out. Easy elimination in the 2 versus 1 scenario.
Ja se že očerpi nad pingom kreativ, ko ga je klik šitu, tako da bi rekel, da ne najboljši.
Pars was putting up a front in the back there, talking
Ja, pa če so na lanu, se to ne bi smel biti pinga, Kranček, va? No, razen če sta igrala prav pač na online serverju, to je drugače. Ti moraš vedeti, da tukaj imajo vsi 0 pinga, kaj je LAN, veš? Pač vsi so povezani na isto. Potem, ko one dva sta verjetno igrala online, a ne? Ampak sta tudi imela oba isto.
Really set themselves up for success, so Surge looking well, but not good enough to really conclude.
Olega so zdaj še dodali augmente desno, da kaže, kjer je augmente imajo.
I mean, they'd be
Nice.
surely excited to see Cammy and Seti not make it.
I mean, they have to be at this point, given that they're still in. They're still able.
Star si 25 in igraš Fortnite model. Drugače sem star 27 in uživam v Fortniteu. Da bi se počasno naučil, da delate v življenju stvari, ko so vam všeč. Nekaj mislite, da so cool. Jaz sem zelo na roko, pa ne morem igrati. Vse tega ne moreš igrati, to, kar je danes. Ampak rip. Kano taksi je 29, ja. Uživaš, ja. Ja še vedno uživam. Kranči, tudi če se pizdi nad rankom. Bilži se ne kregam. Sam povem. Valkotnik. Kranči, letalo se nikoli ne kregam, kaj ti govoriš? Miša pa ti nista umrla 46, aha, pa jih nismo, po stari ste krat umrla, okej. Kje si, brat moj? Jaz sam vidim, da imaš emoji ninja, ampak pozdravljen. Ne, FNCS bo to novo sezono, ko bo kao isto k Season 5, a veš nekaj o tem. Ja, govori se, da bo Chapter 1 sezona 5, ampak ne ve se pa, a bo cela mapa ista ali bo kombinacija s to mapo pa uno, ampak samo en mesec bo trajala. Vse to sodja. Kaj se ti moj logo zdi? Ja fucking U imaš. Če temu lahko rečeš logo, da imaš samo U? Ne vem, kaj si mislim o črki U. Koliko časa danes traja turnir? 5 iger je. Pa jutri je 5 iger v lower bracketu, pa v nedelo 6 iger finale. Ja, ti imaš pa SLZ. Ja, sam SLZ je dejansko pač, ko vidiš moj logo, veš, da je moj logo. Ko vidiš U, ne veš, če ga veš, kaj mislim. Pač, sam U. To ni unikatno. To je fora. To je razlika. Pač ne vem, zdi se mi za logo imeti samo eno črko nikoli ni dober za branding. Tako iskreno. Ja, GG Urbanoc. Kako ne pa dan, če imam Urbanoc? Mislim, lahko tudi kaj tako drugega se da zraven, da ni sam U, a ne? Se ne rabi biti več črk, lahko je U. Pa še kaj zraven. Pa sam zdi se mi sam U, ni recognizable, če imaš sam U. To govori, da bi imel jaz samo S za logo. Až noben ne bi prepoznal mojega S-ja tako neki ful. Až S zdaj pa nekako prepoznavam, toliko sem naredil logo. Až kaj mislim. Uživi, KTM Rider. Ej, hvala ti, Ninja. Pa pol je kičast. Se ne rabiš narediti kičast. Dal podloga. Ja, čakam, da gre spet na stran live. Cena podloge že vem. Kako sem rekel, da cena podloge, chat? 18 evrov, a ne? Po podloga. No, tajt, fora je... No, tajt, ne moraš reči, imagine, da so ga kvalificirali zato, ker je pil alkohol. Pač, če so pravila... Se veš, da na LAN-u so pravila, da ne smeš. Na LAN-u... Pa, zakaj imajo to musko, so neumni? Na LAN-u so pravila, da ne smeš piti alkohola, pa kadit pa tega. In on je vse to naredil. Malo že diskvalificiran, kva? To je logično. Ninja, sploh ne kdo si, kva? Tako, pa, ka sam Ninja emoji vidim.
Is there a possibility that they may have spent too much time looking for some of those early fights, and that might have delayed them just long enough?
Evo, Surge.
Yeah, well, listen, we got to get caught up with the in-game and the mid-game, so let's go over to 11.
Thank you very much, Monster. Look, there are so many high-profile battles we've been watching all across the map, but one that we need to pay attention to, the invitational champions Kami and Seti.
Kranči, ne boš reči, da je doping pa alkoholista, no, ampak tako mislim. Pač, če je prepovedan, da tam tega ne smeš delati, pa ga šlo narediti, pač, hvala, da te je ovo vrgel, pa. Tega pinči.
Can they continue to beat these guys off spawn? I had the chance to speak to TaySon yesterday, and even though they don't speak English, I tried my best, and they were there practicing their drops. They said they were ready, they said they had the better drops.
Ne, zdajle je replay, zato ni facecama.
What a bold statement to make. Thank you, Levin, for the insights there and the valuable.
Ja, ne vem, kje je rank si, ampak ne, drugače bom igral s kakšno snikom, pa s kemu. Da, hočem zero build pridati v Unreal model. Buga, low. Čakaj, a je on sploh še... On že sploh rebootu, chat, Buga. A sploh že rebootu. Pa še search tag grab. Če, kam ne da te dva ping, pa... A se contestajo?
Buga definitely aware, definitely closing in, sees that brief moment of separation there between Gon and Ping, and
tu so te dva.
Feels as though it might be
his
opportunity to strike, but
so tle. Ni mi jasen.
Certainly aware of the fact that they're going to have Buga trailing in behind them, and Buga...
Ja, zvok ima malo zbagan, ja, mislim moram. Pa kjer je TaySon? Diskvaliciral so Bakija pa enega. Unke je zmagal Oceania server, je bil diskvalificiran, ker je cheatal. Pač... Zato mora imeti Forde več lanov, da se bena cheaterja. Quicksti, ja, sam je ful večji price pool v bistvu. Pač global, ne? Pač, až fora je, da bit se, da Fortnite lahko tekmuje folke iz star 13 ali pa več, ne? Až recimo v drugih igrah imaš dosti večji, a ne? Moraš biti 16 ali pa še več keta, ne? In se ful pozna, pa jih ekipe kaznuje. Tukaj pa v Fortniteu mislijo, da lahko kar vse delajo, pa ne bojo imeli posledica, veš? In pol so diskvalificirani in pol jokajo, kao ne so bil diskvalificiran. Če imaš neka pravila, pa to kršaš, pa si diskvalificiran. Ne vem, kaj je to težko razumeti.
From the likes of Miro and Cooper, just a synchronized attack that is way too problematic for Insol to deal with.
Ninja ponad, že imam folk s kom igrama, veš. Chat, če pridemo do 1000 lajkov danes, give ta men skill, to je to vedel. Ne vem, koliko imamo lajkov. Koliko je dal so pa koliko je lajkov, ajde. Da slišam. Kaj pa čitu? Controller player, verjeten Zen.
Alex and Worthy also have a little bit of an uphill adventure. Crashpad's definitely going to help out with that as far as just getting them some forward distance coverage, but again, you have to expect that there's a decent amount of teams
450 gledalcev pa 300 lajkov, pinči jebi se. Chat, se pravi, zdaj moramo priti do 500 lajkov. Če ne ugasam stream. Ha, veš. Unke je zmagal Oceania. Je cheatal Urbanus. Ki je zmagal pač Oceania server. Mislim, Oceania FNC je že takrat je cheatal, ne?
Nice little glide in, won't be interrupted there on the launch pad, but look at this, Lou, look at these builds. That is not the kind of loadout that you want to see this deep into the game.
Yeah, big
Kosta je super Phoenix. Zmena Ninja. Ali imaš gift, nisi rekel, kje je Scorpič. Ja, ker na TikToku Jure lajkov je, veš koliko lahko dobiti. Lahko imaš 0 gledalcev, pa imaš Jure lajkov na TikToku.
Meanwhile, FHD opens the window and gets punished immediately. Looks like he's going to have to leave his teammate down for
Tole je hard stack, da, chat. Še 8, prvi 50-50 zone. Pa je še 55 folka. Kje imamo TaySona, je še živ. Buga je še vedno živ, Buga solo igra. Beno, Quizy, pa spet ta muska, pa kaj oni delajo.
You know, Quizy, they have so much space to work with. You can see
Kolega Kranči. A se splača danes gledati upper bracket zdaj, ali grem rajši v gym?
on this bottom edge of the
Saj lahko greš polo, Jim.
As far as Queasy and Men are concerned, they're definitely far enough above the damage threshold, 439 damage above.
TaySon živ? Ok, nisem videl.
Queasy, depending on which direction they actually choose to tarp out in, could make
Kje
some
pa je
quick
TaySon?
builds.
Kako ga najde, tukaj ne vidim.
For a great attack opportunity there.
Se to quick
Luka's in a very tough position here. 172 damage.
Ali pa vsaj pač qualifier.
As the pressure continues to mount
A levo je bil.
on top of his
Levo od
shoulders
Malibuke.
here. Already out of material now. This is an all or
Uga
nothing
solo.
situation. Here's a fight happening nearby.
Tisti, ki ne veste, upper bracket, top 25 duo to pride v finale. Tako da upamo, da je TaySon top 25. Uga dead.
And he makes his way through the builds there and crushed.
Jaz ga sploh ne vidim,
That's just the
TaySona.
unfortunate side effects of not having any builds
Pa
of
še
your own
bolj
to work
levo,
with. You're
verjetno.
just breaking through everybody else's with the pickaxe, hoping that you're not
Tudi
going
to je
to
res,
break
no,
through the wrong
Tudi to je res.
build. Find
Evo,
somebody
TaySon je
right
dobil
behind
kill.
you or right in
Let's
front of
go.
you. Snazy and Podesai, though, follow on with them a little bit earlier on. We saw them initially in some pressure throughout some of that mid-game, but
Evo, kill je dobil, tako. A 2 killa sta bila. Ne en.
high ground, though, doesn't really
Pa
seem
kill je
to
vreden
be
4 pike, ne?
too
Kje je zdaj Mona?
for them from this
Kaj je TaySon?
position.
Zakaj
It
streamaš
seems
tam?
as though
Zato, ker mi je
that's
studio
a little
poplaval.
more in control over there
Studio
with
mi je poplaval.
likes of Thomas Malibuke maybe looking to work their way up. Also saw Kylie doing a decent job, decent hill position there.
Yeah, really having to use these crash pads here to get on out now. It's time to make a move, but again, no
Evo,
one
vsi zdaj
near
crash
them
pade uzajo,
who's
prej pa
really gonna
noben.
give them any
Odkar
kind
so
of
nerfali to
resistance here. So it's
raketo.
gonna be a quick slide on down the side here. As long as no one opens up the edit, they are fine. And Thomas and Malibuke with expert precision get right into position here to go and be set up for
No,
the
Storm
first to make
Surge
it to
Mero
the
dead.
zone. Meanwhile,
Mero.
Pink finds Miro. He's down and out on
Ah,
high
okay,
ground
crunchy.
as well. Trulex and Chicho set up for success. So we're already looking at a very big game. Remember, with just 5 in front of us, a huge performance is
Samo
really
videl, se
all
bom
it
videl.
takes to
Tam imata že 4 kile. Oligova Thomas, 125 komi.
straight to Sunday
Holy shit.
and not have an early day of competition tomorrow.
But here's a little early glimpse into the leaderboard so far in match number 1, and Thomas Malibuke, they seem to be leading the charge.
Drugi pa Čičo sta bila levo spodaj. Aj Čičo dobil kill. Evo ga TaySon. TaySon Merstaš 2 killa.
This is a
Loot
moment.
zgleda
Saw
odličen.
Malibuke and Thomas looking to see as though they might try to
Mata
work their way
neki
up to that
movementa.
secondary height layer, but as far as Merstash and TaySon are concerned,
Ampak takla meta je boljša za TaySon, kakor da je preveč movementa. Če mene vprašaš. Ker je bolj partner player. Ovo je user.
A lot of these teams trying to avoid some of the water that's just on side of the zone.
NA
Aj,
just
kvi
has
si
a few
vedno.
teams alive. Acorn and Cold being one of them.
Kaj, ka nekoga spektejtajo je ta zvok, ali kaj ne zastopam.
Meanwhile, Queasy
Samo
and
dva ne
Vito,
landata tam,
some
kvi si
of
povedal.
EU's best
Čakaj,
on
kva?
the move right now. Crash Pads perfectly putting them in position right
Evo,
now.
spet, kvi si vedno greta na height, logično. Logično, zakaj nisem presenečen? Zakaj nisem presenečen? O, podarili so jih že. Ode 500 mecov, še height, še height.
Put to waste as now they've
Zdaj pa rapta refresh, zdaj pa rapta refresh.
Vino to go ahead and reconnect it. High ground is theirs here.
King, meanwhile, on the
There's a
opposite end
Karachi.
of the spectrum, as a solo forced into the water, swimming through this ultimate low ground, hoping that he doesn't encounter
the
anybody else
fuck?
anytime soon, but it's going to be mixing off
Look
the
at
side,
Tiga.
not able to connect the shot, swims directly underneath a duo, and it's going to be an opportunity for Strokey to possibly get knocked. No, instead it's going to be King under pressure,
Oh,
and
King
it's
je
too
dead.
much. The elimination
Brazilski
of the
zmagovalec.
Brazilian King.
Yeah, the comms come out. They say, wait, there's someone under here. Come
No, vem, Kvizi še vedno na heightu.
No hesitation.
Jaz ne vidim TaySona sploh nikjer.
Coming on in, getting the full finish there. Here's
Je tu
Barnes
TaySon,
and
ja.
Baka. So hurt, but 6 eliminations.
Lahko
My
koliko je to
gosh.
živo, koliko je to težko spremljati model.
Again, they did it at the
Poleg tega je res
Invitational.
težko
They're doing it at the
spremljati.
championship. So far, remember, this is going to be arguably
To pa, ko še
the most
replay lega.
difficult bracket to fight your way out of. It is, of course, the 50 best that played through their respective times on those seasons throughout this entire year.
But look up, it's Queasy, it's Veno. They get chopped momentarily by Merstash, but it's still not seeming to deter them from maintaining control of
Ja,
this
se
high
tega
ground.
gledamo.
Merstash now,
Sam
hoping
ni-
that this legendary slurp juice is going to buy
Rad
them
bi
enough
videl
time to get out
mecov
of this
TaySona.
difficult
Mersta
position
še na
he's
0
landed
mecih.
into with TaySon and Cole, meanwhile, backside of the zone, trying to charge his way forward. Looking to stay as close to
Jaz samo bom, da,
as
chat,
possible.
imagine, da TaySon zmaga finale.
Continue to move. You can
Pa bo
expect all
dejansko,
these other duos
pač po ne bo več sploh
follow suit.
pogovora, kdo je najboljši.
And Alex
To bo še LAN dobo. Veno je dobo Thomasa. Thomas dead. Mersaš, TaySon se fajtata za hajt.
They take down OCE's power, Alex as well there. Big find for him, but no, they have to conclude.
Kvizi je dobo TaySona. Ampak nimata mecov. Zdaj mora Merstaš. Merstaš mora zdaj klačat, ajde. Ajde Merstaš. Aj še živ Merstaš. Kaj če so nepismeni, da ne rečejo, kaj, kako to misliš? Pač Čiko je rekel, da mora biti Čiča, čeprav ne zna napisati. Pa mogo biti H zraven. Merstaš je dead, chat. Merstaš umrl.
What a big trade here. Just a couple players left now. This is it. Vino solo here, but he does have builds. The clutch is possible. He's also one of the healthiest
Pa Reed je še živ. Pa Stroki pa Kylie solo. Ne, a so vsi so solo. Vsi so solo. Oh! Vino Kvizi zmagala. No way. GG. GG. Amo GG so chat, da pogledamo lestvico. Najprej damo, da vsi lahko pišete. Amo vsi GG so chat, ajmo. Vsi GG so chat, pa da pogledamo lestvico. Kvizi Vino, zakaj nisem presenečen? Pač. Okej. Čak, zakaj sem pa tle jaz? Opa. Tole, evo. Aj se prav. What do you mean unknown? Kaj je tle zbagan? Predem, da sta to... Average place, 9. Aja, a še ni updateal? Kaj piše unknown? To zgleda kar dost lagi. Yup. Oje, ni še updatean. Znači bomo tle počakali, da vidimo. Vse je zbagan. Cel LAN imajo zjo. Mislim, fore da tole nima veze z Epicom, ne? Pač to nimajo oni čez. Fortnite tracker nimajo oni čez.
It was an EU number. You know your opponents quite well. Why do you think you were able to get the upper hand?
I mean, you know, we had Thomas and Bleiburgkid come up on high and we put them down, thanks to Queasy and myself. And then, you know, I clutched out as a solo. You know, it's just standard. And I can't really say anything more, you know?
Well, you don't want to tell everyone in Copenhagen that you took down the Danish boy Thomas, so you're not scared that you're going to become a villain here?
You know, well, I think we came in on our villain arc. And because we came second, you know? We want to show the rivalry's over.
Hey, Dominik. Moneymaker jutri igra to.
I mean, we'll see.
To je price pool 1 milijon. Unka zmaga, dobi 500 jurjev vsako duo tu. Pač 1 milijon na duo, je zmaga. Pač v nedeljo.
Here we go. Global Championships kicks off. And what do we expect?
Se sem poslušal, kaj je govoril. Bil je sam Koki, kako je zmagal. Crownzy. EU on top, sej to. Jaz sam hočem, da je EU on top. Mislim, pa je še bonus, če TaySon zmaga. Ja, Quixi danes je upper bracket, jutri je lower bracket, v nedeljo je pa finale. Pa vleče se tvoja mami, ki je kaj?
Yeah, these guys are winners, right? They see second as the same as 50th. It doesn't matter to them whether anyone else is taking that crown because they want it to be them. They want to make sure they can do it, and I really like the way they played that and beautiful stuff from them. Just typical Queasy Veno stuff. They're on high ground. They got to that front side.
Zakaj so eni unknown? Se pravi, mogoče zato, ker niso izpolnili. A v glavnem, ja, nimajo svojih accountov tam, zato je takole. Ker nimajo svojih accountov in morajo oni dodajati, po moje. Sprav, TaySon pa Merstaš sta 8 s 56 pikami, bila sta 5 s 3 kili. Queasy Veno sta prva s 93 pikami. Reed je drugi, 76. Čaj, da vidimo, ja, vsak kill je 4 pike. Če Loot Island dobi še plus 15 pik. To je pa Loot Island dobil. On Radio Tower je 3 točke. Po to 25 prej so plesnati. Kaj imaš 2 live-a? Ne, sam enega imam, zakaj? Lega Muffin. Ne dodajam tudi tam, pač iskreno, Ninja.
game sense. He has the mechanics, and of course, he's such a smart player. Just look at what it means to them. Getting off to a great start. What a start for them. They couldn't have wanted anything different.
Yeah, I mean, I think
what do you mean,
we've seen so much about this duo is it really doesn't matter what situation they get
Malibuga je dubo Loot Island. Malibuka, ne Malibuga. Malibuka je Loot Island dubo. A ja?
So it's like, even if one of us falls, it doesn't matter.
Vedno je rekel, da sta zmaga, ker sta ubila Malibuga pa Tomasa, ker sta šla na haja, ni bil TaySon to. Mislim, pač TaySona je ubil Kvizi, to vem ja, Crunchy. Lahko da sta tudi ne dva šla pred tem. Ne vem, Ninja iskreno pojma nimam. Ne bom se spomnil za leta 2019. No Mercy for you too. Hvala ti, legend sub. A kjer od gledalcev igra? Od mojih gledalcev? Ne. TaySon je vsaj toliko cajta gledal to včasih, čisto na začetku. Miša, ti nista tudi sicer gledala streame, za njih vem, da sta gledala. Ona dva tudi igrata, I guess, če to misliš. Hvala ti, Ninja, hvala ti. Buga je slab iskreno, pa ne možeš reči, da je slab, what? Druge regije mislijo, da so dobre, da ne igra proti EU, enako je v Valorantu s Frankfurt serverji. Imam pa Frankfurt serverji veze. Elektrik. Z NA-om. Ja, pa te ima na blog listu. A ja, na Twitterju, a ne, Abi? Je blokal. Zato ga sem govoril fakte, da čita. Sam zdaj pa ne imaš, ali ne? Hvala, Filip. Kako ste umrla, Videx? Zen je crknil. Vem, kje sta sploh.
Thomas HT managing to win out off spawn. It wasn't even Thomas actually that clutched it up. It was of course Malibuka who managed to pick up this assault rifle off spawn. Really great for him actually, because he just found that little bit of high ground there at the end. I really like the way he used the reboot van to block as much.
Pride chapter 1 nazaj. Sam za en mesec, pa še to ne vem, je kombinacija ali ne.
What a start for this duo, and we know how the rest of the game went. Solid game for them as well.
Although it did go down to a 1v1.
Ko lahko Kliks streama. Zato, ker Kliks igra jutr, ne danes. Kliks ni kolo v upper bracket, Kliks jutr igra. Vsi od tukaj so dobri, ampak TaySon je najboljši. Lej, bomo videli, upamo. Ali tako bom rekel, jaz vem, da Kami Seti, Kvizi veno. Sicer, poje odvisno največ, kdo vse bo kvalil v finale, a ne, še z lower bracketa. Ampak TaySon, pa Mersa še imata dober drop spot, nista contestan, pa imata dober za search. Enako velja za RojXsa pa Čičata. Pol Kvizi veno isto, God, Kami Seti. Te vsi imajo tako full dober drop spot. Kaj si glasil, ker niti pršel nisem? Pa jaz, Miha. Mislim, če so ga kikali ven z ekipe, zato ker čita, predvidevam, da je čito, a ne? Poga pa ni bilo, pa so pa povečali pravila za Zem pa to in ga pol nikjer ni bilo eno zato in pol kar naenkrat spet on top. Ne vem, pa včeraj so enega diskvalificirali, ki je čitil z Zenom, tako da, ki je zmagal FNCS Avstralija. Ne, to se ne sešteva quicksti. To je nov shotgun. Ne, nove shotgune ni tle. Bleiburgkid, Orange Dancing tam, kva? Tako je TaySon z Merstašom, živelja. Sam ne delaš teje pol quicksti, ja. Kje zdi to, v T2-ju sem, ker studio se prenavlja, ker sem jo poplavljal studio. A to je FNCS Evropa, to je Global FNCS, to je LAN, vsi najboljši duoti na svetu tukaj igrajo. Ne samo Evropa, vsi igrajo, NA, Middle East, Brazil, Oceanija, Azija. Ne čak, ja, Seža pa Oceanija je posebej. Ne vem, Avi, koliko je star. Paki ne igra, ker je bil diskvalificiran. Dobro, Ninja. Ne, tole je, a kaj je lower, se pravi, tako je, se pravi, ta FNCS, da si kvalifajo sem, si mogel igrati FNCS prejšnje 3 sezone letos, ne? In je v bistvu top 50 duotov iz celega sveta so kvalifajali, teh prvih top 50, v to, kar zdaj igra upper bracket, in top 25 gre danes v finale, ki je v nedeljo. Oni, ki niso top 25, igrajo z unimi, ki so kvalili v Last Chance qualifierju v prejšnjem sezon. In je pol jutr še en lobby, ki je 50 volka. In pol še 25 iz jutr igre v finale pol v nedeljo. Ne, Baki ni čital, ne. Ja, Žikson, jaz sem 100% da je. Zdaj ne vem, ne vem, če še ali ne. Lik zaradi tega chat za Tinija ne govorim več, da čita za tega, ker zdaj ne vem več. Od takrat je bilo ful dokazal, da je, pa ga pol ni bilo, pa je zdaj nazaj prišel. Ampak sem rekel, bomo videli, kako bo na LANu performal, ker to sezono je on na FNCS-u bil skos med top 5, tako da le bomo videli. A imaš sponzore te dva? V bistvu preko diamantov, ja, ker pač diamante ima čez te dva, ne? Je pa nekaj Stefan. TaySon igra z Merstašom. Ninja to vod ne vem, iskreno. A še igraš Brad and Fred? Ej, Jusko noče več noče igrati, tako da ravam drugega najde za Brad and Fred. Kaj, a zakaj je bil Baki diskvalificiran? Ne vem točen, ampak govori se, da je zato, ker je pil alkohol pa kadil. Pač fora je, da na LANu so pravila, da ne smeš alkohola piti pa te stvari, ne? Ma sam vsem Berlinijo, vsem. Če prideš čist iz vrha, pa na dejanski čist bottom, pač če mene verjameš, no. Pač še vedno se mi zdi, da je nek dokazatelj. Pač ni spet toliko drugo, da boš ti prišel iz najboljšega mesta na 40. Če mene vprašaš. Ja, prvo igro smo že videli. Pač tako, če je 15-20, ok, to je čisto razumljivo Berlinijo, veš. Ampak ja, itak je težko povedati. Sploh pa zdaj Berlinijo, zdaj sem še bolj sumljiv na več projev, če je zmagal Oceana FNCS cheater iz Zenom, pa so ga danes diskvalificirali oziroma včeraj. A to si videl? Kaj je bilo? Off-spawner moram misli pred. Zlukuri pač, če bo nasplošno skos full bottom. A samo sen. Berlinijo. Ne bi rekel, da je LAN toliko velika, večja razlika od online, ki se enkrat v finalu, ker že tokrat igraš.
And another team that I want to talk about just by the leaderboard that we saw is Thomas HD and Malabuka. You can see through their placement points.
Ampak ne, verjamem, da ne bo ta najjača, Berlina, to itak verjamem.
15 points from the Red Island made up the difference.
Ja, sam ni šiči, Berlino. Veš, kaj mislim? Za tebe imajo vsi Zen. What do you mean? Jaz sem omenil samo enega za Zen, pa Unke je bil banan. Tako je zmagal Oceania finale, je bil dejansko včeraj banan in so ga domov poslali, zato so ugotovili, da hacka. Oziroma, tako je bilo. Se pravi, ta pro player iz Avstralije je bivši pro player, ki je prodal svoj account. Ja, par let nazaj, ali lansko leto, ali 2 let nazaj, ne vem, kdaj je točen. In ga je prodal enemu cheaterju, ki igra na kontrolerju, pa Zen uporablja, ne? Ja? No, ampak ta cheater je zmagal FNCS v Oceaniji in se je qualifyil na to, kar imamo danes tukaj. In na ta LAN on ne more priti, ker oni vejo, kdo je ta pro player, ko on je prodal account. In tako, ki je prišel tja, so ugotovili, da ni to isti igralec. Tudi kot prvo, ker on igra mouse and keyboard. Kot da so hodili še tukaj ščizati, da lahko pol še tukaj igra, ne pa bi on na mouse and keyboardu igral.
And I think what helped them too is that they were holding second high or
that big ground. Smo videli takrat, ko smo igrali.
A lot of the top teams were kind of fighting for that high ground, or they were in the depths of the water.
V Slavi Shores landa še Trulek Spačiča.
Situationally aware of where all the other
teams
are
Žikson,
and taking that advantageous position in the mid ground.
A čet, ne vem zakaj ste jezni, če omenjam za Zen. Pač, fora je da, čet, jaz ful prvoščam, tudi Tiniju pa Miši, da zaslušta tle pa si spremljite cel live. Sam, eno je, da podpiram nekoga, eno je, da, veš kaj je fora? Pač, jaz nisem odkrsta nazaj prišla na sceno, Miša pa Tini, nisem nič omenil, da čitata. Omenil sem vedno samo, da Tini je imel Zen, ker sem 100%, ker je bilo preveč dokazov in zaradi tega je bil tudi kikan z ekipe in vse. Veš, to je fora. Medtem, ko zdaj ne pravim, da čita, ampak ne morem pa, sam sebi ne morem biti 100% bo 100% ne čita pa to. Če vem, da je takrat čita, veš. Se lahko da je brez zdajle. Ampak fora je, da se mi ne zdi fair, veš. A veš, to bom rekel. Pač tudi če, fora je, da tudi če zdaj ne čita, pa je prej čital, še vedno ni fair. Ne bi smel sploh nikoli več možen igrati. A veš, tako jaz vidim. Ampak ja. Pač to je fora, a veš, tudi če zdaj ne čita, upam, da ne čita zdaj. Upam. Ampak v samem primeru je enkrat čital, pa je dubo earninge s tem, a veš kaj mislim. EU ima največ igralcev, EU. Ampak tako. A veš, to je fora. Ne pravim, da zdaj ima zen. Ja, Brino, pač, sam ne morem, zelo težko mi je nekoga podpirati, ker sem jaz presem 100% da je čital prej. A veš, tudi če zdaj ne, je težko. Tako pač je, lej, tudi če je Slovenc, nima veze. Reži, Ksan. A pola rab te earninge vrn. Če si banan pa to, ti ne bojo sami izplačali. Če so ti pa že izplačali, pa mislim, da ne rabiš vrn. Ne vem, kako je iz pogodbam. To pa ne vem. A če je kdo dubo earninge, pa je bil banan, pa da je bil že plačan, a more to vračati ali ne, kdo ve? Dejansko ne vem. Odvisen, kakšna je pogodba, ki ti, ki se seznanaš s tem, ki igraš, ne? Iskreno ne vem. Dejansko ne vem. Brin, kaj ne preberem? Če zdaj ne rečeš, da ta čita. Brin, ne zastopam. Kaj si s tem mislil? Ej, Ninja, pojma nimam. Ninja, nočem obljubljati, veš, če si iskreno. Ti si samo jezen, ker je boljši od tebe. Jaz v live-u nisem hotel biti pro player, odkar sem streamer. Jaz vem, koliko je treba delati da si ti pro player. Če vi mislite, da jaz hočem... Če vi mislite, da bi bil jaz fauš, da je nekdo tukaj pro, verjetno ne bi igral Fortnite ali tako 2 urci, kje se še 2 urci na dan, ne, pa sam turnirjev. What do you mean? Pač meni je ful bolj zabavno biti content creator. Pač, če nekdo čita, pa ga ne podpiram, ne povem, da sem mu fauš, the fuck? Zakaj mislite, da podpiram TaySona že od samega začetka, ki igra? TaySon še preden je zmagal FNCS, sem ga podpiral, pa ne vijo za njega. What do you mean? Ne, Ajnor, če si ti kontroler, player, igraš na kontrolerju. Vse je logično. Ne rabiš igrati pol na tipkovnici tam. Nekaj tega, Kranči. Kranči, jaz sem tudi v CS-ju čital 2 igri, pa sem bil takoj banan. Takrat, ko sem bil še v srednji. A veš. Sam eno je, da ti čitaš, pa dobiš earninge, pa nisi banan, pa pol naprej igraš, pa še dobivaš earninge, se mi zdi fair. A veš, tle je tista stvar. Sam to. Folk misli, da je easy biti pro player, vse to mapim. Pač jaz podpiram pro sceno tako, insane. Zelo rad gledam pro igralce. Ampak če nekoga ne podpiram, zato ker mislim, da nekaj narobe dela, ni zato, ker bi mu bil fauš. Ampak zato, ker pač se ne strinjam s tem, kar se je zgodil.
I think I want to see less water in the end zone next game. How about that?
Yeah, Ninja, yeah.
Get a little less water, please. I want to see low ground teams starting to do good. I want to see Omzo rise. I want to see them starting to
Roko Oceania Pro je bil planan.
low ground layers. So, yeah, a little bit less water, Kelly. I think what about you?
Pač, a veste, kaj mi je sam smešan? Saj tu so bila sam 2 komentarja od 2 oseb, glede tega, da sem fauš. Ampak najbolj mi je smešan, da folk ne bi rekel, to govoriš sam zato, ker si fauš. Ampak sam zaradi tega, ker sta Slovenca. Če bi bila one dva iz kjerkoli drugje, bi jim bilo vsem. Aš kaj mislim? Urbanoc, ne vem, kako je ime tak, ki bi obenan, pozabil sem. Če greš na Reddit, boš najdel takoj. Največji, ti mi doniral 2 evra, jo, kjer je TaySon? TaySon je 8. prvi igri, hvala ti legenda za 2 evra. Kaj imajo toliko pauze vmes? Če imajo lahko tle coacha? Ne, tle ni coacha. Vse to abi, ja. Če Slovenci pravila ne obstajajo. To pa ful vidim, vse ne vem, je to samo v Sloveniji ali ne, ampak ful Slovencev vidim, da takoj, ko je nekdo Slovenc, jim je vsem, če dela nekaj narobe, sam zato, ker je Slovenc. To tudi pri drugih stvareh se je to videl. Če jim ne čekajo PC. Ja, sej, oni so ugotovili, da je Heku še preden je igral danes. Včeraj so ga banali. Diskvalificiral. Ne, no, zaživa Vanessa. Brin, Pozek, kva si napisal? Če sploh ne vidim, kva si napisal. Brin, zbrisal ti komentar. Uno za nazaj. Ker ga je Pampo poslemal. Kaj je to, Brin? Exotic. Ne, a ni neki na G-ma v imenu, neki na G-ma v imenu. Lode Exotic njegov duo. Moneymaker Jutr igra.
Yeah, I mean, Queasy Venom, they won 6 games out of 12 in Major 2 from high. So it just, if that's anything to go by, I think all the teams want to be on that high ground for sure.
I'll say something. I want to see Booga again in game number 2.
A on King, ki igra, to je tisti Brazilc. Kako to misliš ti z Brazilc, Muffin? Mislim, King je Brazilc. Nogavički ti mi donirali še 2 evra, hvati li je spor, hvati še 2 evra, noče ne pisamo, hvati. Queasy Venom sta prvo igro zmagala. Skoro Miša stalno grinda in sam forgna, zaslužci, niti ven ne hod. Evo, to nima veze, če skozi grind pa da niti ven ne hodaš. To ne pomeni, da zdaj pa kar vse upravičeno za nazaj. A što je razlika? Pa če jaz govorim o preteklosti, kaj je takrat bilo. Zdaj ne vem, kako je. Pa tudi ne deluje žal tako, a veš. Enega Brazilca poznam, sam nema je to ta, vem, da je Fortnite igral, verjetno da je. Kako misliš, ga poznaš, Muffin? Ja, ne vem, zakaj je toliko pauze, Berlina, po mojem zato, ker je sam 5 gamov, ali kva je se, preveč pauze je to. Preveč pauze je to. On 4-200 pa enega je Pampo posmemo, ni šans, da je preživel. To je Miša, ne ti njim. Aja, za Mišo je govoril. Aja, za Mišo je govoril. Aja, opa. Sam ti moraš vedeti, Jigson, ti praviš on full grind, da nič hod ne ven. Vsi, ki so pro playeri, grindajo ogromen velik, veš. Ok, Muffin. TaySon je 8. To je res preveč pauze, upam, da ne bo... Začel se je stream ob 4, odigral so komi eno igro v 2 urah. Ja, isto atlet, ko im je Muffin. No, vidiš, kaj ti bi hvati legenda še za 1 evro. Hvala ti, fo za sport. Kako si drugač ti mi? 46 smakec. Chat, če pridemo na YouTube do 1000 lajkov, gift Diamant skin enemu izgledalca, okej?
We've also got so many Japanese players on stage as well. I did meet a lovely Japanese fan who came in just for them today as well. Any more Japanese or Asian fans? Oh, I love it. They've all gathered over here. We literally have a row over here of the Japanese fans. Oh, we literally have an entire group of people who are in jerseys who are here to support the Japanese players.
Kaj misliš, da bo TaySon? Tako, za danes mi je čisto vsem, ker je, dokler je top 25, da kvalifaja v finale. A veš? Danes ne igra. Top 25 iz danes jih kvalifaja v finalu, ki je v nedeljo, pa top 25 iz jutra jih kvalifaja v finale, ki je v nedeljo. V nedeljo je pa pol pač... Zorninga. Zakaj je tristo? A tle dobite samo oni dva, ki zmajo ta FNCS, ta pickaxe. Ja, verjeten, ja. Ta pickaxe bo... Pač ta pickaxe je tako največji flex, a ne? Ta pickaxe je največji flex, ker si svetovni prvak. Ne regijski. Baki, Mako. Kaj je pickaxe? Po mojem unka so v zadnji vrti je pickaxe. Na ekranu. Že misle pigi. A v FNCS pickaxe ti zgine polka drug zmaja. Včasih je bilo, ja, da ti je zginil FNCS pickaxe, da si bil FNCS pickaxe sam, dokler ni naslednjo FNCS zmagovalc bil. Pa so pa na konc leta dali vsem, ki so zmagali tisti let FNCS, pickaxe. Tako da jaz predvidevam, da je zdaj tako, da obdržiš FNCS pickaxe, se mi zdi. Polig za pickaxe, mislim, ja. Najbolj pomembna stvar, kad zmagaš je, da si 500 jurjev bogatejši, kar je insane. Majster zmagaš, treba si prvoščaš hišo iz prve. Dobar, toliko ne, ker je še obdavčen, ampak mislim, dobro, načeloma si, ja, lahko si nosil kredit dobiš. Okej, trisko. Kdaj bo next game? Ja, upam, da zdaj pismo, ne vem, kva čakamo. Zakaj je tako dolga pauza res? To mi pa ni všeč. Baki bo teammate bil. Misliš, teammate bo Baki bil.
Nothing. When he's down in the dirt, he can just pull something out of the bag. And you can see it right here. He's got all the loot to make it happen as much as possible. Unfortunately, couldn't quite make it all the way to a victory.
Skoro, a veš, da je Apex tako 2011 tudi dobil update na odzivnost, pa zdaj odzivnost. Ja, Urbano, vse protokole so bile, mislim, vse... A misliš, Apex TKL brez pro je dobil update? Ne, to ne more biti, če ni pro. Pač ta update, ki si dobil zdaj, ni odzivnost, ampak je, da imaš rapid trigger. Da imaš rapid trigger, ne... Pro, ja, pro pa ja. To ni odzivnost, ampak je rapid trigger, malo drugače to. Ne vem, zakaj tako dolgo trajamo, da igram iskreno. Duote igrajo, Jagger, duote.
But for so many players, they're kind of utilizing the strategy where we're just going to crouch around, we're coming around this corner, we're not going to build, we're not going to make any sounds, and then suddenly, bang, we're here, and now you're in a fight for read.
Ninja, se sem prebral, se sem ti odgovoril prej. Se sem ti odgovoril.
Yeah, absolutely insane. I mean, we saw him there with the exotic shotgun just doing so
much damage. Ker rank si v Fortu, v Zero buildu sem Elitu buildu pa Gold 2. Build ranka nič ne igram. Mogu bi ga, da ne bom playsano fucking bronze naslednji sezon. Se nima Wooting 60 tudi to. Ja, Wooting je imel prvi to, pa je pa Apex Pro dubo to še, kot upgrade. Ja, kanči. Jaz mislim, da so neki problemi, da se zavleče. Ne, da oni hočejo, da se tako zavleče. 100%. Zdaj, ko ima drop map pred sabo.
It's a double-edged sword. It does give you that passion, that excitement, but then it also can be a big detriment where once you're down, you are down for the rest of the competition. Now, again, I keep talking about the evolution of these two as players, so hopefully they've been able to kind of break past that wall. But I mean, my goodness, game number one, and just so many big names going down early, so many new teams also coming through and kind of showcasing their region. And I already talked about the Mo. Baka and Pars. Baka and Pars getting 8 eliminations in that game.
I mean, they just seemed to have a game where they were so far away from the zone, almost seemingly every single time, yet they managed that so really well.
Kako to, da so zdaj to hitro dali FNCS? Zato, ker so vsi že qualifierni, mašina. Nimaš qualifierjev. Sam pač ta Global Championship. TaySon je 8. Po prvi igri. Jaz sem Global Elite v Fortu. Ja, Global Elite si pa bolj težko v Fortu, ker to je v CSU rank.
And recently, these guys have really been impressing me. They've been cooking. They've been doing really good. I mean, look at that.
Baka down to a sliver of health, literally 1 HP. But what he did is incredible. The confidence that he has. He didn't run away and turn tail, which a lot of these players would do. Instead, he kept going for that refresh.
Jaz sem S-Night Market. Sam res, jaz moram pogledati svoj Night Market. Ja, mašina, ja.
But still, after that fight, they
A oni mislijo, da je to začeta, ali?
These guys actually played with different teammates at the Invitational, so I think those LAN jitters, they're not going to be affecting those guys quite as much. And I think that's why they got to a very, very good start there.
Skoro bomo na tvojem kanalu kdaj videli kazino. 90% sem, da ne. Kazino boste videli, če bom bankrotiral, pa bo to zadnja stvar. Ej.
Thank you so very much, Zeke, and that's right. We're really beginning the reset right now. Game 2 is just moments away, and as we already know, we will have
TikTok live me je vprašal, če imam copyright stvari na ekranu. Se lahko vaš watch party. Če ne mi pa banajo account. Jaz sem rekel, da nimam. Upam, da mi nojo banali, če ne moram endati tam live. Tako Magical Star. Upam, da mi ne banajo TikTok, alo. Pa se lahko to gledaš. Se dovolijo Epic Games, kva?
Again,
Abi, imagine, da mi bojo banal.
just starting to touch on it.
Rekli so, da
Some of
bojo
these
pol
initial
pogledali, kao.
50-50s, particularly that one
Ko
down
sem
at
dal
Trent
end
Bridge,
live ali pa
not
continue.
going the way that maybe some of these players might have expected.
A lahko bi dobil sponzorstvo od kazinoja. A od kazinoja je najlažje dobiti sponzorstvo. Vse vidiš, da ga imajo vsi, ki hočejo. Ker FNCS Pickers je boljš, Tal Chapter 2. Ma ne vem, mogo bi jih videti side by side. Kemi s killom. Čakaj, Kemi sedi sta prej offspawn umrla, a? Ker tole so njihove prve pike. Majster bo še 1v2-ju. Kemi sedi bo to še 1v2 zgubila, presežem.
But the action here at Frenzy Fields, it's continuing to build as Datus now looking for a little bit of a wraparound just outside of this barn. Datus getting some nice shots. Seti will go down. Now it's just a 1v1 between Cammy and Datus.
Man, Datus really showed
us
what he is capable of. Coming second, the FNCS major thing for the
Okay, to je bil dober play. To je bil zelo dober play.
The job, they strike back, but it's not over yet. Meanwhile, it looks like
Ja, nej, cuc. A ja, member only chat mora biti. Dajte vsi gala v chat za TaySona, ajde. Pa za Slovenca, ajde. Vsi gala v chat. Gala. Pa damo member only chat še 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Zato da ne bo spoilanja. Kje lahko kupam bogat PC? Mislim, ne vem, kaj ti misliš bogat. Kaj je drag PC? Ti moraš malo gledati, kaj vse ima noter, ne samo da je drag. Ne, Ninja, sej bo. Bad luck bomo imeli final, če bo treba. Največka, ti mi je doniral še 2 evra, lega tega. Hvala ti še za 2 evra, legenda. Hvala ti, full za sport. Noče ne piše, ampak hvala ti. Dajte double v chat za Največka Timija, prosim. Mali Buka dead? A ja, to je replay. Thomas Malibuka sta dead. Kanada je zdaj zmagal. Zdaj ni čovku tako prej. Zdaj ni tako čovku prej.
We could be seeing both of them in Sunday finals.
If it wasn't for that slurp truck, things might have looked a little different there for Kanana, because I don't know if you noticed, but only 8 shots left in that twin mag. But again, now it's going to be Thomas and Malibuka who are left to...
Po tej igri pogledaj Night Market. Ja, chat, spomnite me, da grem Night Market v Valorant pogledati po tej igri. Ej, chat, a je kaj dobrega za giftat v item shopu dan za 800 V-bucksov? Ker streamplayerju moram še nekaj giftat, pa še Maju. Ker takrat sta zmagala giveaway. Pa je, chat, danes 1000 lajkov isto giftam. 1000 lajkov je gift. Čakaj, mogoče bolje je boljš narediti, ker več folka vidi.
Fistroki and company might be coming on over, and look at this. They're here to play upset.
Cammy and Seti, they might have dealt with Stain and Datus at the beginning, but they still have plenty of work cut out for them. For Strokey, just slightly above Cammy for the time being. Cammy, though, doing a good job utilizing these builds. Some brick gonna be going out.
Ja, sem naredil pol, tako da bo pol videl.
For Strokey to feel comfortable.
Kaj je to Quicksti, da obljubljam? Quicksti, a to za gifte ali kaj? Pa vse giftu, pač sam fore, da nič ni bilo pametnega v shopu za giftat. Ali ne vem, kaj misliš?
Starting to run low on ammunition here, so he will have to be careful or make a decision here to full commit. Instead, gets punished first, cutting right through the overshields and the additional shield pot there, so he is going to have to...
Kjera sezona misliš, da je bil tvoj prime?
Meanwhile, Kylie with the side
Mislim, takrat, ko smo trio te grindali, pa smo qualifyali FNCS-e. Sam bi pa rekel, da sem boljši igralc zdaj, čeprav nič ne igram. Ampak tako, glede samozavesti pa tako, ne, mehanično sem na dosti podobno, ampak ne vem, zdi se mi, da sam to je sam zaradi tega, ker že toliko dolgo igram. Ampak takrat, ko smo z Brinotom igrali, sem definitivno bil prime, ker smo dejansko grindali. Zdaj igram sam še turnirje, ni več grindanja. Nač jaja, kik si noben.
So it does look as though Cammy and Seti are going
Cammy
to find
sta
themselves just
dubla.
enough time, and the capture point will be in their favor.
Meanwhile, Pink and Vico lurking nearby.
Četrti sezon 6. Ne vem, kdaj so bili trioti. Zadnje 3 sezone triotov smo igrali. A ne, chat? Kukaj TaySon, ja, po prvi igri je bil 8. Po prvi igri je 8. A, lekaj imajo vsi 0 pik, ko so jim resetali. Ma daj.
What a tower base, though, for TaySon. I mean, got a couple of med miss waiting. Ample amounts of shield potions.
No, tukaj se lepo še search tagajo.
So for TaySon, his sole responsibility for the time being is just to establish as much surge damage control as possible, and it looks as though the Limpy tells a different story.
Berlin, meni je
or
tako
actually
bedno,
the same
da so
story if
duo
you're
ti
part
že
of
2
Baka,
leti skozi, presežem.
because for the time being,
Zdaj so pa Grand Finals v nedeljo, a ne, v nedeljo.
Yeah, Pars and Baka turned online now and get the
Oh, Tini je
finish
dead.
onto Tini.
Tini,
There it
Misha
is.
sta
So
dead.
the full finish onto Misha and Tini, both sent back to the lobby. Meanwhile, there is another duo lurking from above. Chubbs and Bryce looking on down, trying to see what they can do to influence this exchange here. Can they find tags to go ahead and put themselves in a successful position? So far, so good, but these are absolutely important exchanges.
Leaderboard imate desno top 5 playerjev.
Man, you gotta give them some respect.
Oziroma
When it
vi
comes
na
down
streamu
to
vidite sam top 3.
performing, you would have thought at the invitational, hey, look, we
Meni je
don't
bilo
have
najbolj zanimivo, ko se je vsa sezona zmenila. Drugač, glede gledanosti, je dejansko bilo najbolj zanimivo, ko se vsaka sezona zamenja, se čist strinjam. Ampak jaz mislim, da bi bilo čist cool, če bi bilo eno sezono duo, eno trio, eno duo, eno trio, bi bilo čist cool, iskreno. A ja, ne.
Just breaking through Tini's builds. Tini absolutely no hell to work with in that circumstance. But it's a nice establishing point there, because now that is 2 games back to back. That's going to start to pose
Ronaldo, pa sej, TaySon je zmagal FNCS letos tudi. Kjer FNCS je TaySon zmagal? Kjer FNCS letos? Kjero sezono?
A lot of ground to make up. Recover to be made here, but Acorn, Cole looking good so far.
Se je zmagal, a ne? Letos.
Vibing out here, trying to see if he can farm some.
Aha, sezona 1 je zmagal, sezona 1. Prva sezona.
A knock onto Edgy.
Možno, možno.
What a surprise.
Oju pa drugi, a ne, ali tretji še enega. A to dobijo za zmer. Ja, včasih niso, zdaj pa mislim, da za skozi dobijo pickaxe, ja. Je pa možno, da tukaj... Veš kaj je? Mislim, da imajo vsi tukaj vse skine odprte. Tudi to mislim, da. Zaradi tega, ker niso na svojih akauntih, kakor jaz vem. A tale controller player. Kje ideš, kako sedi?
Seems as though they're just gonna build a little bit further into this jungle biome, and Yuma, doesn't seem as though they have any other incentive for the time being as far as aggression is concerned, but might be having to pick things up a little bit.
Dve sezone 4 so bili najboljši spomino, kje to se spomnim jaz sploh.
Struggling a bit in game number 1 as far as that surge damage threshold was concerned.
Yeah, for Strokey and Kylie, definitely not going to have a problem with that right now. One of the few teams with an elimination right now. Already making a move deep into the outskirts here as they see there's a potential cache left behind. So just trying to secure what they can. Brick needed, metal needed. So very important for them to get their rotation. Loop route down.
Ne visi je tako, da ti za LAN dajo nov account. Ja, se tako je ponovati, ja, ne, tako je ponovati. Zaradi tega je tudi tukaj, ko gledaš Fortnite tracker, ni isto, ne? Je prav posebej account, zelo piše stran FNCS.
Those are extremely important onto teams inside the megacity.
But again, we see some of the action that's been unfolding here so far, but we've got Levin to give us even more.
Thank you very much, Taco. Look, we just saw Pink and Vika there on the screen. We've seen Acorn and Code in this game as well. Coming into this game, both these teams in the top 10. If you know anything about me, I like to see action. I like to see fighting. And I thought these two were going to be fighting. And even Pink himself said, look, we might have to fight them. There's not enough loot in this area for both of us to share. But they're somehow making it work. So far in game 1, both of them, they're making things so scrappy. Every single bit of loot they can get, they're going for. And somehow they're
Kako gre našem? TaySon je 8 zaenkrat. Je rekel Malibuka dead. To je replay tukaj. Malibuka je umrl že off-spawn. Off-spawn proti Kanadi je umrl. Ja, on ima res god glas. 11 je full god. Evo, TaySona smo tam videli. Evo, TaySona pomer Staša zdaj le spena tale.
But when you get to finals, you know, it's going to be a lot harder now as number 1 is all that matters for the best of the best.
That's got to be every duo for themselves at that point, and Pink especially. Yeah. I mean, you have to consider what he even mentioned in one of the pre-show videos that we saw. Cap Metal is so important for him, and you have to expect
Kaj bo one dva? Dvakrat sta offspawn umrla, vidi. Kaj je bilo? Restartil sem TikTok live, ki je bilo nekaj čuden spet.
Take a look at this. Zagu and Peppo actually have finally found themselves elimination. Last game taken out a lot earlier than they would have liked. So this is their chance to go ahead and bounce back, put some numbers on the board.
A ja, lej, kaj te dva delata, alo? To je 200 IQ. Healata ga, zato da search tagge dobivata na njemu. No way. No way. Kjer 200 IQ play. Na Twitchu se da to gledat, Adna, a pa na YouTubeu. Na Fortnite accountu. TaySon je 8, Tomas je že.
Oh my god.
What the? To je dejansko, to je 200 IQ model. Free surge imata. Zdaj lahko to skozi delata. TaySon tam na spodaj. To je 200 IQ, to je 1000 IQ, ja. To je ful pametno. Moj prijatelj si je naročil Ergovižen, ker sem mu priročil in se je uporabil tvoje prokolo. Let's go, Einor. Hvala ti. Če drugač Ergovižen, bojo imeli še več gaming stolov, pač še več različnih cenovnih rangov, pa mogoče bojo imeli gaming mizo, če bo vse v redu. To bo tudi dosti sick. Ko bo imela za cable management, pa RGB, pa bo dvižna ali pa tudi ne. To tudi ko me čakam, da naredim video na to. To bo god. To bo god. Pa dubil sem svoj chat, za vsega še neste. Dubil sem svoj custom Ergovižen stol, SLZ logo, pa sem se pogovarjal in bomo verjetno naredili enkrat naslednji let, bomo naredili pre-order, da lahko pre-orderate. Se pravi, to bo limited edition, moj stol. Pač SLZ logo pa to, moj dizajn gor. Ampak fora je, da za pre-order se čaka 3 mesece, tako da bo verjetno narejen tako, da 50 posel se plača takoj, pa 50 pol, kad dobite stol. Pa verjetno bomo pol naredili še meet and greet, ja boste itak lahko vsi pršali, ampak načeloma oni, ki ste nas naročili te stole, jih lahko pridete tja iskat, pa tam mene spoznate, pa če hoče se vam podpišem na stol pa to. Tako, to je cilj, pa tam bomo lahko, pa tam boste igrali pol z mano, pa tako. Tako da to mislim, da bo ful nazaj. Kdaj dobiš nazaj studio? Jutr se podam polaga. Quicksti ne, včeraj se nič ni delal.
That last game was, especially with the way that zone was pulling so viciously over the water. So much of these teams were just getting trapped inside of that mid-layer territory.
Daj bo mid. To bo pol, to se moramo še vse zmeniti. Hvala, Mako.
Perspectives there, they can be the first to take a stab at it.
And if they secure this, I mean, surely
top 25 is locked in the bag as they were in the 76-point threshold
Če bo v tem, kam ima Ergovižen pisarno, ja.
They can get a big 15 here with the Elans and some placement. They will be in the top 25. It could be done and dusted here as there are only 5 games.
Spet pozval, da je Mako kralj. Gral. Ne vem, je to ta Mako na TikToku ali ne, zato ker je druga slikca, abi. A je to on? Mako the Paradise, dvomim, da je to on. Ali? Ne vem. Če bo kdaj v Mariboru. Ja, to je lik bilo v Mariboru. Ja, sama več folka lahko tak ime, ne vem, druga slikca je, ne vem, je to on ali ne.
Ritual, I mean, who did we see last game? On the Rift Island. It was
Moneymaker jutri igra. A res veksi. Epicenter je bil v Mariboru. Ja, set let tudi sam Mako, ne, sam tag je pa Afna Mako Paradise. TaySon je 8.
Looking at them before, it seems like he's given them a problem on the rotate into the zone. And look at the cost of Bryce, because Bryce was fallen at some point or another as they've made their way to this position here.
But at this point, it almost seems as though Chubbs is just trying to waste Baka and Par's time, trying to force them into expending some of their resources, some of their splashes and heals that they might not have wanted to let go.
To loš špilaš na MCS-u. Tukaj si se mogel qualifyat, tukaj so sam pač iz prejšnjih sezon. TaySon 8. Če tukaj ne kvalaš, greš v lower. Ja, tisti, ki ne kvalajo, se pravi 25 duotov, ki ne kvala, gre v lower bracket. V lower bracketu so pa uni duoti, ki so qualifyali na last chance qualifier. Oni imajo pač samo eno šanso, ne? Da so čisto na konc kvalali. Kjer pa tag.
That surely wasn't a part of the strategy here as Chubbs 2 stood behind.
Čakaj, on je solo, ta Chubbs.
Tough spot to be in now.
A je to zbagan.
But look at Chubbs' builds. They're running incredibly low. He's actually going to forfeit that height positioning.
Daj se igra z
But it's not
Mersašem.
like Baka Empires have any idea, but now Chubbs seemingly under pressure.
Če lahko on zdaj zelo bad pass.
Slightly further
Bad
out.
pass je, kadar je nova
Still has to make his
sezona,
way in
moraš
through
biti
the
žreba
zone
na
as a
streamu,
solo. Not sure if he'll find
da
the
dobiš
reboot
bad
ban
pass.
opportunity either this late in.
What a spot to be in now if you're Canadian Agers. Even more
Ja,
pressure.
TaySon je
They only
Slovenc,
scored
ki igra pa
0
Miša pa
points
Tini sta
in
tudi
game number
Slovenca.
1. The first team to be fully eliminated. But not humiliated. They do have a true chance now. Finding tags here now into Thoric and Bolts. Of course, some of NA's best there
Ne,
too.
bravo, Major, si škoda inteligenca že 30 mesecev. Oh my god, ali so to 3 leta? What the hells?
Champions, but hold up, jump in with Colleen.
Hvala ti, ja, ne,
Frustrated,
legenda
who's
za 3
already
leta.
gotten
Insane,
elimination.
insane.
It's
Hvala
actually
ti,
a full finish that they picked up potentially
God's
onto
Majčak,
Cammy.
God's Majčak.
And now
Ko
City is by
napreduje studio.
himself. My, oh my. What a
V
tough
redu,
spot to be in for Cammy and City.
obarvan je.
Of course, didn't pull the luck of the draw.
Jutri
game
se pa
1 and
poden
now
začne
game
delati.
2.
Teris uporabo
Not
member
known as a
message za
favorite
20 mesecev. Hvala ti,
necessarily here.
legenda za 20 mesecev.
Could
Teris,
we
hvala
be
ti.
seeing them a lower bracket push?
Če se kdaj špilo FNCS. FNCS vedno špilam, ko ga lahko špilaš sam. Qualify sem pa sam takrat, ko so bili 3 od tih. Ampak nikoli pa v finale.
Wait, no way he gets the save, right?
A pa bo treba naslednjo sezono manj exploit, da level upaš 100% jačal sam en mesec. Nekaj bo zik drugač. A pa bo manj tiral. Kami je dead. Seti je zdaj tukaj solo. Kaj šel v tem spektralicu? Zaprli so ekipo takrat. Ni bilo budžeta pa časa, ker glaven je bil unka in pač še na fakt začel hoditi pa to, veš, in ne moreš. Se zdaj so Diamant Esports chat, je slovenska ekipa, v kateri sem jaz content creator. V Valorantu so tako top 15 v Evropi. In je dejansko prva slovenska profesionalna ekipa, ki dejansko plačuje in vse. Pa da je legit vse, tako da.
Comes the rotate though. Another sniper in hand here, so Vino really flexing and exercising.
Tako sem zelo ponosen, da sem tam.
Play here.
Sem kaj jedel danes? Ja, jedel sem, preden sem začel streamati, sem si pico naročil, ker nisem še nič jedel predtem. Kaj še porabil member message? Sam še 3 mesece, da se zmenim tega boring zmajčka. Wow, boring, Crunchy. Wow, okej. Buga je dead. Ampak Threads tukaj solo igra. Pa, kako ga tle ni zadev? Oh, dobil je knock, evo.
Everything in his power to delay as long as he can, but this storm is so problematic. Threats trying to see if he can finish the job now onto Anon. He wants this refresh of materials from both Suns and Anon, bound to get something for his troubles at this point.
On hoče finish
Full
dobiti.
sharp tooth pump. Prime ready to go. That right side key.
Oh!
And
Dejansko je
it was
zmagal.
really a miss there
Holy
for
shit.
Threats, but he will be able to capitalize. Close out. Another
Da mogo pa
elimination
hitarit,
secured
če ne
here.
je dead. A sam 3 crash pade
That's
lahko
gonna be
nosiš.
Oshi taken down by NA.
Berlinijo pa je zato, ker je pil alkohol pa kadil. Sama, ne? Pa fora je, da pravila na lanih so, da ne smeš alkohola konsumat pa teh stvari. Pač ba je. Jako, 2 sta že ospada umrla. A legit imajo Siphon. Pa vse na FNCS-u je bil skozi Siphon, Crunchy. Na FNCS-u so imeli skozi Siphon. Kva pa legat zdajle, what the... Halo?
Meanwhile, out of the top 5 here, only 3 duos remaining here in game 2.
Drugi mesec studio fertik. Jaz mislim, da bi mogel že mogoče za naslednji vikend biti v studiu, upam. Je pa možno, da tudi še ne, no.
On the bright side though, for
Vikend, teden pa zihar, se pravi, danes čez 2 tedna po mojem bo pa že zihar. Kje pa je zdaj to, kar streamaš? V Ljubljani. V Ljubljani. Ninja mogoče. Veš, da si neki agent pa dig. Ja, dig je Dignitas, oni so na novo podpisali, ja. Agent pa sploh ne vem, kdo so to, kjera ekipa. Pixli, če nič nimam za pomagati, če čakamo, ker se barva, se tam ni nič. Kaj mi včas je barvo in to je to. Pa če eno plast na dan je lahko naredil, ker se ni dosti hitro sušil.
But I mean, hey, I like the strategy. Of course, these are going to continue to replenish. They can bounce back and forth, but at what speed can they stay alive here now? Trying to rock it out, trying to wait it out.
Da se kar skozi tle
Really
hilata.
starting to run thin on time now. Eventually, the math will catch up. One false move and they are down and out.
Ja, Kranči. Drugi ring je, rank je to. Je rank se ubili, tam sem sam gol 2. Ne, druga igra od 5 danes. Chat, zdaj pa full lega, what the fuck? To pa sploh gledat ne moreš. To pa dejansko ni za gledat.
But it's on pink.
Seti is the one who's going to clutch up here when it matters. And although he may have saved Cammy, unfortunately, it does seem like he has to continue to ride this one out. It was definitely worth it, though, because at the end of the day, they picked up eliminations and he picks up 2 more now, putting up at 4 here.
To pa čist preveč lega model. Ej, Markec, pa si hvala vam za gifte, sorry, ker nisem videl.
At least some points, right? Remember, at a very, very early finish in game number 1.
Pa že 2 kila je tle dobil, to je 8 pik.
It's definitely going to be Seti as well, so Tarp being through as a solo.
Ja, Veksi, se prejšnjo so dobro odigrala, par sto baka.
Isn't necessarily impossible, but man, with some of these teams that are looming just outside of where he's currently situated, it is going to be tough. And TaySon, Mustache.
Prvi sta Kvizi pa Veno sta prva.
Just next to Seti, and Seti, he's going to have to continue trying to play from that far back side of the zone.
Sam prejšnjo igro je bilo v redu, Kvizi, prejšnjo sploh ni lega, ne vem zakaj zdaj. Pač ta spectating.
Next door. Big shots going out, teams in the distance here, hoping to pull zone, but behind Hero put in the shots here. Man, Geras and Shari, 4 elim.
Geras and Shari definitely with the 4 eliminations
Kaj boš delal, ker je bil 5 let nazaj?
And they're just continuing.
Ja, sam ti moraš vedeti, da 5 let nazaj ni bil Fortnite na temu nivoju, kaj je zdaj. Tudi to moraš vedeti. Pa stare grafike so bile. Nove grafike so bolj zahtevne. Pa folk je zdaj, vsi so toliko dobri, pa znajo tarpati pa vse to. Včasih ni bilo toliko. Če pogledaš včasih igre, pa zdaj je čist drugač. Zaradi tega tudi bolj lega, veš. Pač to pa je ena taka stvar, ki mislim, da dejansko ne moreš izboljšati. Pač serveri ne zdržijo, ni boljših serverjev na sploš. Pač toh ne moreš.
Seti rotates across. Vino and Queasy already trying to do this back-to-back run, back-to-back number here.
Greg is shit.
And look, Hero is trying to make their way up, but the resistance up top is Vino and Queasy.
If there's one thing that Queasy and Veno love to do, it is take height by that 8th zone.
Seti kar solo klača.
And it's something that they've done excellently throughout 2 games so far. But again, they still have to maintain it. Can't count your chicks before they hatch.
Zdaj pol konca sezone, novembra je konc sezone, pa pol decembra je pa nov chapter. Ja, Kranči. Največkrat ti mi dve rešeni, Rob. Kaj se lahko, s kakim turnirjem kvalificiraš največ CS, ko bo spet? Ja, pač vsak se lahko tu kvalificira. Pač z naslednjim chapterjem bojo spet FNCS-i, a ne? Verjetno februarja. Pa boš lahko igral kvalifikacije.
But meanwhile, the story right now is how far can Seti push this here? That's it. Rocket Ram usage out. 45. That 49 damage above the surge now. Halfway through material. This is a tough spot to be in. Here's the Amzos.
Pojma nimam, Veksi.
Mid to high ground here. Moving all the way across.
TaySon, ja, zaenkrat je še živ, pa po prvi igri bil 8. Pač danes rabi sam top 25 da kvala. Zdaj vse ne pa jim videl, da čim boljš performa, ne. Queasy Veno spet na hajtu, presežam. Skoro so one dva. Ja, vse oni pokrivajo stroške leta, pa to, valjda logično. Kaj zgodi, če ima 2 duota isto točk, pa se gleda eliminatione. Pa te stvari.
That's going to clear things up for them as far as these immediate players are concerned. Seti, though, again, the fact that he is
Seti še kar živ človek. Še dobiva placemente zdaj. 2 kila je dubu, to je se pik, pa placemente zdaj dobiva. Insane.
I just can't wait till we get another listen in later because you know Cammy and Seti are putting down the comms needed here to navigate through this game so effortlessly, making it look easy. Meanwhile, on the low ground, here's Middle East.
Znači idem TaySon na chat.
Representing 4 elims right now. What a big spot to be in. Showing us just how good they really are. And let's again not forget, this is the global best tier.
A sem ga že zmudil chat, a je že mrtev TaySon.
You had to perform in the upper tier of the 50 to be here today.
Nisem ga nič videl. O ne, TaySon je dobil kill. TaySon je očitno dobil kill, razen če to bug. Duo ti so. 5 iger je danes, 5 iger.
At the front side of the zone, just doing their best to cut off everybody that keeps trying to traverse into their territory. As now Yeman will meet the same fate as so many others so far. Seti though,
Fuga Seti klača solo, what the fuck? Oh, TaySon dead. Od Storma. Mislim, da je to, a? Top 11? Mesta še nisem več videl, ampak po mojem tudi dead. Quizy dead. Ja, pa za TaySon Quizy sta oba dead, mislim, TaySon Merstaš. Look ga read.
Once friends, now enemies here on the stage. Meanwhile,
Seti še kar živ človek. What the fuck?
Down goes Girus in a quick trade there, but Shari comes to the rescue here for his teammate, and he is the new king of hype for a second, but Acorn
Seti je god tole odigral.
Not
Holy shit. Majster je solo te od top, ne vem, 30 pa do top 6 prišel.
Clap from the side here, Rise left to do it by himself. He cannot flirt with the storm here. Acorn's clutching at the moment.
Acorn's trying to do what he can. He's got that auto Maven primed and ready, but at the same time, even with the Maven auto, he's not going to be able to miss a singular shot. He has hardly any HP to work with when you consider the shield that he's missing. He's doing a great job so far. Just continuing by time. Only one
1v2, yeah.
This next
1v2.
moment has to be his best.
Oof!
Doesn't
I need
see it
to be
coming
1v2.
as Acorn finds the elimination. He needs just enough builds to keep going up.
Absolutely clean elimination there. Shari now looking for it. They have 9 eliminations.
Ooh.
Acorn goes all the way up.
Imagine.
Needs to come on
Imagine da ga tle dobi.
okay. And he's looking for him. But the zone is ticking, gets right into
Ja, to je
it.
dead,
He knows
to je
he's got
dead.
a couple opportunities here.
Nima
It's all or
cajta.
nothing now. One shot will be
GG.
it. No, it won't
GG.
be enough. Still though, 4 eliminations and it's Shari take home.
Amo vsi GG so chat, ajde, dajmo GG so chat. Damo, da vsi lahko pišete na YouTubeu, evo. Amo GG so chat, by the way, na YouTubeu pri 1000 lajkih žrebam enega iz četa, da mu giftam skin v vrednosti 800 V-Bucksov, okej? To, da boste vedeli. Ja, to, da boste vedeli. Ojej, GG chat, ajde, da vidimo, a se je updatala že lestvica. Ne, ni se še updatala, tako da moramo še počakati. Moram še počakati. Grem pogledat Night Market chat, ki me zanima v Valorantu. Hva imam? Daj, da vidim. Ki me res zanima. Res me zanima. Jaz še vedno bi rekel, da je tako legit, kakor to, zaradi tega, ker tle so prav pogodbe, pa dejansko pač plačni igralci in vse to. Skajaks. Čat, moram se loginat.
I love this vote of confidence. We're basically qualified 2 games in. So are you already thinking about Sunday?
Not yet, but yeah, I mean, I think we are qual, so let's like...
A supportaš Izrael ali Palestino? Supportam vse nedolžne ljudi, ki so na slabem zaradi retardov, ki vodijo države pa te stvari. Tako čisto iskreno. Nedolžni nikoli ne sme nasrkati. Zdaj igra Helios, aja? Danes, če više nekoga ima še kakšno šanso. Ja, tisti, ki danes niso top 25, igrajo jutri lower bracket. Si zabi še skupaj, ja. Kdaj je jutri? Isto ob 4. Ti mi dve še zdaj sem karte pogledal naslednjo igro TaySon, drugi umre, majke mi. Misliš, da... Čaj, kako to misliš ti mi, drugi umre? Da umre drugi, se pravi, da je top 48, zato ker je 49 timov, ali da na drugem, ali da bo drugo mesto dobil. Da vidimo moj night market. Halo, skaj mi to kaže? Da gremo najprej shit stvari pogledat. Ok, shit. Shit. V nedeljo je ob 4 finale. Ta ni toliko bad, I guess. Meh.
Well, if we're going to talk about solos clutching up, then we got to talk about Seti.
Yeah,
my goodness. From the start, I mean, we saw them go down early in game 1. We knew that they needed to do something a little different in game 2.
Fucking booty blaster sem dubu, no. Ma daj. GG, shit. Shit.
Cammy did end up going down in that fight, and they were able to make it come back against Datus and Stain, but then not
Oh shit. TaySon, čakamo da se update lestvica, čakaj. Ne vem, če se že. Mislim, da se je. Čeprav tam kao, ne vem, okej. Ja, zdaj, ko imajo te, ko nimajo svojih akantov. Kvizi pa Veno sta v 20, sta že umrla. Sta zdaj iz prvega mesta na 5 padla. Prvi je Rit, pač druga pa 6 sta bila. Kar 8 kilov. Pač kill je vreden 4 pike, če to je insane. TaySon pa je bil prej 8, zdaj je pa 11. 22 sta umrla že, ja. Tako da. Rekli smo, da grem pogledat v Fortnite, ko imam za giftat streamplayerju pa Maju, ker sta zmagala ta giveaway. Pa ej, na YouTubeu 1000 lajkov, za 1000 lajkov enega iz chata žrebam, da mu giftam skin, okej? Igra sam, ker je bag... Aja, sam igra, aja. Miša pa Tini sta zadnja, skorda, ker sta dvakrat osmano umrla. Sedaj gremo igrati. Čakaj. Zdaj le grem najprej to pogledat. Da vidim, če lahko giftam... Vidim, če lahko giftam streamplayerju pa Maju, ki je za 800 V-bucksov, če je kaj pametnega v shopu. Zadnja sta, ne skor. Aja, sta zadnja, aha, okej. Ne, Dolenski. Ne. Ta kapka je zdaj v Fortu Duos, lahko si igra. Kjer kap, Nate? Duos. Dolenski, ti imaš 20 V-bucksov, ja, GG. Star Wand je. Ja, sam ne vem, če bi oni hotel Star Wand. A veš? Vem, da je ful popularen, ampak krajš skine giftam. A veš? You have 2 return requests. Available. Če da igramo... By the way, koda ScorpLZ White Show, s njimi ful pomagate, hvala. Koliko je ta skin? Ta je Jurija 200. Tale je 800. Slingshot. Star Wand. Drugač tudi 800.
They are currently tied with Cold and Acorn, who are some of the most consistent players in the world.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, there was always a moment there where they were boxing up below that Rift Iron, and they were like, I mean, nobody's going up for it. Is anyone here?
Čaj, daj da vidim, ker me sam zanima, če ima nekdo že ta pickaxe, je lahko full manj vreden. Čakaj, da vidim, če ima streamplayer. Ker to je dejansko dosti do. Aha, vidiš, evo, za 700 V-bucksov dobi skin, zato ker že ima pickaxe. A, chat, je Catwoman skin cool? A? Za streamplayerja. Ta Catwoman. Zato, ker ima že pickaxe. Pa mu lahko sam za 700 giftam tega. Dost huda, ne? Ne vem, če mu bo všeč. Zakaj ne? Catwoman skin je hud, kva? Un je boljši. Kjer? Kjer je boljš? Ta? Ja sam dvomam, da ima kaj od tega. Tako da vidim. A vidiš, tukaj nima nič. Tukaj je pač Jurija 800. A 2 igri so že odigrali, pa še 3 igre so. Kaj vidim, kva imamo še drugač, sam tukaj da vidim. Kaj pa Harley Quinn ima? A, Jurija 200. A ja, zato ker ima sam pickaxe. Čaj, se koliko je to skin? A, Jurija 500. Ja, bi za 800, sam pač un skin je drugač vreden Jurija 500, ne, sam zato, ker že neki imajo v bundlu pol cnej. Ne bi mu giftal zato, ker je cnej, sam zato, ker je dejansko dober skin, ki ga lahko za cnej dobi. TaySon je 11 zdaj. Ne vem, chat, imamo na opcijo, da mu giftam ta skin. Da mu giftam, je opcija. Aja, drugače Jurija 200. Ta skin. Lahko mu giftam... Lahko mu pa giftam ta skin. Ali pa ta pickaxe, Star Wand. Harley Hitterje že ima. Pač ne, meni se zdi, da je ta skin čist cool, pa vreden je več, kot dejansko pač bom dal, ali zakaj. Po mojem mu damo to. Zato, ker ima eno stvar iz bundla in je dejansko dobi za 700 V-bucksov, ker imam skin do 800 V-bucksov, mu giftam skin, ki je vreden Jurija 200, basically. Tako da. Dejansko. To bom giftal. Vse bo vesel. Zdaj moram pa videti, kdo je še unta drug, ko mu moram zagiftati. Čakaj. Čakajte. To moram pa pogledati, ker sem si zapisal njegov ime. Ta drug ima pa v igri ime... Fake Danica, točen. Fake Danica. Se pravi, čakaj, a ima on tudi to slučajno? Zdaj da vidim, če lahko njemu isto giftam. Ne, on nima tega. Ok, pol nemo to, ne. Njemu pa lahko chat. Starvond ali Slingshot? Čakaj, daj da vidim. Starvond ima full folka rad. Sam lahko da že ima to, ja, to že ima. Ok. Ova tega. Ova tega giftal. Harley Hitter. Ja, GG, too late. Ok, vse tak tryhard skin. Pač meni se zdi čist cool skin. Ok, to je to. Chat, če bomo imeli danes na streamu 1000 lajkov na YouTubeu, giftam še enemu iz chata skin, ok? Kdo te vedel? Zakaj bom giftal? Pač, tem, ki giftam, zmagajo giveawaye, ka imam. Imam giveawaye. Zato. Chat, grem jaz sam na VC, brba. Grem sam na VC najprej.
You have to think that they have got it in the bag, but as you mentioned, Z, anything can happen. They've got to keep their foot on the gas, because not only is it really, really good to, of course, be at the top of the leaderboard, it's also really, really good practice, really good to be in this environment. What are these other teams from these other regions going to do? Because who knows? Come Sunday, it could be anyone's game.
Well, we're talking about foot on the gas. We got to talk about Cammy and Seti there, going up 21 placements, obviously, going down early in game number 1. That's going to put them in the second page of our lobby list. But we got to talk about Seti using the rocket ram once again. That seems to be where the utilization of this rocket ram is going. Launching high into the sky, seeing where the rest of the lobby is. I love this. And yes, by having the rocket ram, you see that a lot of these teams are forgoing that third heal, which can be incredibly beneficial. But it just has so much more utilization than I think I initially thought.
And it just shows how good this duo are individually. We talk about them so often as Cammy and Seti as a collective, but we have to remember these guys are both incredibly talented players as solos. We've seen them in DreamHacks come first and second, and they're just like a duo that have just decided to play in that solo event. So that's what we love to see from this duo, and I like to see the fact that we can have trust in Seti, trust in Cammy to clutch up in the big moments, because they're not going to be nervous.
And you know what else we have trust in? Queasy and Vino going for height.
Of course. If it's not them, it's the others. There's so much more. Yep. Now, I promised you an interview with Reddish. We're going back to Vivid in the Creator Lounge. Let's do this.
And we're back. Sorry about that, guys. I accidentally did too far of a mic drop earlier. I ended up breaking the microphone. But I'll introduce her again. It's going to be Reddish, a fantastic creator in the Fortnite scene. And like I was saying, this is actually her first time out at an event, being a fan. So let us all know how it has been experiencing the Global Championship.
It's been phenomenal. I was saying earlier, but you didn't hear that I've been watching every single FNCS for like the last 3 years, I think. But this is my first time watching from an audience. I couldn't make it to the US last time. And it's been crazy. I'm sitting right next to gentlemates, the French people, and they go crazy every 2 minutes. The audience goes crazy. And also, I have to mention the first game as a GXR supporter was pretty wild. We had Malibuka win off spawn and claim the island, and then Queasy won. So it's been just amazing to watch as a fan and supporter and Fortnite lover. So, yep.
Yeah, awesome. I love the fact that you're kind of bringing up who's been doing well throughout the day. Of course, this is the upper bracket. We have 25 teams going directly into the finals after the day. Give us a couple names that you think are going to be, towards the top of that leaderboard after the end of the day.
We still have a few games left, so I have a feeling almost everyone kind of still has a chance.
True.
But yeah, GXR on top. I hope Queasy and Malibuka will do it. Hopefully I didn't just jinx them. And I don't know, so many teams are doing amazing. We have Cold and Acorn.
Kaj ti delajo, da imajo toliko pauze? Nama težava z kurjem. Ne, sam veliko pijem. Spil sem zdaj, odkar streamam liter pa pol.
But all of them are amazing and super talented at this video game.
A veš. Ne, ni konc chat, sam 3 ure trajam, da igram. No, gremo besede, realno. Sam kada vema bo...
Thank you so much. Reddish, you're fantastic as always. Now, as we kind of draw closer to the next game start, we kind of wanted to highlight a couple things. Really quickly, Minimiter, you kind of called this out for us, and I wanted to take an opportunity to talk about it. Zago and Peppleclip, they had a very interesting Storm Surge strategy in that last game.
Yeah, they did. And I think this just encapsulates what LAN events and global events are all about. We never know what these other smaller regions
Bo tako, da slišimo. Evo, besede, chat, besede. V chat morate pisati odgovore. Na YouTubeu. Na YouTubeu. Sam ne preberem maile. Abi, a si videla, kaj sem ti poslal nekaj za mail za ponedeljek? Ne vem, a si videla, ali ne?
To get some more Storm Surge damage. We've seen Storm Surge have such a big impact so far in these first 2 games, and if you don't have enough damage, it's going to result in your elimination. That's what I really like to see from this. Those guys pulling out strategies I haven't seen before. Just keeping on healing the player. I love it.
Leave it to Peppo and Zago to do that. And also leave it to Queasy and Vino, who had a pretty good strategy as well early on to get those...
A ja, Abi, zanikneš.
We actually saw a sniper on their loadout, which is not something that we typically see. People tend to go for the twin mag. And then they also had 2 different spots.
Ej, preber gor. Ja, zdaj pa ne bom scrollu, kaj spamate. Zakaj ne greš pilat FNCS? Ne moreš igrati FNCS-a, igrajo samo oni, ki so na LAN-u, na Danskem. Najboljši igralci na svetu. In pač treba je čakati, ne? Zato, ker, ja, ker še niso začeli. Preveč pauze je med igram, presežem.
He's just waiting till Sunday.
Yeah, he's waiting. He's putting it all in the tank. He brought it out in game 1, but no, not a bad game.
Svitson je doniral 2 evra preko superchata. Zakaj ta superchat malo drugačen zgleda? Kva? Hvala ti gremo za 2 evra. Gremo TaySon, let's go. Hvala ti za 2 evra, Svitson. Zakaj se mi zdi, da drugač ta superchat izpade zdaj, la? A se sam en zdi? Ne, Dolenski.
We've been seeing some pretty interesting things so far throughout the first 2 games and hold that thought till the game.
Naslednjo igro smo, a imam...
Good to go. Match number 3 right here.
Nimam autopilot, okej. Znači, vsi galov chat, gremo na igro številka 3. Vsi galov chat, gremo na igro številka 3. TaySon zaenkrat na 11. mestu.
You are ready for game number 3. I am too. Remember, there are only 5 rounds of...
Pa gremo na member only chat, zato da ni spoilanja. Plus da je neki bonus za memberje.
To start things off, though, we have to begin here at the Frenzy Farms. Cammy, Seti versus Datas and Stain. We've seen this go either way. We know that Kylix is nearby as well. Kyrie here, so you got to be careful. Meanwhile, Kit gets the weapon first. He's looking for
wow, videli smo Dolenski.
tag, and they're doing a great job.
Kje si Trix da trolijo, jo?
Buying just a little bit of time here. Seti also, a couple of weapons at his disposal. Tactical DMR, infiltrator.
Seti Kami spet off spawn.
Trying to do his best to pressure to the bottom of this barn. It's going to be Stain actually eliminated.
Free all spawn.
Nice tag team
Za Kamija pa Setija. Seti prej imel insane clutch v endgameu. Ej, hvala drugače vsem, ki me followate na TikToku, hvala vsem, ki se sabate na YouTubeu, hvala, hvala. Na YouTubeu, če vas ne pokaže na ekranu, zato imate pirat profil, tako da boste vedeli, ampak hvala vsem.
Man and Cal Gamer versus King potentially unfolding here. I do know Kanata is battling as well. It seems like he was taken down and eliminated by a different duo, so we are already seeing a very huge miss.
Kaj tu kao ni bil hit?
He will show you why he is one of the best, but let's not forget what Cal Gamer had to say. He said himself that he does not believe King has what it takes. He thinks King is a bit overrated, but I beg to differ. We have seen what he can do in person. We have seen
Ker game je, tretja igra je ta. Tretja igra.
In a box fight type environment.
Koma, ne vem, Kanada in če špila danes ima KHA. Ne vem, kako ima predtem. Off-spawn je enkrat umrl proti Malibugi Batonsu, enkrat pa zmagal proti off-spawn.
Looking for his chance to take down Cal Gamer. Cal Gamer actually going to look for a brief retreat here, though, at the Relentless Retreat.
I like it.
Seems as though he wants to try and look for some better weaponry.
A, to šel še za Svicona, še sem zdaj. Hvati še igra Svica legenda za 2 evra, hvati, full.
Yeah, upgrade will be important and massive there, especially since he's running out of material there. The shotgun. Meanwhile, Zagu, Peppo, they had the knock, but they didn't get the finish. That's going to be a big mess up. Big mistake, big opportunity lost, but Zagu finds another tag here. Meanwhile, looking for the big opener. Another one. They're okay chipping away, but nothing significant this time.
That is massive, though, for Skits and Sora. That Skits was actually able to find that revive in the heat of it all. As now, Peppo, Zagu.
Ko igre še imajo, 5 iger se igra. Sprav, po tej igri sta še 2 igri.
He's gonna opt to try and maybe apply some more pressure onto Skits and Sorf with them, or
Kaj,
he's
Luna?
just gonna hold them for the time being. But
Aja, kjer je buga? Ej, to pa nismo pogledali, čet, kjer je buga? Neki ni dober igral danes še, ne? To nismo pogledali, kjer je. Čaj, bomo pogledali potem o fajtu.
It's gonna be Skits and Sorf still looking to try and capitalize on this circumstance.
Now be careful though, backing themselves up into an indestructible corner. And you can hear the crowd really starting to turn up right now.
Big augment though, that was just picked up. That rarity check could go crazy, depending on how.
Uf, lit.
Skits that might have opted for
Topo je vrgel ona
Saw
bombica.
him, one of those common weapons.
Ne vem, Filip.
Zagu back to full shield though, but did have to expend both of those big pots, and this battle's taken quite some time. Business turret quickly taken out. And Zagu tried to place there his pressure on Skits.
Zago pa rekom bi mogla to zmagati, po moje.
Zagu now completely out of material here. He does have to be careful. His teammate finds a little
Ej, sam, to, ko imajo eno žensko v zadnji, a je to coach dejansko, ko gleda? A?
Zagu showed us why he is
Dejansko imajo coacha, sam pač verjetno sam odigram, lahko govori z njimi.
of Asia, representing all the way
Po
from
moje.
Japan and
Ne, če, aja, TaySon je 11, ja, ja. Buga pa ne vem, kjer je, čakaj. Zdaj hitro pogledamo, kjer je buga. Sam fore, kaj takole, Dignitas mora biti, a ne, DIG. A kje vidite buga?
Seems to be working out relatively well for them so far.
Ful manj je pregledno zdaj to.
Already, and now that's going to alleviate a decent amount of pressure here for Stroke Gang Kylie. They don't necessarily need to fully push in just yet. They can really wait to see how they want to actually choose to try and reapproach here, but they're not the only team to mix things up a bit, as now Misha and Tini just above Bryson
Čaj, s kom igra buga?
might be looking for an opportunity to find an elim or two here.
This is pretty interesting because
Evo,
Tina and Misha
34
definitely
je.
have been having a
Buga je
tough time
34.
against Baka and Pars, but Bryson Chubbs have been jumping in that battle as well. It has been a three-way engagement here at the Shady Stilts and around. So Tini and Misha
Aja,
trying
Abi,
to
pri
mix
nas,
it up, saying, all right, what
pri
can we do
nas
different?
za studio,
How
ali
can we
kaj?
adapt here? Clearly, they made it to the upper bracket, right? But having a tough time so far. Might be looking like a Saturday appearance if they can't turn up and turn up soon.
Meanwhile,
TaySon
Miro
je 11.
might be stuck in an engagement up against Shari is, well,
No, tale goba ga je pa zgrifala, ne?
very accurate. Some of those twin mag shots. Miro leading the charge up against his solo. And it seems like it's only a matter of seconds before Shari is completely collapsed upon, doing everything in his power to try and stay alive just one moment longer.
Kaj je to vse piskanje, a so oni v redu, no? Kaj delajo?
But Cooper and Miro, they are relentless. They refuse
A ja, what the fuck, to je pri meni.
opportunity go. And it's going to be another
A ja, oh fuck, to sploh ni bilo v igri.
as they finally close out on Shari.
You got to respect that right there. Cooper all
the
the
fuck
way
je bilo to?
with
To je
the
bilo pri
initial
meni.
opener, and then the call out, setting up Miro for success. He said, hey, look, they're one. Trust me. Miro with no hesitation jumps directly in there.
Things are looking pretty good though, so far for Threats and Buga over at Sanguine Sweets. It does seem as though they managed to get their way into the vault. That kind of Stinger SMG certainly gonna come play a pretty big part there for Threats whenever they do decide to engage. And a few more battles later on. Clownsky and Grolls, though, a team that we really saw in quite the position last game. It was really their surge strategy that seemed to be a little bit lacking in game number 2.
A ne, dvomam, da bi se pol že to hitro nehal, ali? Jaz sem mislil, da je bilo to v igri, človek. Ja, najboljše požartle, pa mi še to upremo, ko vam tukaj zažge. Jo, Nogavička TV kar 6 evri še. Loga tega. Dajte W v chat za Timija, prosim. On se že kar velik doniral. Hvala ti, Ligija, za support. Hvala ti. Ej, W v chat. Tini je zadan. Hvala ti, Ligija, za support, TV. A bo top donator, chat, se ne vem. Kaj ne vem, kaj enkrat je pod ime Timi doniral, enkrat pa tako. Ampak je tam. Za top donatorja meseca. Pojmo spremenil tle dol, da bo bil pol naprej, da bo sam pisal top monthly, pa pol to. Zato ga tako pol tudi folk ne ve, kaj pomeni točno. Po moje, ne. Malo spremenil. Da je malo bolj brljivo.
Big eliminations they picked up, but look, Miro's now by himself in the distance there, so Cooper caught off guard out in the open there and away from his teammate. Here we get to see RojXs, Thomas and Malibuka.
Chat, je Kanada spet umrl. A sta Malibuka pa Thomas ubila Kanado. A, sam nata sam en kill mata. Sam enega sta pol ubila, verjetno. Sam nedolenski. Zakaj ima kar random muske vmes od voltov, ni mi jasen. To je dober zon za TaySon, čeprav ne vem, kje je zdaj TaySon. A je šel slepijo, ali ne? Timi, še en euro. Dobro, Nogavička Timi, lahko si Nogavička, ne pa Timi. Čakaj, a to sta dva različna Timija? Hvala še tebi legenda za 1 euro, hvala ti. Čakaj, kaj? Ne, niso, ja. Čakaj, pa ni to isti Timi. Timi je pa Nogavička Timi, hvala drugače obema za support.
And by that, I just mean top 25, right? That is the goal today. And then, of course, Sunday. Get as high as possible.
Komentarje, ko folk prav, kaj ta muska.
Be the winner of that $1 million first place prize. Here we got Pink and Vico. I know we were hyping them up.
Chat, top 25 mora biti TaySon, da kvalifija v finalu v nedeljo danes. Abi je Američanka in je tvoja punca. Abi je Angležinja in je moja punca, ja. Ja, GG so, ja.
As well, here in the heart of Mega City, you got Flixi way up top on the building. Group A seems as though they had a successful battle because Flixi with 1 elimination.
Ne, drugače Angležinja.
Got the opportunity to revive Group A there as well.
A res, Abi.
But now, from this aerial point of view, opportunities to use these grind rails if necessary for a quicker rotation, but Mega City seems to be relatively safe for the time being. And the way Flixi keeps looking down leads me to believe that he's got some form of idea that Suns and Anon are the team directly below him.
Just outside of the Mega City, King and Phaser Cam here. Very interesting. They've had a very long track
Ja ne sodja.
till here.
Od Great Britain spada pač pol še Wales po to, ne? Če gledaš, je Abi prvo Angležinja drugač.
Thank you, Monster. Like you see, no elims. We obviously saw at the start of the day, CalGamer had a lot to say.
Sem prvo, ne Abi, a sem zdaj jaz čist mimo vseku. A sem zamešal.
And King said the same, he thinks they're not as good as they say they are, but these two teams have been going head to head.
A ne, United Kingdom, ampak ne, ampak pač.
Both teams looking to try and set up for fights where possible. We see them sort of pinching and peeking towards each other at times.
Some British citizen. Saj res, a vi sploh kje uporabljate kao England? Tako, a to sam z miksa učimo? Kaj vem, da vedno folk reče, you British?
Thanks so much, Levin, for that breakdown.
Ti mi je še 1 euro dnero. Najljubša poza, ki jo Zabi rada delata. Ja, o tem bomo pa ostali anonimni, razen če bomo vprašan, kaj sem ali nisem. Hvala ti za 1 euro.
Actively choosing to disengage, have to believe that part of that reason is because
Pol ne, razen če si velik patriot.
being early eliminated in match 3.
Ok, Dolenski.
Acorn cold though. They've got some eliminations on the mind because they want Pink and Vico if they can find it. Cold now applying some pressure onto the backside here. Pink and Vico certain to have to keep an eye out for it. Cold though, just continuing to move around some of these top tier builds. And Acorn, Cold, slight lull in the action. As they
Kam lenda TaySon na severno stran Slepija. A ti si igral? Ja, jaz sem igral prejšnje sezone, to sezono lahko igral samo oni, ki so qualified.
Acorn in match number 2 where he really went the distance in the end when it mattered.
Ja, pol boste posnela video, ko igrate državne igre. To drugače sem govoril, da na streamu dam naredil, ampak sem pa govoril, da bi TikTok imel delo za državne igre različne. To pa, da malo folk se jih spozna. To sem tako na streamu govoril, pa? Pa?
As grand champions.
But what's interesting is that that frenzy keep in mind. CalGamer and 7man were there as well, but they weren't when we last checked in just now. So have to imagine.
Koliko mi gre ta muska na živce, no, so normalni. Žoga pinjo.
The type of engagement we want to take right now, just like iDrop has a solo, trying to see if he can gather anything from Rift Island. If he's able to get this capture point uncontested as a solo, that will be absolutely
Četa, na TikToku vidite sliko, ali imate sam zvuk?
And, you know, it's worth 50 points, so it's definitely the position you want to jockey for. Not a single other team has decided that they want to come up here. This could be his lucky, graceful moment here, but no, there is a duo just above them. Could iDrop build a big enough base here to buy him some of a flex? Potentially. Oh no, it seems like the team's actually underneath. Okay. But we jump in with Queasy. Queasy's hurt here. Vino, pretty healthy. They have to double down alongside one another. It's Kylie and Fastroki.
Chat, a gre en iz YouTubea pogledat, če dela stream na TikToku. A je sam zvuk.
It puts them on the pathway, the war path of Vino and Queasy.
That was a big shot though. That Kylie
Dolenski sam s čevlji gor, ja.
Took down his shield almost entirely, so Vino's gonna have to
oboje, kaže oboje na TikToku, ok, super. Kaj vem, da doskrat zbaga, pa pol nikoli ne vem. Ok, super. Hvala vam.
HP to actually take this engagement. It's Kylie now looking for where he wants to try and make this finalized approach, but doesn't realize Veno's managed to sneak up behind him. Veno making sure to return the favor.
Imam lulčka. Je doniral €1, godi mi. Kaj je setupom? Ja, popravlja se, renovira se. V roku 2 tednov bom verjetno tam. Za €50 ti pokažemo obe stopali dolenski. Delo vse, super. Super.
This fight now approaching that time where you start to think, how worth it is it? Can we get out of here safe and sound? Is there an exit plan for us? You have to assume they're feeling the same way. Yup, the demeanor says so, and we call it just right. They want to get out of there as much as we want to see them rotate, so on they go. Meanwhile, the same can be said about Pink and Vico. I'm sure they're thinking, okay, what's the game plan here? Acorn and Code know better, but at the same time, Acorn and Code are in such a better position. It's in their best interest to actually say,
a jaz providam, ja providam Svican.
Exactly, plus Pink, we saw his builds just now in comparison to Cold. It is a night and day difference.
Sam da se zdaj reče, da bi da PayPal, samo ne upaš dolenski. Ne upaš.
Meanwhile, Pink, I believe last checked in, he had around like 16, 18. That's practically nothing. They've invested so much time here now that they don't really have another option other than to close this fight out because they need the materials, they need the refresh off of Cold and Acorn.
Acorn, Cold, but Cold gets him in the box and puts down the other as well.
Cold 1v2.
Shut down and sent back to the lobby.
Ej, maybe je ta pickaxe, ki ga dobijo unika zmaga, ki ga ima on. Ki je tak full svetleča, ne chat?
Sealed in the bag. They were in 3rd place coming into this, picking up these elims here.
Ma, abi, če so neumni, ta muska je iz voltov, no. Pa jo imajo kar skozi in predvaja, no, ka bom znoril. So neumni. Ker hoče imeti musko tudi v ta pravi igri, ka volt odpreš. Kdo zmaga? Ne vem, danes itak nima veze, kdo zmaga. Danes je sam tisti, ki gre top 25, grejo v finale v nedeljo. Sam top 25 mora biti. Ne, abi, niso bili z volta, zbaganje. Zbaganje. Nobenega volta ni več bliz.
Solid as ever in terms of applying damage.
They're also the only team that finished top 5 in every
5 iger je. Tija, 6 iger je samo v finalu v nedeljo.
Position to put yourself in, really showing
Thomas
how flexible they
Thomas
are
dead.
Season. It also shows you they might just be the team this weekend. They might just be that team, but
Oh.
Let's jump into the action here.
Imagine. Oh, sam mislil da ih bo 1v2-ju.
Forced down, and the pressure unrelentless. Coming in from the Middle Eastern team, Rapid here, really pushing back. They've already claimed Thomas. And Malabuka wants nothing of that. The ME boy says, hey, listen, you're up. Sit down. We got this.
Absolutely insane, though, just how quickly Malabuka was able to escape from that position, because it really looked as if QNE
Ja, Abi, kdo pa je rekli, ko rihta pol? Kdo je pri nas? Abi, aj doma pri nas.
Being out of the picture, Malabuka, granted, we know that he's capable of making those solo clutch circumstances happen, but with so many power hitters left in this lobby
igra pa res
as
na
a
živce,
team,
presežem.
that solo's
Tini
fine,
Nalkan.
not looking the best.
Misha solo.
Absolutely scary, scary duo right here. Some of EU's greatest. Very hard-working duo here. Takes the Tini. Tina and Misha just haven't caught a break here. Rotating all the way down to the north side.
Pač zalogo še nisem dubo, a ne, Abi, tistega. A veš?
Fragmented
Ne vem, kako
apart.
bo to
Misha
naredil.
is looking to
Sam za
replenish
to.
himself here, but the
To me
storm surge is
skrbi.
active. And Banyak just says, hey, you know what? I want nothing to do with this. It's already looking pretty tough. I'm going to just go ahead and rotate on out of here. They're going to crash pad their way across, and that should be all she wrote.
Kvaga lega.
To be fair,
effective rotate.
It's a lot of map to cover, though, for some of those north
Razen, če
side
sem
teams.
danes dubo. Abi, ja sem dubo kakšen paket danes.
Things have been breaking down, but
A?
still, Banyak and Karmi, again, doing a great job utilizing those crash pads. Cammy and Seti together as a duo, that's something that we haven't really seen too much of at this point in the game. Curious to see how their
Wow,
endgame
Abi,
goes now
wow.
that they're both up and running.
They're checking bushes. They're
Crazy
looking
double
around.
kill.
They're trying to see who is lingering about. They already have themselves their third
Kvaga
elimination,
lega.
and they're
Asi
sitting on
normalan.
top of the loot. So this is a full-on refresh for someone who was up on high ground here.
Misha
So this
double
is
kill.
an excellent find for them. Meanwhile, looking at the top 5 here, Ritual and Reet are leading the charge by a fair margin. The only team on their heels now, Cold and Acorn, as Garrus and Shari have been sent back to the lobby.
Kaj mi
but
seta ima
again,
ta,
if you
sta
take
dubla
a win
god
right
refresh
now,
model.
I mean, you have just about done
Ah,
enough.
okay,
It'd be
Abi.
hard pressed for you not to get out of the upper bracket and go straight to finals with a victory.
Yeah, we're definitely
Ja, Abi,
starting
aj
to
oči
see
doma,
a
da sploh
pretty
pove,
big
kje imam jaz
point
povezan za
disparity
studio.
from our top 10
Jaz sem
even our
studio
top
v spodju, v
20
klet povezan.
competitors.
Sta dve varovalki zame.
And Flixe, though, one more time. Another
A res Dolenski.
revive. It's going to have to go through, but this time it's going to be Gripe turning the favor onto his teammate
Ja,
Flixe.
kaj, Abi, misliš, kaj, jaz sem se lahko na
This
policiji
as
vidiš.
well. Seems Flixe is going to be just fine for the time being, but they've still got to keep pushing forward. They still got to keep trying to move in, try and stay ahead of these zones wherever possible, but two revives
hvala,
into the match
Dolenski.
already, Monster. You can tell that they're
Aha,
definitely
okay, Abi,
having
okay,
some
okay.
tough times with making these rotations.
Evo, Merstaš, TaySon.
Jumping in with Monaco's
200 above
Search.
search.
But I want to give a lot of credit to Baka and Pars, who have a great position over the lobby right now. A bird's eye view, they are one of the few teams.
Lekaj imajo vsi arti sam podlago, čat.
Potential high
To, ko imajo
ground. They have
diamanti
just
z njimi zdaj.
continued to show us what they are made of. They are now officially slipped their way into top 5, really working their way up. But hold up, TaySon's got a lot of problems knocking on his door. Ping has gotten knocked in the
Ta
mix there.
refresh
So
bilo
while he
fajn,
was
če
focused
dobita.
on TaySon, other teams started to look inwards, and I'm not sure TaySon understands that there was a down body there.
Or maybe he did and might be interested in
O,
trying to pursue
ali bo to
it.
dejansko pustila res?
Kyrie
Pa še
holding it
oh!
out, seeing in time, but it's going to be too much from TaySon. Interruption.
Kjer pa
on that
leg,
revive.
človek.
Now it's TaySon and Merstash seeing if they can finish what somebody else had started. They managed to get the material refresh, the item refresh as well.
Evo, dubla sta mece.
There for the
Tu
taking.
dva
TaySon
slurpa,
will
easy.
swap out for
Easy.
that double legendary slurp juices.
Aj ta kill nima štev, ne ni.
Merstash and TaySon
Ni
still
nima štev.
powering through some of these builds that have already been pre-established here, and that's just a freebie for them.
Yeah,
Ne,
it's,
ne,
it's
hvala,
all in
Dolenski.
all a net positive. You get
Ja, ja,
the
Abi.
damage that you need. You start inching your way towards this end game.
Znaš, da še sam
Looks like
finish
it is
dobo,
gonna
ne?
be a Slappy Shores finish here.
Pizzi
So
Veno 3
just
killi, holy
outside the
shit.
mountain there. Vino's already marked up the position they want to be in. It's that natural high ground on the backside here, the ice capsule. But again, Baka Pars looking downwards on them, putting that
Četa, ni
upward
TaySon z
pressure
Venotom
here.
igral,
Not
ne?
making
Eno
it look
sezono duo. A se
easy
motam?
at all here.
A se spomnite
He's
kaj?
going to have to concede for a bit. It's cost him a lot. He's going to have to take some of Vino's inventory as well. So Vino trusting in Queasy to lead the rotate here.
It's all about that middle, though, at this point for Queasy, especially when you know that you're having some pressure being applied to you from the high ground. The more durable your builds, the better. As far as understanding, though, which way he wants to start Queasy, recognizing the fact that he's got his chance right now. Just keep building up. And again, with it being metal, it's so difficult for teams to really take a second to try and chop them out just yet. Queasy gotta look for the connect onto some of these other builds, but dropping down ever so slightly. Still maintaining the height overall.
Timi, a si ti u redu?
Limited builds to just get there, connects it to a structure in the distance, but Cammy and Seti are looking backwards and they're saying no.
A je igrao, en pa prav da ne.
This lobby. I want to fight for it as well. We need a big game
TaySon in na Parizu so bili trio, aha, ne pa duo.
All of a sudden now they are the most resistance on the front side of the zone here.
Sedi kam imate god spot.
We know what's going to happen. Vino, Queasy will run with this.
Slab Surge mata. 4 kile pa sta kom je buff Surge, what the fuck? Lepo slišati Timi.
They might headbutt each other on high ground. The moment here, but it's Acorn, a bit sneaky with the crash pad. But he's continuing to hang around.
Queasy double kill.
Zone, but hanging just on the edge of it.
And I just love how we're seeing, again, NA's best and EU's best, right? Back to back here, two different perspectives, two totally different layers. Acorn and Cold.
Aloha oni nehajo s to musko, presežem.
Playing to what they play best, and they're doing it well here. Meanwhile, you do, of course, have your other teams fighting for height, so an excellent play to watch unfold here, but we jump into Pars and end game from Pars.
Ne, dolenski je smešno zlagan moga čala, če mi vidiš uživam, hvala.
The least amount of elims we've seen so far, but it is a single one, so far of the 3 they
Kjer je super, si pa dubo videk zdaj.
Now we jump into Muzz and Paper.
Paper mata 6 kilov. Holy shit.
One big pop-up will put you up in that top 25, surely.
It's been a relatively quiet day for Muzz and Paper so far, so this could be a massive moment if they're able to seize it.
Kje sem jaz po TaySon? Vem ja, Roko. Sem izklopil sem. Sorry, do. Ko folk ne zanima tam tolk tak stream vidim. Pa brez je zapala, veš. Pa da razkeram, da okej. Ne, Abi, ne. Jaz sem izklopil. TaySon nokan. Merstaš solo.
Vino's fully healthy, but no!
Oh, Vino dead. Queasy solo. Mersta še živ chat nekje.
Excellent end game for them. They're going to be happy with a top 10. Meanwhile, Paper and Muzz.
TaySon je double kill, sam ne vem, če ta kill šteje. Ne, Mersta živ.
8 elims now, probably the most that are alive at the moment. Trailing behind another team and Paper's going to fall there.
And unfortunately, Muzz to follow
Evo ga Merstaš, nice. Ajde Merstaš, klačaš to.
Still up and kicking. Seti though with a massive hit.
Še slurp. Seti dead. GG.
It might not do him any good. He's not able to break into the zone in time.
Acorn pa Cold na hajtu. 5 kilov. Merstaš dead. To, četvrta sta bila, ni bad. Ni bad. Sam problem je, da so killi full vredni. Ej, v finalu so tudi to killi vredni, ali ne? Majster je v badubu! GG's. GG. Ajde, GG so chat. Damo, da lahko zapišete. GG so chat. GG. Zdaj moramo počakati, da vidimo, kjer je TaySon. Ne vem, kjer je TaySon. Gremo eno rundo wordcev, pa bomo pogledali, ker ne vem, kjer je. Okej? Bomo pol pogledali. Pri 1000 lajkih giftam skin. Ne vem, koliko lajkov imamo zdaj, ampak imate še 2 igri časa, da pijemo 2 igre lajkov. Še 2 igri časa imate.
It's an insane feeling. I mean, this guy is just, I don't know, this guy's on something else. Like, this guy is the best player, I think. I'm serious.
Yeah, doing it for
ti veš, kdo je Rafko Lah? Bivši ravnatelj. Bivši ravnatelj česa, ne, drugače ne vem.
In the previous game, and now you've taken it one step further. For you, is it a bit of a dream to perform so well, so early in the competition?
Of course, I mean, like, getting ahead
Dajte še gifting. Gifting.
Yeah, you're not feeling the pressure. You're pretty set on Sunday already. Why do you think you are able so frequently to take
Ne poznam Matko. Dobro jutro, Mihac. Je gifting, aha. 667 lajkov. Vi kar lajkite. Vi kar lajkite, če hočete giftanga skin, mislim, meni izbledal, da ga zmaga. Ne, Dolenski.
You say downfall, what do you mean by downfall? Because you did place top 10 in all 3 majors in North America this year that you played. So for you, what's a bad day?
Anything under first.
Anything under first. Well, it's looking like you're probably going to have a very good day. Now, I've got to send back to the desk very quickly, though, before I do. Akon said such nice things about you, Cold. Have you got a message for him?
This guy is actually the best IG on the game. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. This guy just... His brain is just... No one can compete.
Well, I can hear Akon saying, stop over there. So I will stop on your behalf.
Ja, Dolenski, tako je, lej. Kako si, super sem, kako si ti, Miha? 40 plus 2 km. Ja, to vem, sam na splošno lesnico, ne vem. Oje, dej, da vidimo. Se prav... Cold pa Akon sta zdaj prvak, sta to igro zmagali. A, jaz sem bila 6, druga, prva. Holy shit. Kviz Iveno sta druga. Reed je tretji zdaj, je prvo igro slabo odigral. Dons. Kami Set je 6. TaySon je 8 spet, chat. TaySon je spet 8. Pač, jaz mislim, da ni šans, da TaySon ne bo top 25, da pride v finale. Sam bi bilo fajn videti, da kakšna vina pa to zato, da je na vrhu, veš, da ima tisto motivacijo za pol. Veš. Piše pa Tini sta pa 45. Dolenski. Alan, Marisa, kako si ti? Nisi da gre nekaj cajda, kje zdaj streamaš, ki vem, da si nekje drugje. Poplaval mi je studio, zato sem tukaj v te 2 pisarnah, ampak bom v roku 2 tednov nazaj spet v studio.
What a player. Honestly, it's almost hard to describe the levels, right? Major 1 when they won the FNCS in their region. I genuinely think that peak that Cold had hit.
Chat, jaz to, kako mi čakam Mario, ki pride ven igrca, ki bo tako kar OG, 2D. Kako se že smenuje? Wonderworld ali pa bi? Ko mi čakam tega Mario tam? To bi ga full... To ga bom 100% kupil, samo upam, da bote gledali, če nekam po ostrom igro. Dolenski. Inak smo v giftanga, ali? No, ta je streama, pojma nimam.
This is day 1, guys. Save some for Sunday. This is what I love to see, you know. I gave a little bit of a sneak peek as to who I was going to
Super Mario Bros. Wanda, ja, chat. A bi to gledal? Daj pa si nazaj v studio. Ja, jaz mislim, da v enem tednu pa pol bi mogel biti, oziroma do naslednjega vikenda zna biti skoraj vse že zrihtan. Po moje. Sam še detajli pol. Hvala, Dolenski. Ena fake, ena črka je fake, kjer je fake? G je fake. G je fake, chat. En je napisal slag. Slag.
Going into these end games in positions to play out height very, very well, right? You know, it's typical stuff. But they're having a couple problems, right? Where a bunch of their other EU compatriots
Vi boste failali level 7, a ste normalni? Halo, chat? Chat? Vi mislite failati level 7? Kaj se dogaja z vami? Halo? 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 Ok, smo naredili, ok. Ok, vsaj naredili smo. Dolenski, hvala. Še 2 igri imamo,
Yeah, there's no way this is going to end up being a good game. And look at this. Cammy said it. They just surprise every single time and in such good fashion. I mean, you mentioned it. Cuisine Veno, they're usually aware of their flank. How did Cammy and Seti pull this off?
And it's not just playing it off, right? When
Šabi je rekel, da je težko, halo. To je res. Kaj imaš z okom? Odim in kaj imam z okom. A misliš, da bo TaySon zmagal finale? Zelo težko je vedeti. Jaz upam, da bo EU on top, da en izmed Evrope zmaga. Ampak bi bil pa tudi zelo vesel, da je pač to TaySon. Ampak tako bom rekel, TaySon, če bo dobro igral, ima šanso glede na drop spot pa vse. Isto Kvizi Veno, isto Trulek s Čičo, isto Kami Seti. Sam let bomo videli. ScorpLZ s tim. A to si samo gotovo necuc. Ti meni prideš kar neka serija, MKM, jem, pijem, gledam. Lej, pač to je fora, veš. Jaz zelo rad streamam, sploh s tem namenom, da folk pride in ga chilla, a veš. Tako da bi te pač go pa nekaj gledal, gledam mene pa chilla. Pa upam, da se zraven kaj nasmeji. Tako da, hvala. To je pohvala, da ješ, pa piješ, pa zraven gledaš. To je god. To je god. To je god. Pa še, ko bo naslednji teden bo Gozljivke čat po mojo petek. No, čeprav ne vem, čat, naslednji teden ful ne vem, kako bo streamil, okej, to kdo boste vedeli. Zato, ker bom verjeten računalnik pa vse mogel v studio naslednji teden enkrat nest. Pa bom pa rabo par dni, da zrihtam cel setup tam, tako da takrat, če bom kaj live, bom na TikToku live. Prek telefona. Kaj misliš o rap sneakerjih? Kva so to za eni sneakerji? Jaz upam, da bo vsaj top 75 dobil vsaj malo denar. Se staš, ka top 75 ne moraš biti, kva? Če 75 duo, to sam tukaj. Čak, vi niste naredili? A, to so po naredki. Če vi ste slabi. To je prvi, Cold pa Akon. Akon sta prva. Jaz ga sta ful tiha, chat. A si kdaj igral solo FNCS? Ja, sam to je že zelo dolgo nazaj. Je to volaren v fortu, ker Kenga ubijem prije drugi. Ja, third party je kar volaren, sploh pa papsih pa renko, ja. Kaj pa Twig? 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 A ni Twig tudi? Ja, Abi je dala, evo. A ni Twig, to, ta palca, mislim palca. Vejca, veja. Ne, cela veja, ampak... Al? A se prav spomnim. Abi, pomagi. Manjša veja, ja, okej. Ptiče Twig. To pa vem, da ni. Prav sem jo vidiš, Abi potrdila. Dej, da bomo skipali 3 levele, da poprosim. Kaj da fuck je ring, to pa prvi slišam. Chat, nekaj moram nujno igrati potem le. Nujno. Connections. A poznate Wordle? Poznate Wordle, a ne? Slovenskih besedle. Zdaj imaš connections, to je treba. Aha, okej, Abi. Daj, da fuck bomo live uravo videli, kako se reče manjši veji. To se meni včeraj zgodil, da sem rabil to povedati, Čotaro. Ko mi je padlo na avto. Sem predal to. Kva bi? Abi, kva? What? What the fuck? What the fuck? Bravo, Crunchy. Chat, tole moramo odigrati. Tisti, ki ne veste, connections so, to je ena stvar, 4 poskuse imaš, v bistvu moraš 4 besede skupaj povezati, katere spadajo skupaj, kao. Ja, in je doskrat ful težko. Tako da, kalohka je čistko, aješ, nekaj drugače. Zihar speksi. Creator. Rapper mogoče. Ne, rapper. Verse, line. Rhyme. Te 4 gre z... Kako te ne grejo skupaj? Wow, Šotaro. Kva? Raperji imajo verze, imajo rime. Pa line, what? Chat, kaj bi bilo... Kaj bi lahko skupaj tle? Create? Ja, pa ni creator. Dude? Ni reperka, je lahko tudi ženska. Zakaj bi dal dude? What? Ampak fora je, da ne vem, kva je Limerick, vem, kva je Luxa, pa Fejva, Fava, tudi ne vem, kva je. Pa Lagos. Te pa se jaz sploh poznam, ne? Killer Cookie, a veš, kaj je to že nazaj, živko. Čet, zakaj je rapper, rhyme, verse pa line ne gre, ni mi jasen. Kaj da fakt je bilo drugega? A mi lahko a lahko mi prevedaš te stvari, kaj pojem nimam kva so Luxor, Limerick, Stallion vem, da je kon, a ni? A ni Stallion vrsta konja? Limerick je neka vrsta poezije, rime. Ma fuck off. Narobe. Luxor je mesto. Aha. Ne, ni no. Ni, ker sem že probal z line, pa ni. Neka vrsta poezije. A ja, kaj pa če tam to? Sam še en poskus imam. Fava je fižol. Kako pa je Lagos pol? Oh, moj bog. Kidney. Pa Pinto tudi ne vem, kaj je. Pa Lima. Kaj še besede so tle, Abi? Ta je pa težka danes. Ta danes je pa težka. Kdaj igrajo? Ne vem, kdaj imajo naslednjo. Čez 8 minut je četrta igra. Kdo je na chat? Rabam ad njen. Hvala. Pinto je tudi fižol. So to dvoje fižol. A je to tudi fižol? Moraš znati fižole pa mesta je, GG. Pa je to tudi... A so to fižoli? Jaz bom dal, mene zanima. Niso. Daj da vidim. Ta je brez veze, Abi, ker to ni zame. Kidney je fižol! What the fuck? Cities beginning with L. Line, meter, rhyme, verse. Zakaj pa meter? Kva pa je... Abi, kva da fuck je meter pri poeziji? Kva da fuck je meter? Kva da fuck je meter pri poeziji? Kva ne bi to bilo? A res, Danica. TaySon je zaenkrat 8. Pač top 25 rabi, da gre v finale. Metrika se zdi, kva? To je čist zgrešeno vse. Ja ne, pač fora je, da so... To niso lahke stvari, te connections. Da igramo slovensko tole, besedle, ajde, da vidimo. Zato ga slovensko zastopte. Ok, nobena od teh črkni. Aha, ni množine. Kako pšata ni v fucking slovarju? Živ Ana, Ana ni več member. GG. Živ Ana. Daj se boš vrnil v svoj room v roku 2 tednov. Čakaj, skeri, zdaj imamo to. Zakaj mi je Ej, chat, angliški je lažji kot slovenski. What the fuck, sploh se ne spomnim besede. Vrata. Ne, ja, V ni, to je brez veze. Ne bom dal vrata, zato ker V zihar ni. Pač to, a vidite, tle je vse sivo, se pravi nobena od teh črk ni. Če vam delač od doma, tlek sem zdaj. En je rekel lahko, to dvomam, da bo. Ja, to kao ni v slovarju. 20 minut imam do doma. Wow, magical, wow. FNCS je končan? Ne. Sam full pauze imajo vmes. Ne bom dal glava, zato ker V ni. Prvi sta Acorn pa Cold. Zakaj se ne spomnim? Chat, zakaj je slovenski tok težek? Balon, tam je všeč, tam je všeč. Okej. B, A pa O je noter, ampak imamo narobe postavljene. Kaj bi lahko bilo? Chat, B, A pa O so noter, sam so na napačnem mestu. Za boj. Ne, Z ni. Ampak lahko vsem damo, zato da vidimo... Aha, okej. No, vse ne, slaba je bila, fuck, zato ker je O na istem. A zaprav... A ja, ne, ta je bila ful slaba za boj. What the fuck, to je bilo ful slabo, never mind. A bi rekla obala. Ne, KL ni. Pač B vem, da ni tretji zdaj, pa ni prvi. Pa A bi, če L-ja nimamo. Obara. Obaro bi lahko probala. Obara je dobra. Ojej, se pravi, NA imamo zdaj, NA je na zadnjem mestu. B je, se pravi, na B A se konča. Na B A se konča. Pa R. Pa O mora biti tle vmes. Torba. Čaj, ja, to pride. Alo, bravo. Bravo, chat. Bravo, chat. Bravo, chat. Bravo. Bravo. Gremo še angliškega. Gremo še angliškega. Kaj bi? Evo, ta je pa angliški. Ok, dolenski. Če bo kakšen Kahoot, nimam denarja za Kahoot. Kahoot je full drag, da lahko z gledalci igraš. Bravo, Abi. Crane, se pravi, E imamo na ta pravem mestu. NPC pa ne. Abi, a si to že naredila danes? Če, zakaj se pa zdaj ne spavnam, kaj bi lahko bilo? Nikoli ne more biti. Fans. Ok, tam je všeč. Ok, se pravi, ne more biti na prvih dveh.
Pink is always one that's very honest, Levin. He's going to tell you what's on his mind, and there's nothing wrong with that, I don't think.
Yeah, honesty is the best policy. You know, I wouldn't have it any other way. You want people to lie you.
Uncle, mogoče.
Because, like you just said, Acorn and Cold, they're basically qualified now, right? They could, you know, not play the rest of the games and they'll be move through to the final.
Zihar Abi ni to hitro ugotovila.
And so, if you're Acorn and Cold and these guys are contesting you, you're going to make their life as difficult as possible. You're going to make sure
Dolenski.
whatever it takes to
Zver, tako. Za danes smo vse to končali. Koliko imamo še? Daj se začne naslednja runda. To so 4 črke. To so 4 črke. Kje? Ha, no, babi. Zakaj Dolenski? Aja, Dolenski. Aja, daj gremo hitro eno rundo, ajde, hitro. A Globle si igral, kaj pa je Globle? Kaj pa je to? Ručki. Če bo tako nedeljo, ne bo tega konca do polnoči. Ja, nedeljo je samo ena igra več. Pa isto se začne ob 4. Abi, ta guess the rank poznam drugače, ja. To moram igrati večkrat. Unarmed the access. God. In kva je global, Abi? Iščeš državo, vsak dan ena. To sem jaz najbolj glup. Kako jo iščeš, po čem? Glede na kaj? To se bom usamotil. Ok, Dolenski. Halo? Ripstream. Gledaš države in ti pove, koliko je bliz. O moj bog. To sem jaz glup glede tega, to jaz ne moram. Who are ya? Iščeš znane osebe. Chat, znane osebe tudi ne poznam. Imensko, nič. Ne crunchy. Da idem tak global. Bravo, chat.
But unfortunately, it hasn't panned out that way, right? Have to get back to what that was in game one, and I think it's very possible for this team.
Yeah, so what you kind of also touched on, you guys are just...
Čakaj, kje pa naslednji gas? Drag, click and zoom in on the globe to find your next gas. A ja, to imaš gas. Čakaj, closest border. 4600 kilometrov. Jaz ful ne vem, koliko je še 4600 kilometrov stran, čat. Koliko je to stran? 4600 kilometrov. Abi, koliko je do Anglije kilometrov? Ok, Dolenski. Let's go, Kilksi. Desetina sveta, ja, hvala, no. Aha, se pravi, Anglija je 1500. Se pravi, pa mora biti res tako South Africa, oziroma pa, ja, ali pa... Igramo random semle, klikam. Aja, to moraš napisati, fuck. Kva napišemo, chat, kaj damo? Kjero državo z Afrike damo? A damo prav South Africa. Kaj to pomeni, kaj te barve? Closest. Čak. Kaj pomeni closest? A to pomeni, da je Slovenija bila bližji? Chat. A to pomeni, da je bila Slovenija bližji, ali ne? Kaj spet to piše? Slovenija je bila bližji. Sprav moram iti pol desno ali pa levo. Ali pa, ja. Pa damo. Oj, Japanija je bližji, ampak Slovenija je še vedno bližji. Sprav bolj tle nekje. Daj povejte. Čaj, ok, bomo šli pol naprej. Bomo šli pol naprej. Aj, chat! Gulov chat, igra številka 4. TaySon zaigra na 8. mestu. Vstati mora med top 25, da pride v veliki finale, kjer se bo potegoval za 1 milijon evrov. Ti si rekel Japonija. To sem znal, Šabi. Tako da gremo na member only chat. Da ne bo spomenul. Bajdo, še enkrat. 1000 lajkov, giftam skin. Imate samo še 2 igri časa. Kanada je so Thomasa, Malibuka zdaj solo. Malibuka lahko to zmaga dejansko, alo? Ka ima pampoma. No way, imagine? Malibuka, splezi gor. Oh my god, en metek. En metek. O, no, koga je? Sam nima metkov. Nima metkov. Turet mu vrš. Zakaj ne bi Tureta vrgel? Oh, GG. Malibuka, 1v2. God. Čestini, ja, kaj sem prebral, hvala ti, legenda. 5 iger je, samo 5 iger. King dead, oziroma nokan. Če Kanada bo prišel v lower bracket, ne bo niti qualify naprej. Kova to? Pač na upper back, mislim, zaenkrat ni top 8. Ručki je ratu tier 2 member, let's go, Ručki, a želiš da te dodam na eni izmed gaming platform, dokler si tier 2, hvala ti legend za support, kako si?
Right idea, though. Sometimes you just know the fight isn't yours to make happen. And for some of
chat, vsi, ki napišete ok Dolenski v chat, ste legende. Dolena JSKI.
And Galgamer now gonna have ample time to try and loot out Relentless Retreat.
Kaj, kako to misliš, imaš dol, stream player? Pa stream player, imel si že pickaxe, pa sem videl, da lahko sam za 700 ti giftam skin, ki je vreden Jura 200. Pa sem nekaj giftal. Okej, Ručki, lej. Ručki, če boš tier 2, pa kdaj hočeš, da te naj izmed platform dodam, ti sam povej. Zato kdo, kaj si ta tier. A si tier 2 trog, lažeš. Evo ga, buga.
These teams to qualify today, give themselves a break, a chance to readjust, and Bugha and Threats is one of those teams that's outside of that bubble, and I think that's something nobody would have expected coming into today.
One thing that we've definitely noticed from the past 3 games that have played out so far, Threats and Bugha, they've never been a duo.
Kako lahko ima War 7 man FNCS pickaxe? Zato, ker imajo vse skine gor tukaj, ker niso na svojih akauntih.
His own story. Some nice tags along the coast side, just south of Sanguine Suites. A lot of pressure being applied to the duo a little bit south of them.
Ok, Dolenski.
Just like I was talking about with Cammy and Seti, just one big game. This could be the start that Bugha and Threats need to try to propel themselves, if not to the top of the leaderboard, at least inside of that top 25, and that'll give them that chance to readjust.
Jo, dober večer, Juškovič, kako si? Piše, da bo kill by the way, chat. Daj prije podloga. Ja, upam, da ta mesec. Iskreno.
You have to be prepared for Championship Sunday. $4 million on the line. That's not something to take lightly.
And again,
Juškovič, kako si, dragi moj?
But for Thomas and Malabuka,
I'm going far. I got spot.
Ajde, dej da tle vidim, kako je klačil. Vidim, kako je klačil.
60 wide, I'm dead, they're both here. He's getting shot in the back though, he's getting shot in the back. One is running back to farm and one is trying to leave. They're gonna get siphoned for these. Farm the brick after. Two toilets, here. He's alone. Nice! Get.
Nisi napisal, si slep. A boljše ne more biti. Nisi napisal. Boljše ne more biti. Juško je dobil za seksa chat, confirmed. Kaj? Geographics.
First strike's almost feeling like a POI with how well they have managed to just take hold of it.
Okej, Dolenski, a ne? Kaj, blazine za stol? Ja, zgubil sem blazine za stol v poplavah, ampak to so rekli, da lahko nove naročijo, no? Ja, kaj pa pol, Juško? Kaj pa pol?
Just like Duke and Edgy trying to pick up the pace here. They
are
FNCS
Zakaj si super? Juško, če ne igraš z mano igrc, kako si lahko super? What do you mean? Jaz imam najboljšo energijo. Juško, veš, kako si se ti z mano smeju? A ja, to stream player. Ok, Dolenski. Ja, kad drugač ti si bil unaj, ko sem ti obljubil, da dobiš blazino, a ne? Ko sem ti hodil poslati, pa je v poplavah šlo. Moram se te zapomniti, da bom te giftu, če dobim blazino. Juško, sej, vem, da uživaš zdaj v real life-u, ampak še vedno lahko kdaj igraš s prijatelji igrce, veš? Jaz se ne bi branil. Sem vesel, da ti je všeč stream player, sem vesel. Pač meni se tudi zdi drugač sick skin. Ko mi čakam, da bo jutr, pa me ne boste za Dolenski. Ja, na valo ocenjen. Ne, dobro. Če je šola, to je vse oproščeno. Če je šola, je vse... Kar toliko ocen že imate? Zdaj tako mi je en mesec v šoli. Če, koliko imate že ocen? Kaj še na valo ocen? Ej, Dolenski, a se ti drugač pišeš Dolenski? A zakaj Dolenski? Ja, GG stream player. Franči 2, Jaka 5, Dolenski 30, ja, okej. Okvideks. Zakaj Jusko kvitu? Pa se ni... Jusko je pač ni kvitu, mislim kvitu. Pač fuzbal je začel trenirati, pa punco je dubo. Pa šola se je začela. To je vse, je enako, nimaš cajta. Pač iskreno, če imaš šolo, pa da še nekaj treniraš zraven, nimaš nič cajta. Pa če imaš še punco, itak nimaš cajta. Že tako nimaš cajta, če treniraš pa šola. Iskreno. A, se pišeš Dolenski? Dolenski. Ja, GG stream player. Stream player, zakaj si šut dubo, pa kje si šut dubo? V sredo pišeš? Matematiko te jaz vse naučim. Ni še glih punca, ampak ajde. A po že seksata. Ni še punca, ampak sta friends with benefits. Nekaj spet kempata Miša Patini. Začela sta spet uno taktiko uporabljati, Miša Patini, chat. Spet sta začela uno taktiko uporabljati. Aha, lej. On pričakujejo tukaj. Tako sta one dva dobro igrala na FNCS-u. Ko sta landala vsakič na kakšne hiške, pa kempala folk. In danes ima ni šlo v redu in sta spet začela to taktiko. A ti imaš ne jebico skor, sam se sem imaš. Podi mi ne jebico, kva? Pa si bedak. Pač sam vem, da... Jaz hočem biti cool streamer. Jaz hočem biti cool boomer, veš. In cool boomeri umenjajo seks, veš. Kako se pišeš Dolenski? Veš kaj je nejebica? Ja, sliš se kakor da ne dobiš, kvaj sem. Pojma nimam. Danica. Cool fodder, sam da nis fodder. Tako, tako. Ne, v bistvu, basically, nekak sem fodder. Veš, nekak imam tukaj veliko otroka, ne, v chatu. Jaz sem fodder vsem vam, what do you mean? Aha, okej, Danica, hvala. Wow, Abi. Pa če najbolj reno vprašal in car je rekel, da ne mara dajati enk, a več kot pol razreda ima enko. Ja, GG. Kjer je predmet to stream player? That they have to be careful because as long as they continue to go south, we saw the zone was pulling up. So this will be the congested side. You already see in the minimap there are so many teams going ahead and grabbing their spot. Jusko, a ti veš kaj je pedofil? Jaz sem rekel, da na streamu ste vi moji otroci, basically. Kaj pa to veze s pedofilijo? Kva? Jusko, se veš, da pedofil je ki ima seksualni interkurs z mladoletno osebo. Ne pa da si starš nekomu. Danes smo HTML pisali, najtežji te življenja, če ne znaš. Nekaj delov, euro 40, meč pa ni napisal, hvala ti legenda za support, hvala ti. Chat, ena beseda, ki pa nikoli v life ne bi rad bil, da me kdo pokliče, pa pedofil, presežem. To pa po moje... Rajš bi videl, da me kličejo morilcka, pa pedofil. To pa po moje res najslabše. Ali pa rapist. To pa sta dve najslabši stvari, presležem. Najlažji ne znaš brati. Juško, če si napisal NSJL SZJ, ja, in to lahko prebereš najtežji tudi, okej? Če si L zasral. Thomas and Malbuka are one of those teams that talk about how good they're playing as a contested duo, but they're in 23rd place Da boš ti kakšnega mehkega skorpa naštimo. Ni v planu zaenkrat. Nitro je porabil mene največ škvati legenda Nitro za 10 mesecev, srčke za TaySona. Evo, Nitro prav srčke za TaySona, member, jajde, gremo. Srčke za TaySona, da bo danes 125, da pride v finale, pa da v finale pol zmaga. Ti si res dislektik. Abi, ja sem jaz dislektik? Ali on, ki je napisal S je names A-je. Ok, Dolenski, živo za nič. Ja, Jusko, kakšna urca bom šel live, ja.
We'll have to tune back into them a little bit later on here because keep in mind what Pink said in that interview. But we'll get more insight on that later on because right now we've got some great insight coming your way via Mighty Miner.
Thank you so much, Taco. Now, we saw a huge game from Acorn and Cold right there, which basically solidifies their spot in the grand finals on Sunday. We can see them doing everything in their power to make sure that Pink and Vico don't have the same success. Now, Pink and Vico are actually in 29th place right now, so they're just dipping. They're getting out of there. Of course, getting inside the territory of Cameron and Sethi as well. They don't want anything to do with it. They want to make sure they're avoiding fights as much as possible because they've only got 2 games to make it happen.
Tako da Mišatini zelo velika šansa, da bo da igrala lower bracket, potem ka TaySon zelo velika šansa, da je v finalu.
Trying to do as much as he can to try to stay alive. That's Duke and Edgy on the other side. They need these points, and it's a 2v1 situation, and Merstash is not backing down from the challenge. A nice shot, but that's going to be a miss. Merstash takes a little bit of damage, but he has more than enough heals to try to get himself into tip-top shape.
Star sem 45, delam na komunali, ime mi je Giga, pišem se lag in sem čelov.
That could be their opportunity to strike. At this stage in the game, with only 2 games left, you have to try to get as many points as possible. Even if you don't get in the top 25 here, you want to get yourself.
Že videl to novo bajdo tam od tebe, pred loko na levi.
Hesitation though is definitely not there as far as for Stroky and Kylie are concerned.
Mogoče, zdaj kad na sprehode hodam.
They're ready to completely try and run him down because it's going to be Inshari left to fend for himself here. A nice double elimination there.
Abi, kaj ti kar nekaj govoriš? Vse ta mesec je bilo, kva, dosti je. A si videl pravno šparovo? Ne, sem pa slišal, ko so vsi v chatu pisali. ScorpLZ.
A little spot, a little
Kaj, to so pa tablete, kva na jaz.
As you saw on the minimap, not too many teams are there. Acorn and Cold, you said it yourself. They have already got their spot into Championship Sunday, but you know as well as I do. There's more than just money on the line. There's more than just the acts of champions. It's about calling yourself the best Fortnite duo in the world. And that's what Cold and Acorn came to do. Specifically Cold. He was at the Invitational along with Acorn, different duos, but he placed 3rd. He fell just shy above Queasy and Vino and Cami and Seti.
Pač Scorp, ta stream player ni resen, sploh ne ve kaj piše. Vse nobeno. Čak, TaySon je dead, alo. Ne mi chokat, ne mi chokat. Ne mi chokat.
For Oakis, but Merstash, he might have found 1 elimination. He's got a lot
Merstash niti killa ni dobil. A ja, je, okej, šele zdaj je pokazal.
Here at the Creaky compound.
Zdaj pa ne bo reza.
Merstash is really gonna have to try and play things safe from the backside of zone.
Ne, drugač Tenza, lahko Abi vprašaš, kako je bilo tako, ko sem šel. Včer sem imel zadnjo tabletko, ko sem nehal jemati.
And with that in mind, Merstash now, it is essentially now or never. He's got to make a play. He's got to find some damage, and he is just barely managing to put himself into that safety net threshold.
Look, Merstash kar puša.
That's just a daring play. Very, very brave, but that's something you kind of known from Merstash. One of the more mechanically skilled players in the EU region overall. He's willing to take those chances. He's willing to bet on himself. But since he didn't land a shot and didn't cover the distance, he's just trying to disengage. You said it yourself as well. He's just trying to find his way in towards the zone instead of waiting, letting time pass by, and having all those duos pass him and try to hold him out. I think that was a perfect play for him to try to find his spot inside of the zone.
Abi, jaz bi šel danes v fitness pol potem.
They need to find damage and they need to start to
build
that
zraven.
77 below, continuously falling. They're taking some time.
Vse do 11 fitnessa, ne Abi, aj do pol 11.
You got to make. What's more important, storm surge or resources to try to survive?
Granted, there is
Dolenski.
Kinetic Ore available for King and Vaser to utilize, but
Denza, če zdaj v 2 tednih sem samo en dan, da nisem nekaj zase naredil. Pa zdaj sem ful začel bolj tako delati. Ali grem nasprej? Da začnem na... Pač ali grem na sprehod, ali grem laufat, ali pa grem v fitness.
Luckily there on the tail end. Couple of shots go through, 65 above. They do get the knock, but chances for them to be able to take advantage might not necessarily be there.
Do 22:30 je. Skoraj moram priti do 21:30 v fitness. Pa še trebuh me boli. Kaj moram tem, veš koliko se zdaj... Veš koliko se... Pa zdaj, ko sem se ful tako slabo počutil, pa vse to mentalno in vse. In ko sem začel vsak jutr nekaj zase narediti, pa da se vsak drug dan pobrijem pa to, da se skozi dobro počutam. Sam žal mi je, da sem bravo pobril, zdaj sem spet pustil. Se ful boljš počutam. In res hočem pač, da se tudi v svojemu telesu dobro počutam tako, kako zgledam. Imel sem 107 kill 2 tedna nazaj, mislim teden pa pol nazaj. Zdaj sem na 105,5. Tako da moram. Cilj mi je do novega leta pridati na 1,96, če mi rata. A pa vsaj pod 100, no. Ker ne vem, koliko je pol realistično, ker skušam 7 kill. Tako, nikoli v lifeu nisem maral hoditi, pa na sprehode hoditi, a odkar sem začel tako, kot zdaj, da grem za 1 uro hoditi, pa poslušam podcaste, mi je prav top shit. Tako, pokuram kalorije, 100krat boljš se počutam, ker tako je nekaj naredim zase, zdaj tako res bolano. Ne dolenski. Ne, videk, s 1000 lajkih je gift, ne po 800. Me sploh ne zanima.
To work together here as all these teams continue to pile in to the Eclipse to stay the way the zone is pulling. Mildly unforgiving, given some of the water surrounding the area, but definitely something that these teams can work with.
See the little bounce pad junior trying to boost themselves to the front side of the zone. They don't want to be one of the last teams there.
Če, so sploh dodati bounce pad junior, a se jih sploh dodali, mislim crash pad junior, a se jih sploh dodali že v creative? A Danica, karkoli naredim zase zjutraj mi ful pomaga, pa ko sem se začel, veš, vi bi mogli videti, koliko je... Fuck, lega, what the fuck. Vi bi mogli videti, koliko je... Koliko sem se jaz slabš počutil, če se nisem sam pobril, veš, da se nisem sprot bril. Jaz sem se enkrat na 2-3 tedne bril, ne? In po prvem tednu sem se vedno slabo počutil in zdaj sem se začel tudi vsak drug dan briti, zato da se skozi dobro počutam. Pač ful mi pomaga to mentalno in je boljša energija in odkar to delam, se zdi, da tudi folk rajš gleda streame, ker vidi, da imam energijo, ne? Sam fora je, da moram ta habit moram pač skozi biti na temo, veš, da smem nehati, to je fora, to je najtežje. Imajo kar vsi ta pickaxe. Zato, ker so vsi na teh serverih. Mislim, to so na accountih, ki jih Happy Games jim da. Kakšne podcaste poslušaš? Vse to tenza. Zdajle sem največ poslušal o YouTubeu. Ful sem Mr. Beast podcaste poslušal, pa druge podcaste tako, ker... A ga je majster na v skopu?
Does he go back to back? There's no way. This man is on fire.
What the fuck? Halo? Ja, zdaj sem ful poslušal podcaste za content creatorje, no. Kaj delati, pa nekaj sem že applyal na to, kaj je bil zdaj ta video in je ta video ful uspešen za te čase zdajle. Že 12 ur je ogledal, tako da to je ful dobro. Odel, chat, kvaj majster tle sniper, what the fuck?
That's his turf.
You back a dog into a corner. This is exactly what is going to
happen.
Double
kill.
They realize the pressure that they're under. They realize what's at stake. Even though they do
mali buga to živ. Chat, je Mersta še živ? A je umrl? Ker vem, da TaySon je bil dead. Vem, a je Mersta zdaj solo? Buga je še živ? Ali je umrl? Tini dead?
Another one of our teams that we've seen do great things throughout the year. 157 above the damage threshold, even though that might not seem like a lot, but from what we've seen like from the lobby, there's a lot of teams that are around those similar numbers, but luckily for everybody, it turns off for now. Even though it wasn't a far rotation with the bounce
back. Tekraš pa je so dejansko balance on rotate, chat.
That's the way a lot of teams got to take it, just one foot in front of the other.
Ručki, kako to misliš? Fajn se mi je petak je.
to make their way forward. Look at Cami and Seti though.
Enko pa Cold ful dobro igrata. Seti Kami na hajtu. Pa, ej, a tukaj si konektan. Na hajtu, chat. A sta to skonektana? Verjeten sta, a?
If you are Cami and Seti. But it does seem as though they're going to have to disembark from this little throne that they've established for the time being, but not without laying some suppressive fire. So everyone.
Okay, Ručki, uživi.
And leaderboard, kind of see the top side of what's going on. But 19th, 20, 21st place down, 24th place down, 26th place even down. So if you're outside of that bubble for now, this is your chance to shine. This is your chance
Jaz
to
mislim,
pick
da
up
je
those
dead,
points.
Mersaš in
You kind of
TaySon.
saw that start of the day with Queasy and Vino. 90 plus points for
A bi
that
šel ti
victory
kdaj z mano v
round,
gym?
7 eliminations, so anything is definitely possible. And that's why Booga and
Ne,
Threats are
ti
putting
z mano, ne
themselves
jaz s
to the
tabo.
test now. They have 4 eliminations and barely any placement points just to them. There's 24th place and 24 teams still left alive, so there's still so many possible points up for grabs.
But the best part is
Threats ma God. Ara, sam nima metkov. Nima metkov, ne more
really had a
spamat.
chance to see from this duo all day today. It's been repetitive as far as solo clutch circumstances.
Če, mogoče TaySon še ne more biti garantiran na top 25, moramo videti po tejle igri. Mislim, da je Mersaš dead, ne? Če se ne motam.
Vico though under a lot of pressure here from Malabuka and Thomas. So many other teams surrounding them. Sometimes it can be really difficult to tell just which direction your builds are actually getting targeted from.
They survived the off-spawn battle between
Ej, model, Crash Paddy plus ta glider redeploy je insane model. Ja, če prideš omengaš, streamplayer pa tak cajt, ko jaz grem.
Players and forget on top of the world when it comes to Fortnite. They're going astronomical, building off of the moon towards relentless retreat, trying to hold on to their high ground. They have the rocket ram for backup as well. So if anybody looks up, tries to chop them down, they do have a plan B. Pink getting a couple more eliminations. Thomas Malabuka bypassing everybody else. They're trying to stay on the front side of the zone, looking back only when they have to. They have their eyes set on the prize for now.
But I wonder if anybody realizes just how far up Cami and Seti are. Vico, he needed a refresh instead. He'll find
Enik je podaril. A, se imata oba raketa, oba imata raketo, chillata. Chillata.
So right now, with the rocket grab, who he comes crashing down on is another story to be decided because Yamzo and Rise.
Čak, Thomas je še živ. Je to Thomas HD?
All the way to the water. Realizes, tries to escape, but not able to. Mixon and Blaha instead, the only ones seemingly able to continue pressing forward in this mid-low ground layer.
Je TaySon še živ. Pa TaySon je že prej umrl, pa Mersaš mislim, da tudi ni živ. Tako da, mislim, da smo kar Queasy Veno spet na hajtu, presežem.
Just a test here, just like in the first game.
Če, to bo težko, da TaySon zmaga v finalu v nedelo. Dolenski, drugače dejansko te ne bojo spustali. Moraš biti zapisan tam. A pa moram jaz tja pridati pa reči. Aker in Cold sta qualifyala, 100% ja.
If there's one thing that Cold loves to do, it's play disruptor on the low ground layers.
Seti Kami na height?
Now Seti, Cami,
God, high ground retake, what?
They're no longer
Okay.
here at some point.
Okay.
Falling, Queasy himself potentially eliminated from this match. We're seeing
okay,
below
graphics.
Cami and Seti just doing what they can to stay alive, but Thomas and Malabuka, they have been on a rampage in these lower layers.
Yep. Cami gets another one onto Muzz, finding him as a solo. Another player is going to drop. Sphinx and Poyo, who absolutely came out of nowhere on the
Kjer okay, rekel, da gre po tuš.
here in Major 2, but they don't want just the spot.
Thomas je dobil kill.
Another elimination, taking down Seti. Now the high ground has changed, and they're trying to keep it for themselves.
Ankon dead.
Acorn gets sniped out of the air with the sharp tooth, and now we're into our final 4 teams left alive. For 2 of them are solos. One of them is Cami. He's trying to do what he can to try to bypass with that men miss, falling down low to the low ground. He
I thought
goes
2v2, yep.
2v2 situation. Sphinx and Poyo drop them into the palm of their hands.
S tem shot, kva dela Sphinx s tem shotgunom, holy shit! 12 kill win! Smrdi! Pa 1 kill je 4 pike, chat! To je insane, what the fuck? Ajmo GG so, chat. Majstera sta lihkar klačala z eno igro. Aj za lihkar klačala z eno igro do takvolala. V finale. Moramo počakati, da se reseta, chat. Tako da gremo naprej na Global. Ok, se pravi, tole je bližji. Kaj imamo tle nekje, chat? Kjere države so tle? Ker ne vem, ker sem neumen. Kaj ne napišem? Kaj ne napišem? Ne, sam piše Japan is warmer. A ja, ne, a to pomeni, da je bližji Japonska? A? Eriko Indija. Ne, jaz mislim, da ni Russia. Opa. Aha, ne, Indija je slabš. Gor, bolj gor mora biti. Bolj gor mora biti. Čakamo, da se update lestvica, da pogledamo za TaySona pa to, kjeri so bili. En spema Kyrgyzstan. Ti bom verjel. Jaz nisem dober, tako chat. Malo boljš sem že tako, če vidim, kje so države. Tako da pa na pamet vem, pa ne znam. Ja, je... Pač jaz mislim, da je tle nekje, no. Takole nekje. Sam kaj pojma... A veš, kaj nimam... Kaj takle zemljeviti, jaz to pojma nimam. Pojma nimam, kva je tle. Iskreno. Pojma nimam. Brez me jaz pojma nimam, chat. Ma ne, Kitajska ni vse do sem. Ful vas spema Mongolija. Ok, to je še bližji. Kaj mislite, da je Kitajska? Kaj pa je to? Zakaj pa to tle? Zakaj pa je to tle označen, chat? A to je kao del Rusije? Pa če sem že dal Mongolija. Tle je Mongolija. Sprav, če Rusija je full bliz. Kaj pa je tle levo od Rusije, chat? Kjera? Kjera? Belarus, to sem hotel dati, maybe. Al? Ne, to je slabš. Se pravi, to je slabš. Ja, zdaj pa ne vem, a je tukaj? Ne, sam to je boljš kot tole, a ne? Ja, še vedno je boljš, pa mora biti gor, a je tukaj? A ni to Finska? Zakaj vsi spremljate Kazahstan? Kako se Kazahstan napiše? Kaj pa če je to tle? Kaj pa je to tle? Čak, o moj bog, zdaj sem čist zmeden. A ja, ki je tako prav globe. Čak, to je Amerika. Kazahstan. Ne, to ni chat, no. Zakaj si mi to rekel? Ker nisem vedel, da je spodi. Ne, sam... Chat, tukaj gor... A ni tako, da tle ni Kanada? Tle je... Unka spada pod USA. Kvaj že res? Kvaj že res? Kvaj že res? O moj bog, ne spomnim se. Ja, sam... Alaska... Ja, čakaj, Abi... A tukaj, kaj zberaš, a daš sam USA? Ali daš pač... A moraš prav tako? O moj bog. Ja ne vem, kako... Aha, kaj to pomeni? Kaj to pomeni, Abi? Da moram prav ugotoviti, se pravi, to je 100%? Ja, kaj je pol to? Kako se Alaska napiše? Vidite pa da je Kanada. Ja, pa če ni Kanada... A ja, je Kanada, what the fuck? Ok, never mind. Ja, kaj to pol pomeni? Kaj to pomeni, chat? Mislim, Abi, kaj je to pomenil, kaj je gor pisal? Da je neki USA, da je kao, ne vem kaj. A zaprav tukaj, dejansko za USA rabiš sam pač reči USA, nimaš tako kaj po statih, a pa to, kar je dobro. Ej, ni bad, chat, ni bad ta igra drugač. Da meji na to državo. Ok, nice. Ne vem, zakaj sem vas tle poslušal za Kazahstan, ker sem takoj rekel, da je pol tle po moje. Ne, Dolenski. Ok, ne, ta je dobra, chat. Še kaj se naučimo. Dajmo pogledati zdaj lestvico. Sprav, Cold pa Akon sta še vedno prva, tako dost v spredi. Nista imela še nobene slabe igre, basically. Quizy Veno sta druga. Kami Seti tretja. TaySon pa je... TaySon je 14 zdaj. 39 sta že umrla, ja. TaySon je 14, top 25 je 68 pik. Koliko je pa... Chat, koliko je, če vinaš? Koliko ti da vin točk? 65 ali koliko? Se pravi, pa s tem, da je kill full vreden. Ej, une dva, ki sta vinala, z 12 killi me zanima. Te dva, chat. Te dva sta bila basically zadnja in sta zdaj prišla na top 15 iz eno igro, ker sta imela 12 kill win. To je insane. Eni pravite 65, eni 68. Oziroma en. Se pravi, ni še garantirano zdaj. Ni še garantirano, da sta TaySon pa Merstaš že v finalu. Ne grema dobro. Pač dve slabi igri imata. Ampak, zdaj, da one dva padata, more 11 folka izmed tukaj boljš odigrati, kar pa zelo dovoljno. Tako da jaz mislim, da sta kvalala v finale, Še 3 minute pa pol, chat. A imate to eno, jaz grem scat. Chat, po tej igri, če imamo 1000 lajkov, želim enega, da giftam skin.
No easy feat, especially when you look at the competition they've been facing. Thomas, towards the start of the day, said, look, I've faced much better competition off Spawn than Canada in ages, right? So I'm used to doing this. And if he's able to 1v2 against players like that, they'll be confident they can 1v2 against Canada in ages as well. So really good to see that happen. Like you said, the 2 clutches for them in that game.
You guys talk about Thomas HD, and I'm thinking Thomas HD, probably one of the best snipers in the world. Then I kind of flash back to mid-game. I want to just quickly highlight King, which is 2 of the back-to-back most disgusting snipes we've seen today.
Unbelievable. King is the kind of player that's always going to give you that special moment, right? You know, we all think back to the World Cup times, right? When he eliminated TFU, we were all hype thinking, you were nervous, this Argentinian kid taking out TFU, right? Here again today. We expect Thomas HD to be the sniper machine. King sitting everybody down. You were saying it during the game, right? They were 200 down below Surge. Yeah. And then a couple minutes later, they're 600 above. That's ridiculous, all from his snipes alone.
Those shots were absolutely clutch for sure. But now let's talk about the clutch that is necessary for teams that are in the bubble.
That's right. 25. The top 25 will go on to Sunday. Take a look right now. M. Sherry and Rue sitting on that bubble. 68 points is the minimum going into these next games. Just take a look at some of the names, even just down there in 30th, right? Cooper and Miro right there on the bubble. Kitos and PHJin as well. But as we've seen, it just takes one good game, and you can just change everything. Now, even look at 31st, Podesai and Snavy. M8, y'all out there? Yo, Snazy and Podesai?
They're asleep. Blue!
There they are. Y'all can hear them in the ground. They're going crazy. But even someone like Booga and Threats, right, they've kind of been relatively quiet. Currently sitting in 34th. They can make up the ground, but they really need to come online here in this last game.
Yeah, 100%. You know, we are at the Global Championship, right? Let's talk about regional representation in that top 5 or top 25
What the
right
fuck?
now. EU, there are currently 13
Fangr
duos.
tok slabo,
NA currently
chat.
has 8 duos.
Fangr tok
and
slabo.
then 1 per each of the regions in OCE, Brazil, Middle East, and Asia. So that is currently what the regional breakdown is looking like so far through the upper bracket.
Yeah, I think for me personally, the NA teams have impressed so much, right? Of course, they do make up a big part of the lobby.
Težko je bilo, a da je bilo, ne vam bo. Ej, chat. Tako, najbolj je smešen, ker sem tle še etam do WC-ja poslišam, veš, ker so te supporta, ne? In kad tako razlagajo tem starejšim ljudem, pač, ker ne vejo, veš. Dajte prosim lepo tukaj noter v mikrofon govoriti, ker se več ne zastop. Pa tako, ne prekin bote na liniji, pa prekine, pa tako. Prav tako, what the fuck, no. Oh, shit. Jaz tudi rabim support chat, pa bom šel kar tle bom do enega se prešetil, pa ga bom vprašal nekaj. Ker ne moram MMS-ov pošiljati. Ne, Dolenski.
in NA, they're thinking, okay,
20 kill, kva 20 kill. Tem za kaj timeoutu, evo. Evo, Dolenski, pomaš. Pomaš. Dej še ene. Če bojo zdaj začeli igrati. Zdaj bojo začeli igrati, chat.
Then Championship Sunday, they're like, okay, so we were just holding it all back. You know, we were letting you play out there thinking you had something. It's all a show.
Maybe not an element of showing strats too early, but definitely let's not get...
V settingih rabaš noter ene stvari napisati. Ja, Ručki, sej, fora je, da to sem naredil vse in za Wi-Fi pa to mi dela, oziroma za interneta, ne? Ampak za MMS mi pa ne dela, lik zaradi tega. Mi ni jasen. Pač, sam za MMS mi ne dela. Zdaj bo zadnja igra danes, ti si ga za top 25 kvalifajo v finale. Tako da.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you know, NA teams are finding themselves out there. I'm very happy to see so far the performance out of some of the top ones.
TaySon je 14. chat. Zdaj še eno igro unga. Kjer ga? A Global? Čak, kva je že res? A Global lahko večkrat igraš, a to ni enkrat na dan? Čaj, a to ni enkrat na dan? Ne, a vidiš? Smo že naredili, ni še enkrat, ja, vidiš. Sam en je, en na dan je, žal. A ono, ko gibaš besede. 5. igra bo zdaj. Ja, če bojo zdaj začeli, dobro, ajde, gremo, level 1 lahko naredite, ajde, kaj hiter. Ja, evo vam.
Thanks so much, Zeke, Vivid, and 11 for all the insight on the analyst desk. But our final game of today's upper bracket, match number 5, is just on the horizon. We've seen so many teams now in that 26th to 50th position trying to escalate themselves into the top 25 so that they don't have to worry about tomorrow's lower bracket matches.
Ne, ka pogremo fitness po tej igri, chat. Po tej igri gremo fitness.
Yeah, and if you look at that leaderboard, as our analyst broke it down, some teams, they just have to do the bare minimum. Other teams, they need a top placement, and then some teams need a win and you're in scenario. And I just want to go ahead and talk about Kanata and Agers, Thomas and Malabuka. Thomas and Malabuka have...
Chat, jutri je velika šansa, da ne bo streama, to kdo te vedel, okej?
Kanata and Agers around 39th place. They're one of the teams I'm
zato,
talking about.
ker
Top 10 finish, but they have to be able to survive.
Finale je itak v nedeljo. Pa TaySon bo itak danes kolo verjetno. Zato, ker jutri se eliminat po... Ja, bi jutri se eliminat postavila pa to. Pa bi rad pomagal. Ne vem. Mislim, bom videl, no. Bom videl, kako bo, Abi. Kako bo finale zgledal? Sam 6 iger je v nedeljo finale, to je to. 6 iger v nedeljo.
I'm sure they have it in them to make the comeback.
Yeah, and I think Poyo and Sphinx from NA have really shown. And one thing I want to talk
about
is
ta timer zaštekel.
When we had NA East,
ta timer je malo zaštekel.
Nobody gave NA West a single chance. Even myself said it might take a month. It might take a major for them to get in that groove, but there are a number of not only NA players boosting to the top of the leaderboard that we could see on Championship Sunday. And obviously our regular NA residents towards the top side of that leaderboard as well. Cold and Acorn, and I want to talk about them just a little bit as well. You know, you saw Pink and Vico, but
zadnja igra, chat. Mišatini načeloma imata še šanso. Mišatini imata načeloma še šanso, če imata tako 10 kill win po moje. A pa še malo več. Ne, ja, 10 kill win bi bilo dost. TaySon je pa 14. Pa je 60 pik v spredi pred 25. mestom. Top 25 gre v finale, oni, ki niso top 25, igrajo jutri lower bracket. Tako da, girl chat, pa gremo na zadnjo igro danes, pa na member only chat.
Can actually break through and guarantee themselves a seat on that battle bus for Championship Sunday. We've seen a handful of them in the top 10 feeling relatively safe, but the relief can't come quick enough for those teams just
Luki,
outside
ja,
the top
danes jih
25.
25 kola, pa jutri je lower bracket, ki jih 25 kola. 75 duotov igra. Upper bracket 50, lower bracket jih je 25 iz last chance, in oni, ki danes ne kolajo, grejo v lower bracket z unimi iz last chance in tam v unik za top 25 igrajo pač v nedeljo. Chat, če pridemo do konca igre, do 1000 lajkov, giftam enmu iz chata skin. Ja? Ajde, da vidimo. Kanada pa Agers verjetno jutri igrata, če da danes ne bo tako volala. Rančo ne vem, kaj še ne vidi naredita. Mislim, da. Isto kakor Miša Patini. Dolo je, tako je. YouTube zdaj avtomatsko daje reklame od kola vmes.
And now he has decisions to make. Do I try to fight the 2v1 while I have the underhand, or do I go ahead and try to disengage and just already see it on the mini-map? He's just trying to survive. Even though they did lose the off-spawn battle, they know they have their spot secured, so now it's just for bragging rights.
Extremely unlikely that we see Malabuka
ja, ne, res lolo. Prej je bilo za streame sam na začetku, zdaj pa imaš narejen, da lahko sam zbereš, da je manj addov ali da je balanced addov ali pa full addov, pa jih YouTube vmes sam daje pol na streamu. Želim zba. Ampak me zanima, koliko dejansko mi to pomaga. Tako bom rekel, da mi to full pomaga denarno, se mi zdi, da se splača, ker to tako me dejansko lahko vsi podprejo, da sam pač dobijo ad, postajajo na streamu in to je to. Veš, kaj mislim? Iskreno ne vem, kako je, ker to je zdaj nova stvar. Pa je IPR od tega full dobo, tako da. Zdaj je sam member only chat, kad je vmes med igro, ja, nic ba.
But another one of our off-spawn battles that are paramount for our team's success. King and FaZe, CowGamer 7-man. Shots are being fired. FaZer's going to quickly disengage. He doesn't want to give up too much. He wants a chance to heal. You see, he has big pots, and if King can get to him, that'll allow him to heal up as well.
But even with the vault card, FaZer
ja, bi to me res zanima, ja.
Just yet, unless CowGamer and 7-man.
Ja, Videx. V redu sem stepler, kako si ti?
Just prioritize that, but King applying a little bit of pressure here. A distance. Keep in mind the resources though. Builds not looking the best as far as 7-man is concerned. And CowGamer, again, seems as though he has none at all. So this is definitely going to put CowGamer and 7-man's push to a halt.
Team, kako si?
More than enough time for FaZer and King.
Še MK sta dobila, no way.
Yeah, both of these teams need to have a solid performance if they want to see Sunday right here. Otherwise, they'll have to go to the lower bracket and earn it yet again. But you see a switch up of what we saw last game. King and FaZer this time around getting control of that ball over towards Relentless Retreat. But instead of just disengaging,
a si noge delo zdaj, ali kaj sem plel?
There's a lot of loot there to grab.
A ti je dobro, Abi?
What a huge battle going down.
Ko ti lepo vse membre odgovoriš, men pa zok dolenski. Ok. Po zdaj sam ok. Zdaj ti odgovarja danes, kaj, no?
One of the most common fights that we've seen so far today. And Stain and Data's though holding their own. Now, what a way to represent Asia though. I mean, we talk all the time ever since the Invitational really, where we saw some of the potential, I think, from Asia's fraggers. And so
tam le bush, kamor se ti gleda. Konga ne vidi playerja.
They have been going toe-to-toe here with Cammy and Seti. And granted, Frenzy Fields hasn't necessarily always gone their way, but it's definitely made a little bit of an impact against Seti and Cammy because they had to go nuclear basically the last 2 matches to play catch-up.
Spet muska. A sploh niso bliz volta. Dobro, okej. Mogoče mačkam bliz. Mačkam.
Going against PXN and Kitos. Kitos and PXN actually do need this. They are outside of the bubble, 26th place, and a nice shot to try to back down Axe Force. They pounce, they get the 2v1, give themselves at least a 1-man advantage. Kitos trying to heal up. They're not wanting to give them that opportunity. Dropping down into the palm of their hands. They're attacking from both angles. Time is running out. Unless a
full več volka drugače igram Maven, tle se mi zdi. Dobro, zdaj le itak off spawna, ne, igraš ti skrmaš, ampak tako, v endgameu, se mi zdi. Snipez, evo mene spuša. Ti v fitness hodiš, Snipez. Abi, na toastu imaš.
You got one below you.
A, Dolenski, sem že pozabil ti, da imaš to točen. Čaj, zakaj imaš ti že res to? Dolenski, čaj, zakaj že res tako otepljuje hodaš? Jaz se pogovarjal, pa si rekel, da ni zaradi traka, ampak nekaj drugega, pozabil sem kva je. Kitos, Zin sta umrla na 26. mestu, tako da ona dva ne morata kvalat. Na finale bo ta še jutri igrala. 14. belugi je TaySon. Okej, Dolenski. Čaj, ti pa sploh hodaš v šolo ali ne? Koliko si star, Dolenski? Zato, ko imaš kemoterapije, predvidevam, da so kar težka stvar. Scorp sem backs, skor sem znoril, ker se mi niso javili, ker sem hotel naročiti burger. GG, a si vsaj dobo zdaj? A delaš tako prek spleta šolo ali sploh pač, ali kako? Drug teden začneš, aha. Kako si star sploh? Kje razred ta letnik? Prek spleta, aha.
16 white, going to you. I'm running. He's on my right. Yeah, I'm running him. 20 white. Kill him. 40 white, 40 white, 40 white. Nice. Other one's at the height. He's at the height. Get the finish. Get the finish. They're dead. Nice. We need to kill him, bro. He's running. He's running back. He's just running to rise. He's trying to not give us the kill points. He's at the hut right now. 9 damage? No, he ran, bro. We just camped the card. He's a great...
See a lot go down in that listen-in. The great teamwork, the great
chemistry.
But then the plan for the future. They're going to camp that card so that way Malibuka can't come back and get it safely. Which leaves him as a solo at the start of the game. So remember that, because if he does amazing things, he did it all by himself. As Vino just so much damage.
Kva 8, Dolenski, kaj lažeš? Žiga, kje da kupam keycape? Imaš na Amazonu keycape? Dobiš jih tudi na AliExpress? V Sloveniji sploh ne vem, kje lahko dobiš keycape iskreno. Če hočeš obične, verjetno tudi v Big Magu, če imajo odrezere kaj, iskreno ne vem.
For Misha and Teeny,
sam to imaš obične, bele ali pa črne, a ne?
They've also got to deal with Baka and Pars, and again, such an impressive day so far from Baka and Pars. We've really been seeing them take an aggressive stance and come out on top in numerous situations. And I would expect...
Kako to misliš iste? Kjer imaš sploh po koncu kotnik? A imaš Razer Huntsman Mini? Pač kako to misliš, da so iste, ko imaš na svoji? Kaj to misliš s tem?
Has to leave Kanata to be eliminate collected, and they went from wanting to camp Thomas's reboot card to now Agers potentially having to worry about whether or not they do that. Iamzo and Raz will do the same to Kanata.
Yeah, this is very troublesome for Agers and Kanata, the duo that needs at minimum a top 10 performance here in this game. They're looking to skip Saturday and go directly to our championship.
Ja, enako da zgledajo, da zgledajo isto. Ja, pa je pa najbolj, da kupaš ali prek SteelSeriesa strani, sam keycape, ali pa prek Amazona SteelSeries keycape, če hočeš iste. Zakaj pa rabaš iste? A je 8. razred Dolenski, okej. Skor je pro. A ja, lej, to je bil Tini. Tini Miša ne bo tako hvala danes chat. Ni šans, da Tini tole solo klača. Evo ga na kontrolerju. Kaj je kotnik Snipez, za svoje ime?
Chubbs, Bryce, they don't seem like they're fully aware just how far back Teeny and Misha actually are. So a successful revive does come through. A 2v2 potential situation here, but again, Misha and Teeny bound to be relatively low on resources after that last engagement.
Čet, iz kjede regije sta pa te dva? Brix pa Chubbs tu tek. Prvič slišam za njo. Ne, abi v lower bracket grejo vsi iz upper bracketa, ki ne kvalajo v finale. TaySon je dobil kill, nice.
And that's probably what drawed Bryce and Chubbs over to this direction, but they don't know that he was weak necessarily. So for them, they're just trying to play the game. They're outside of that top 25. They want to give themselves a fighting chance to get towards that championship Sunday and not really fight towards that Saturday. As we tune on to Agers.
Ta muska presežem.
Just trying to go ahead and bypass everything. But let's go ahead and go listen in to see what happened in the beginning of this game.
I mean, when he gets in, I'll be able to see him and just run. 30-60 on him. Nice. I got headshot sniped through the bush.
Ooh.
This is so sad, man.
Oof. That is really all that can be said in some circumstances.
Yo, Največji, pozdravljam, zdaj bi se tudi najprej lovila zdaj za Največja, kako si? Pa ti legenda sport, hvala. Hello, motherfucker.
Sometimes it is what it is. But Yamzo, he's got a lot more to deal with for the time being. Being a little...
Pač, a lahko ni te muske, prosim.
There's still other players waiting around.
Chat, koliko je drugač Fortnite lepa igrica, če imaš settingse na max. Tako, insane lepa. Insane. Jerry kaže, kukor da bo TaySon qualifyju v finale, Miša pa Tini bota pa jutri igrala lower bracket. Verjetno bi bilo boljše, če bi lahko najdel kakšne nalepke, da lahko daš gor za šumnike, če te to mot. A ja, to za kotnika. Slovensko verzijo Steel Series Tip Cons ne boš najdel kotnik. To ne boš najdel. 100%. Tu če v Sloveniji bi kupil to Tip Consa, ne bi bila. Imaš nemško ponovati.
What are you really meant to do in that sort of situation other than just fall victim to Yamza there, but fortunately for Agers and Kanada.
Edin, kar lahko narediš, je, da kupaš eno slovensko Tip Conso za pocen, pa sam kick-upe zamenjaš. Kaj to pomaga, če noben ne more imeti na max? Kaj to? Quicksti. A Dones je rekel, koliko bo cena tvojega stola. A on stol, ko sem prej rekel, da bi bil pre-order, ker se čaka 3 mesece Dolenski. Ista cena bi bila, kukor... Ista cena, kukor če bi verjeten z mojo kodo kupil tega njihovega najboljšega. Se pravi ta King Deluxe. Ne vem, koliko je, z mojo kodo daš po moje ne 460, 470, ne vem. Pač on to najboljši bi bil. Quicksti, kaj pomaga, če ne moraš imeti na max? Ne, lahko imaš drugače, jaz imam lahko na max settingse. Sam pač igraš na 100 FPS-ov, ne. Pač za competitive definitivno ni, ampak tako. A još če ena lepa creative mapa bi komod dal vse na max pa uživo v njej. Ja, Dolenski, zato ker bi imel najboljši stol možen, a veš. Ampak bi pa v prihodnosti probal tudi tune cenejše, a veš, imeti za pre-order. Odvisano, ne. A veš, kdaj ja, kdaj ne. Ampak bom rekel, stole se splača dati boljše. Za stole se splača dati malo več denarja, ful se pozna, res ful.
It comes to an end yet again, and Pink and Vico outside of that top 25. So I think Cold and Acorn have defended their drop spot. They're actually in 24th place. They have 74
ne Quicksti. Pač v plavi so šli. Ampak bom možno, da jih bom še dubo, ja. Moram vprašati.
Eyes on Cooper and Miro as well. One of our teams in that 28th position.
Quicksti, nisem dementen, če se pogovarjamo o 5 stvarih naenkrat, pa vaši odgovori so 10 sekund zdelajani. Da, podloga, ta mesec bi mogla biti Najdix. Podloga bo sicer 18 €, chat, nekaj tazga. Čaj, da pogledam. Cena majice pa hudija bo malo dražja kot prej, ampak zato, ker hudi bo boljša kvaliteta, pa lepši. Lepši v tem smislu, da recimo bel hudi bo imel kapuco črno, črn bo imel sicer tudi črno, pač tako od znotri, zato ker žal ni črno-bela kombinacije. Potem, ker bela je belo-črna kombinacija, pa te štrikci so full nice, pač boljši material je. Tako da hudi bo mislim, da 36 €. Zdaj. tako da bo bolj kvaliteten, ampak zdaj je tudi malo dražji. Pa majica bo pa 17, ki je bila prej 15, mislim da. Ampak majica bo taka, da ni uprijeta, tako kot sem jo prej, ampak bo ta fit bo, ki je streetwear, no, veš, ki je malo bolj baggy, kar je bolj moderno zdaj. Sam hočem najti ceno podloge. Aha, ja, ne, hudi bi bil 35 evrov. Hudi bi bil 35 evrov, majica 17, pa podloga bi bila tudi 17. Tako. Plus poštnina, ja, plus poštnina. Plus poštnina. Daj zadnji meč danes. Boško prija. Ja, sej zato. Pač Quicksni meni so ful bolj všeč majice, ki niso uprijete. In zaradi tega sem rekel, bom šel. Pač ta je classic fit, ne? Names pač kako je tight fit, ali kva imenujejo. Tako da je mačkan dražji, pa hudi pa pričakujem, da bo ful boljši, no. Pač fora je, da lahko sam zberem, ne. Hudi je pa to. In sem tega zbral, ki mi je bil ful všeč po izgledu. Pa, Abi, a je ta tudi dober material, no, pozabil sem, kjer že res. Ne, zdaj še Dead TaySon solo, a ja? A to sem zamudil zdaj, ko sem gledal za cene. Cooper Merrill sta 26 chat. Na njima je odvisen ta zadnja igra, če dobro odigrata. Če to zadnja igra dobro odigrata, dobita, bo tako direkt v finale, ne rabita iter igrati. Ne firma, ampak a je 100% bombaž, Abi? Ali je kombinacija tega sem zbral? Ampak ja, ta firma, hudi, jak sem zbral, je Gildan, pa je zelo popularna, pač zelo znana firma v Angliji, no, kao za šolo imajo uniforme pa to. A mi še Hildo bo nisem videl.
They're going to finish first in this bracket more than likely with how they've been playing, and when you see Cold go down, when you see Acorn go down, it makes that
Se jaz tudi nisem prej slišal dolenski. Pač jaz sem zbral zato, ker mi je ful všeč, pa sem videl, da je dober material, ne. Abi pa pač rekla, da to v Angliji imajo, to firmo.
3 out of 5 teams in our top 5 are just not in the lobby any longer.
Pač fore, da včasih sem hotel imeti najcnejši merch, pa da jaz nič ne dobim od njega. Zdaj sem pa hotel imeti malo bolj kvaliteten še merch, sej ne pravim, da prej ni bil kvaliteten, ampak zdaj hočem imeti še bolj kvaliteten, pa da imam tudi jaz nekaj od tega, ne. Tako malo kombinacijo, zato je tudi mačkan dražji, ne. Zaradi tega. A se mi še zmer zdi, da so poštene cene, no. Se to dolenski. What do you mean, Videx?
28 points to try to get inside of that bubble or within contention, which really isn't much, as long as they continue to have an upward trajectory in a lot of their games, much like Kanata and Agers. A lot was holding them back was Thomas and Malabuka in that off-spawn battle, but now they have a chance
ja, najbolj Quicksni, da svojo šolsko uniformo naredim. TaySon je umrl, chat. Jaz upam, da bo ta ostala top 25, ker to je pa zdaj slabo. Upam, da bo ta ostala top 25. Pa veste, kaj me je strah, chat? Da bo ta tako slabo igrala v nedeljo. Iskreno. Pač lahko, da danes ne jemljata resno, ampak vseeno, veš.
Had to get a reboot off onto Kanata. They were a little bit of shambles. Yeah. When you think about how this game started out for them, sure, that initial 50-50 might have been relatively successful. Granted, they would have definitely loved the double elimination factor there, only getting one onto Thomas.
Okay,
Malabuka forcibly retreating.
TaySon ne bo kvalil. Jaz mislim, da še vedno kvala, no. Jaz mislim, da je težko je, da ne zaradi tega, ker Unika so v zadnji, a ne? Ki je bil 26, je mogel dobiti 65 pik, da ujame TaySona, brez da kakšno piko dobi, a ne? Ampak to jih more 11 folka to narediti. Kar je nemogoče, če me vprašaš. Sploh, kad te velike to spawn umrejo, veš. Se jutro možno, da bo odkot, ko stream dolenski. Pač po mojem bom danes schedule stream za nedeljo. Jutro bom šel pa live, pač, če bom imel cajt. Mogoče bi šel lahko jutro na Abi in mu računalniku live, če bi bilo cool. Pa se bomo videli, kako pa kaj.
On the bright side, though, they're not the only ones that have a decent amount of map coverage to go. Granted, when you are one of those last teams to come in behind everybody else,
kaj ti govoriš, Kotnik, če je boljša kvaliteta tudi? Pač vi morate vedeti, da sem prej od mrča dobil 1 euro, maybe 2, odvisen. Ti ni dobil kill.
To make their way to zone as quickly as possible so that they can be the ones controlling the way that the lobby actually flows.
Yeah, they don't want to get held out. They want to do the whole.
Pač voreda, zdaj sem tudi plačal, sam za mousepad design sem plačal 250 evrov. Nekak bi rad, da vsaj pokrijem to, sam dvomam. Ne se vem, kot nekako tako. Strah me je, da sem za dizajn plačal 250 evrov, pa ne bom dobil niti toliko ven, iskreno. A veš. Pač rad bi bil vsaj na nuli. Pa moram najti enega dizajnera, ki bo cneja, ne. Ker 250 evrov si res ne moram prvoščati za mrč dajati. Pa se mi je ful všeč, samo sen. Ja, kranči. Sam res, jaz ne vem, kako Čiko igra, čet. Kjer pa slurp? Buga še živ? Pa moramo pogledati, kdo vse je kvalo, čet. Čet, do konca te igre, če pridemo 1000 lajkov, želimo enega iz četa, da giveawayam skin. Giftam skin.
Even with the slurp juice pop, they're taking a lot of damage, but Rise Yamzo, team who took down Kanata and Agers in the beginning, well, it's just Kanata this time around, but if he can go back to his OG self, we used to call him one of the more prolific solo players in the game, being able to pick up a massive amount of points, a huge amount of clutches. We saw Agers do it in their major championship run. Now it's Kanata's turn to pick up the pace. You see him going low. He doesn't have a lot of builds, not a lot of resource. The only thing he has going for him is the damage threshold when it comes to Storm Surge.
A nice little gift, though, just on the ground. Managed to pick up some materials. It's going to provide him more than the 4 builds he had initially to work with. Shot him up to 30.
Kotnik, če mi giftaš bedne stvari.
Kanata also.
Kaj ćeš paru ti, V-Bucksa, a? Noob.
Breaking through the floors of some of these
Dejansko je spil čajčak v 2 sekundah, dejansko.
That there is not a full team on the other side of it because
če Miša pa Tini to igro zmagata z 10 killi, po moje še kvalata lahko. Po moje.
There are more teams left alive right now that are outside of the top 25 trying to earn their spot than there is inside of the top 25.
Ste slišali? To je slabo za TaySona. Več živih je zdajle, ki niso top 25, kakor tisti, ki so top 25. Ker pomeni, da je slabo za TaySona, ki je že umrl, da Levan pade. Sam mislim, da vsem, ni šans, da je 11 timov boljši, da igra. Da ga prehtijo. Okotnik. Dolenski, komu ti, za koga ti dogovoriš? Te rotacije so mi všeč, čet, s crashpadi. To nisem nikoli razmišljal, da bi tako rotiral.
Again, right now, it seems the King, he's trying to prioritize positioning, just hoping that some other team, some other solo gets eliminated first, and that could potentially put him to where he
bi rabo zelo dobro odigrati in to je to. Kanada pa Agers mislim, da nista qualifyala v finale, tako da jutri igrata lower bracket. Lega kiksti. Tle so na drevesi pa to. To dejansko zdaj je dobro za njih, imajo free placementa. Evo ga, Buga. Kva to lega, čet, kva se dogaja, presežem.
The solos trying to push back both Alex and Worthy as well. A lot of damage being done here by Storm Surge, not even these players.
We're seeing so many teams though struggling with Storm Surge, but for Buga and Threats, they were over 800 damage above. They can focus entirely on how they choose to actually tarp through some of these
Kaj tvoja podloga? Koliko smo takrat rekali, Kranči? 45, neki na to foro. Neki tasga.
into these moving zones at this point is now Miro.
40-45, ja, to.
Pressure, a couple of slash flashes, all of his slash flashes actually going to be expended here. Miro trying to see if he can find an opening from the backside.
Čekaj, Miro lahko kvala.
Nutty from the side though. Clean shot onto 7-man. And a quick build up to utilize his med kit.
Quick moving, quick reacting, but not quick enough. That's Cowgamer and 7-man. A big game.
Čas, ta Miša pa on še živa, čat, pa ti ni. Buga tudi ne, Buga pa Threads tudi bi lahko hvala zaradi tega. A, ti ni še živ.
A refresh or a siphon mask, anything is what they're looking for. And they even split it between them two, so it's even less for an individual. They fall on top of Alex. Can they get that elimination? Can they get the siphon? Yes, they can. Off the back of Threads.
Buga je dead.
Double elimination and push themselves into the top 10.
O, top 10 sta Buga pa Threads. A ja, to igra, opa. Če, zdaj me ful zanima kdo. Miša še živ. Ej, Miša pa Tini bota dejansko zadnjo igro klačala in bota kvalala, čet. Dejansko bota zadnjo igro klačala. No way. Tini nokan. Rit je dobil 2 killa, what? Miša je še živa, ne?
100% necessary, but these points that he's grabbing here, staying alive, 7 eliminations as well. This could be enough, but it's definitely going to be a buzzer beater. I've seen one myself, and he's continuing to bypass everybody.
Ja, Miša je še živ. What the fuck? Bodo dejansko vse igre slabo odigrali in zadnjo igro bo ta kvalala. Čičo. Pa Miša je dobil še... Ne, ni. Threads je dobil kill. 9 killov ima ta Buga pa Threads. Insane.
But for Threads, he didn't find any sort of white heals which he needed. Granted, it might not be necessary. Almost found the closing shot there.
9 killov.
With the Yamzo there to back him up, it's no problem whatsoever. And we are seeing one of NA's finest.
Oče, demo vsi GG so chat? Ej, maybe Kotnik bo imel tu turnirke, ja, v prihodnosti. Ajde, vsi GG so chat? Malo moramo počakati, da bomo videli lestvico, tako da gremo en Words on stream. Kdo sta te dva? Ja, Kotnik, zdaj. Kada ne moraš pol. Če zdaj moramo čakati, da se updata tam. Lestvica, da vidimo. Če TaySon bo kvalil, jaz mislim, da je vsem kvalifaju, ampak komi po moje. Pa tem, ka Miša Tini sta maybe kvalifajala zaradi zadnje igre. To je treba videti. To je treba videti. Čeprav odvisen, koliko sta imela killov. Po mojem sta bila top 30 na koncu, ampak ne pa top 25. Pač Tini pa Miša. Ne, napisati, da sta kvala, le bomo videli. Ej, lahko noč, Dolenski. Aj že updatean. Ni še čisto updatean, čakamo. Kaj pa Veno, Kvizi Veno sta 100% kvalala, ja. One dva sta bila skosma top 3, tako da. Savage jutri igra lower bracket, Savage ni qualify v upper bracket, on jutri igra v lower bracketu. Mora biti jutri top 25. Ni še updatal, ampak načeloma bi mogli videti, ali? Ja, za Mišo se še ne vidi. Jaz mislim, da nista kvalala. Imela sta sam 12 pik, one dva bi mogla... Koliko je zdaj le kval? 91 pik. Odvisno koliko sta imela killov. Kako vete, kjera sta? A v igri? Kaj, dejansko sta zadnjo igro klačala? Dejansko cel turnir 12 pik in pol zadnjo igro. Koga kranči? Ne, je že. Pa če ni updatal. Aha, a je zdaj? Evo, zdaj je. Spravo, Akron pa Cold sta bila na koncu prva, tako dosto spredi, Kvizi Veno druga, Rit je bil tretji, Kami Sedi sta bila peta, Čičo Trulex sta bila sedma, okej. TaySon pa Mersaš sta bila na koncu 18. Maz je tudi qualifyil, pa Paper. Čaj, Buga kvalo, chat? Zadnjo igro, ja, Buga pa Threads sta kvalala tudi zaradi zadnje igre, chat. Oni dva sta tudi kvalala sam zaradi zadnje igre, ki sta bila druga z 9 kili. Zapravo TaySona imamo. Miša, Tini dejansko sta kvalala zaradi zadnje igre, chat. 8 kilo četrta sta bila. Aj, drop pa ni. No way. Dejansko sta kvalala zadnjo igro. Iz 12 točk sta prišla na 95, sam zadnjo igro sta dobro odigrala, vidite to. Dubla sta, prej nista dubla nobenih placement točk. 0 placement točk sta dubla prej. Sam zadnjo igro sta, basically. Kanada je bil pa 40. chat, holy shit. Čej, a sta Mali Buka pa Thomas HD kvalala, chat? A kdo videl? Kaj ne vem, v kjer je ekipi sta. Kaj z Bakijom bilo? Še sam ne vem točen. Ja, če eno vinaš je 100% kval. Ja, kval je bil... Kval je bil 91 točk. Se pravi, če je vin 65 pik, 30 deljeno skok, chat. Ja, recimo, ja, v bistvu, če imaš 7 kill win, si qualifyal danes. Dejansko, to zaradi tega, ker je tok izenačeno, veš, ker je tok dober folk. Aha, Malibuka je 40, okej. Mr. Savage jutri igra, chat. Jutri je Kliks, pa Savage pa te. Ob 4. Tako da, ja. Ful bi šel zdaj še v fitness, nekaj me treba boli. Čak, fitness imam do pol 11. Do pol 10 moram biti v fitnessu, tako da moram malo končati, če hočem fitness. A boš gledal jutr? Jutr še ni... Chat, jutr bom štartil stream, če bom imel cajt, okej? Jutr bom štartil stream, če bom imel cajt. V nedeljo pa definitivno. Tako da zdaj bom naredil thumbnail za nedeljo. Okej? Medtem ko jutr bo spotoma, če bo kaj, okej? Tini pa Miša smo videli, kako zgledata, ja. Smo. Če vem, kdo je Kitarmin, pa zakaj ne greš na Victorov Baradar, zato ker pač to ni zame. Ne maram takih stvari. A enač, folk, jaz bom tukaj zaključil, hvala še enkrat vsem, ki ste gledali. Jutr še enkrat, ne vem, a bo stream ali ne, če bo pač ob 4 bom live, a pa pol 5. Takrat, ko se lik začne prva igra ob pol 5, oziroma še malo 6. V nedeljo pa definitivno streamamo ob 4, ker gledamo finale FNCS Global Championshipa, okej? Tako da, hvala še enkrat vsem, ki ste gledali, lajkali, sabali, donirali, ratali memberi in tako naprej, tako da hvala še enkrat, pa se ga vidimo 100% nedeljo, pa mogoče že jutro, okej? Tako da, ajde, čau folk, lahko noč.